Chapter 969. Even if I'm not interested in the slaughtering god's tomb, there are many people who want it. If the news gets out, let alone the people from the Serene Hell Prefecture, even the people from other prefectures or the Eastern Royal Region will come here. At that time, even if I don't want to open it, I will be forced to open it. If the news gets out, it won't be good for the Yi clan and the Su clan. That's why the people from the Su clan went back with peace of mind. So, the slaughtering god's tomb must be opened. Next, the people from the Su clan will definitely come here to discuss about the slaughtering god's tomb. At that time, we'll see what they have to do to be willing to return my brother to me. Yi Xian said. They have something on you. The more you show that you want to protect Yi Xian, the more they will take advantage of you. Long Chen reminded. But, what can I do? My parents are already old. After a few decades, I'm afraid he will be my only family. Yi Xian shook her head and said sadly. Long Chen also wanted to sneak in again to save Yi Xian. However, there were so many God martial realm experts. Under their powerful divine senses, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Not to mention Long Chen, even Yi Xian might not be able to sneak into the Su clan's territory and save Yi Xian. Su Zhen is very smart. He knows the internal situation of the Yi clan. Yi Xian suddenly lowered her head and said. What happened? From what Yi Xian said, it seemed that the internal situation of the Su clan was not very harmonious. I'm the governor of the Spirit City alone. You probably know that although I'm the strongest expert in the Yi clan and the Yi clan can become a first-class clan because of me, I'm not a direct descendant of the Yi clan. The position of the clan leader belongs to someone else. Of course, my Red Lotus Jade Pendant was given to me by the previous clan leader. Because of that, the current clan leader and I don't get along well. With just a few words, Long Chen could roughly guess Yi Xian's situation in the Yi family. There are many people in the third and fourth level of the divine martial arts realm in our Yi family who can help. However, if they hear the news of the slaughtering god's tomb, they will definitely urge me to open it. They won't even care about my brother's life or death. As for me, I only care about my brother's life. If I don't call the people from my family over, Su Zhen is afraid that I will risk my life. He doesn't want to open the slaughtering god's tomb at all. He only wants to save his brother. However, he knows that I will definitely call them over because with my strength alone, I can only restrain Su Zhen. So, Su Zhen is waiting. He doesn't want to discuss with you, but with your family because they are the ones who want to obtain the inheritance of the killing god the most. They have common interests, but if you are not included, they are not a match for the Su clan. Su Zhen could be said to be an extremely cunning person. He took advantage of the internal conflict between Yi Xian and the Yi family, and the mentality of the Yi family and Yi Xian's desire to save Yi Xian. As long as there was a perfect plan, he could save a lot of people. Then what do you want to do? Long Chen felt that it was a mess. Yi Xian sneered and said, no matter how bad the relationship is, this is a matter of the survival of the family. I have to ask them to come and help me. At that time, I will only focus on my brother's safety. However, the inheritance of the Yi family will not be taken away by others. My brother is our weakness, and it is in their hands. However, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is also their weakness. Except for me, no one can use it. I still have the right to take the initiative. Crack. After saying that, the railing in front of her was directly crushed by Yi Xian. Long Chen, you must have taken a lot of risks to come back and tell me such an important secret. Thank you. Don't worry, one day, I will take revenge for Grandpa Du Gu. Yi Xian turned around, her bright eyes were filled with worry. Long Chen waved his hand and said, I can be considered half a member of the Yi family now. If there's anything that I can use, I'll definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Yi Xian is my brother. Hearing that, Yi Xian was a bit touched. At this critical moment, Long Chen seemed to be the only person that she could talk to. She knew that Long Chen was a very cautious person, and he was extremely talented. Even if he could only use his brain for a short period of time, one day in the future, he would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. Just like how he had beaten Su Shui, who was in the God Martial Realm, down from the stage with his strength that was not even in the God Martial Realm. Alright, from now on, you will follow me. If there is anything, I can discuss it with you. First, call them over. Long Chen nodded. The two went down from the colorful exquisite pagoda. This beautiful lantern party and the beautiful colorful exquisite pagoda were no longer beautiful. This was probably the last lantern party that Yi Xian would have in her life. After returning, Yi Xian had already used the secret puppet bird to spread the news to the Yi family of the Serene Hell Mansion. After receiving the news, the Yi family's higher-ups were extremely shocked. Among them, the head of the Yi family led more than 10 experts of the Yi family, all of whom were at least in the peak of the second level of the God Martial Realm. Of course, Su Zhen was not stupid enough to attack the Yi family at this time. Su Zhen's attitude was very obvious. He was here to cooperate with the Yi family, and Yi Xian was just a bargaining chip in his hand. At the same time, the people guarding the Nether Blood Sea Demon Blood Red Lotus were also bargaining chips of the Su family. After letting the Su family know the location of the Slaughtering God's tomb, even if the Su family did not have the key, they were still qualified to talk to the Yi family. After all, in the Serene Hell Mansion, they were not the strongest people. If this news was spread, it would not be good for the Su family and the Yi family. One day, more than 10 days later, Yi Xian was sitting in the Zishuan Palace, and Long Chen was also there. These days, he had been cultivating in the Zishuan Palace, and Yi Xian would occasionally teach him. Among Yi Xian's subordinates, Dugu Jun was the strongest. The others were either not strong enough, or they were not Yi Xian's confidants. Long Chen was Yi Xian's direct disciple. His identity was special, and he knew everything. That was why he could stay next to Yi Xian. Basically, in this battle, only the third level of the God Martial Realm could play a role in this battle. After the Yi family arrived, Su Zhen and the others would probably arrive soon after receiving the news. However, the Yi family was also a problem for Yi Xian. The leader of the Yi family was about the same age as Su Zhen. Her name was Yi Shiji, and she was the first female leader of the Yi family in so many years. Although she was old, Yi Shiji looked like she was in her 40s at most. She had a graceful figure, and she could be considered a middle-aged woman, but she was still attractive. Yi Shiji was Yi Xian's ancestor. Yi Xian was not a direct descendant of the Yi family, and basically had no blood relationship with Yi Shiji. Moreover, Yi Xian was the most famous person in the Yi family. As the leader of the family, Yi Shiji was not as popular as Yi Xian. Some people even said that Yi Shiji should give up the position of leader and let Yi Xian take it. After all, Yi Xian was the strongest. Apart from Yi Shiji, the Yi family also had many elders of the third level of the God Martial Realm. This time, almost all of them had come. A total of 10 warriors of the third level of the God Martial Realm had come. Among them, 3 had reached the peak of the third level of the God Martial Realm, and the leader of the Yi family was a warrior of the peak of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Yi Shiji also had a husband, a wandering warrior who had married into the family. He was also a prominent figure. His name was Tinglong, and his cultivation was in the early stages of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Compared to Yi Shiji, he was 1 level lower. 2 warriors of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm, and 10 warriors of the third level of the God Martial Realm. This was almost all the power of the Yi family. This kind of power was slightly weaker than the Su family, but it could be considered one of the top families in the entire Serene Hell Prefecture. When such a group of people came to the main city of specters, they naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're here. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She and Long Chen walked out of the Zixuan palace. At this time, in the sky, more than 10 people had already slowly descended. The leader was a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Just like Yi Xian, she was wearing a purple long dress. Under the heavy makeup, she indeed had a mature charm, but compared to Yi Xian, she seemed to be making a fool out of herself. She was the current leader of the Yi family, Yi Shiji. And next to Yi Shiji was her current husband, Ting Long, who was also at the 4th level of the god martial realm. Ting Long was a tall and skinny old man, wearing a tight black outfit. His hair was already snow white, and he had a hooked nose. Although he was called Ting Long, he looked like an eagle. Behind them, most of the people were old men. They were the old antiques of the Yi family. Both parties met in front of the entrance of the Zixuan hall. Long Chen noticed that the dozen or so people on the other side all had extremely cold expressions on their faces. After arriving here, all of them raised their heads and glanced at Yi Xian. After that, Yi Shiji took the lead and the others followed her into the Zixuan hall. When they arrived beside Yi Xian, Yi Shiji glared at her and said, "Why aren't you following me?" After everyone entered the Zixuan palace, Yi Shiji sat on Yi Xian's seat, while the others sat on the other side. On the contrary, Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a seat. After Yi Xian came in, Yi Shiji's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura pressed towards Yi Xian. Yi Shiji slammed the table and said coldly, "You've been here for so long, yet you don't even know the inheritance of my Yi family's ancestors. You've been holding this red lotus jade pendant for nothing. It originally didn't belong to you, it's something that only the leader of the Yi family can hold. Now, pass it to me, and then we can discuss what's going to happen next." Yi Xian didn't move. Chapter 970. Facing Yi Shiji and Ting Long, Yi Xian did not react at all. To be honest, she was quite disappointed with these two. It was a matter of life and death for her family, and it was related to the development of the whole family, but they still cared about the ownership of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. To be honest, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was Yi Shiji's greatest hatred. Back then, the previous clan leader was Yi Shiji's father. When he passed away, Yi Xian knew that he wanted her to be the next clan leader. However, Yi Xian did not have any influence in the Yi clan, nor did she have any followers. Even though she was strong, not many people were willing to submit to her, especially the direct descendants of the Yi clan. They were even more unwilling to submit to a girl who came from a branch family. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the symbol of the Yi clan leader. Although Yi Shiji had become the clan leader in the end, she could not get the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Therefore, she had been eyeing the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for a very long time. After all, in her heart, she was the current clan leader of the Yi clan. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant should be in her hands, especially when she knew that the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the key to the clan's most precious inheritance, the Killing God's inheritance. If the Killing God's tomb was really opened, the person who held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant would have a great advantage. Yi Shiji was extremely eager to get the Killing God's inheritance. Therefore, in her heart, the Su clan was her opponent, and Yi Xian was her biggest opponent. Therefore, she wanted to scare the little girl in her heart when she came here. She wanted to hold the Red Lotus Jade Pendant in her hand. As everyone knows, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is the token of the Yi clan leader. You are not from the Yi clan, but you have the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This is ridiculous. Now, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is related to the survival and development of the entire clan. This is an important matter for the clan, and it should be decided by the clan. Therefore, hurry up and pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to me, then we can discuss the important matters. Yi Shiji raised her head and said without hesitation. The others also started to talk. Yes, Yi Xian, you are not from the Yi clan. The previous clan leader made the decision to pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to you, which was already a mistake. However, he was not in his right mind at that time, so we don't blame him. You have held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for so many years, and you have all the benefits. Now is a critical moment. You should return the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to the family and let the family take care of it, so it will be more convenient for us to get the ancestors' inheritance. That's right. It seems that we still have a hostage in their hands. It should be your younger brother. You see, you are still young. If you are deceived by them and give them the Red Lotus Jade Pendant regardless of the survival of the family for the sake of your younger brother's safety, won't our Yi family, which has tens of thousands of years of foundation, be finished? The Yi clan was a great clan in the Serene Hell Prefecture, which had existed since ancient times. It was an ancient clan with tens of thousands of clansmen and hundreds of thousands of branches. The dozen experts who were above the third level of the divine martial realm were the strongest group of people in the Yi clan in the past thousands of years. Basically, those who had lived for thousands of years and were not killed or died of old age were all here. In fact, the Yi clan had produced far more experts in the past few years, but in the three great imperial regions, there were too many killings and hatred, and countless people died on the road of growth. Facing the questioning of the group of people, Long Chen noticed that Yi Xian's face was extremely gloomy. She was already in a bad mood. Sumo's betrayal and Yi Xian's safety were bothering her. Now that these people were here to annoy her, Long Chen guessed that even he would not be able to take it. At this moment, Yi Xian's originally gentle but now somewhat cold voice rang out, "If you're here for the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, then you can leave now. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was passed down to me by the person I respect the most. She told me that as long as I'm alive, I can't give it to you. You're showing your father's distrust towards you." "I'm sorry, Yi Shiji." In the Yi clan, only Yi Xian dared to call Yi Shiji by her name. Ever since she left the Serene Hell Prefecture, Yi Xian had not returned to the Yi clan for many years, and she had not met the so-called patriarch of the Yi clan. Perhaps in the eyes of Yi Shiji and the others, although Yi Xian was powerful, she was still a little girl who could be deceived. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be so determined? Especially the last sentence, it made Yi Shiji even more furious. "Nonsense, you must have made these up. I am extremely talented, and I have surpassed my father. He has valued me since I was young, and he did not even care that I am a girl, and passed the position of patriarch of the Yi clan to me. I think that the pendant of the Red Lotus was obtained by a little bitch like you. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being impolite." After saying that, Yi Shiji stood up from her chair and looked down at Yi Xian. An enormous qi swept towards Yi Xian, and Long Chen was also one of the targets that was being suppressed. This super-strong cultivator at the fourth level of the divine martial realm made Long Chen feel like he was suffocating, as if his neck was being strangled. Fortunately, Yi Xian waved her hand lightly, and the pressure that Long Chen was facing completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was as gloomy as water. It was obvious that after being pressured like this, she was also a little angry. "I asked you to come here to discuss about working together and obtaining the inheritance of our ancestors, but I did not expect that you would all be a bunch of short-sighted people. Facing the Su clan, we can only succeed in the end if we work together, but some people want to cause internal strife in the clan because of their own selfish interests. With such courage, they are not qualified to be the patriarch of the clan. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Unless you can defeat me, otherwise, you will never be able to take the pendant of the Red Lotus." Yi Shiji had never imagined that the gentle and beautiful little girl from before would be so unyielding now. Her every word was about to choke Yi Shiji to death. Yi Shiji was speechless, she was furious. She glanced at Tinglong, who was next to her. Originally, she wanted to attack Long Chen together with Tinglong and obtain the pendant of the Red Lotus. However, at this moment, Tinglong shook his head and stopped her. Everyone could see that Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, had already reached a level that they could not resist. Even if Yi Shiji didn't believe it, she had to admit that in the Yi clan, Yi Xian was the true strongest cultivator. Her brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by her grandson. Yi Shiji's gaze shifted, drawing everyone's attention to Long Chen. Who is this person? This is the Yi clan's meeting, why is he here? He is just a piece of trash at the sky martial realm, get the hell out of here. She couldn't deal with Yi Xian, so she could only suppress Yi Xian's power in front of Long Chen. Even though Yi Xian was targeting him, Long Chen was smart enough to not say anything. He knew that Yi Xian would solve this problem for him. Get the hell out of here. Yi Shiji said again. You want to know who he is? He is my disciple. Yi Xian raised her head and said without showing any weakness. Everyone laughed. Yi Shiji laughed and said, Yi Xian, you are really something. You took a piece of trash at the sky martial realm as your disciple. With this kind of strength, he doesn't even deserve to wash my feet. Yi Shiji's words were obviously very unpleasant. The others also laughed, they did not think highly of Long Chen's strength. In the Yi clan, there were many young people who had reached the divine martial realm like Long Chen and were at the same level as Yi Xian. Long Chen could not be counted as a genius, and he was not qualified to be the disciple of a peerless cultivator like Yi Xian. His strength and potential are not for you to say. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Shiji's expression suddenly changed and she said angrily, Brat, didn't you hear what the clan leader said? You are not a member of the Yi clan, get the hell out of here. As she said that, she suddenly attacked. From under her loose, luxurious robe, a white finger suddenly stretched out. On that white finger, a beam of blood-red light condensed and stabbed towards Long Chen's throat. At that moment, Long Chen felt his entire body go cold. The whole world, everything, had disappeared. That beam of blood-red light had turned into a blood-red spear. It was as if there was a giant holding the spear, roaring and stabbing towards Long Chen. Long Chen could not move his body at all, it was a feeling that made him feel like he was about to collapse. Yet, this woman had easily killed Long Chen with a single move. From this, it could be seen just how powerful she was. The 4th level of the divine martial realm was known as the extreme martial realm. The extreme martial realm was the great accomplishment of the martial path, condensing martial will, and any casual attack would contain the power of martial will. It was extremely terrifying. Only a cultivator like Yi Xian, who had passed the Oblivion Wind calamity and started to fully awaken her innate body, could completely suppress a cultivator of the extreme martial realm. Long Chen was still far away from that level. Long Chen's current goal wasn't too high. After reaching the God realm, he could go to the Sword Spirit Imperial domain. Of course, to others, reaching the God realm from the Heaven realm was an extremely difficult goal. It was even to the extent that it wasn't impossible for most people to reach the God realm even if they spent double the amount of time. Yi Shiji was planning to kill Long Chen. After all, she was in the extreme realm of martial. Furthermore, she was a master of the extreme realm of martial. If she wanted to kill Long Chen, it would simply be a matter of minutes. However, Yi Shiji's action had completely angered Yi Xian. At the moment of death, Long Chen only saw Yi Xian suddenly wave her hand, and the blood-red dot was directly dispersed. At the same time, in a short instant, Yi Xian slapped Yi Shiji's face. Yi Shiji did not even have the time to react. The slap was extremely loud. Everyone looked at the bright red mark on Yi Shiji's face with strange expressions. Chapter 971. Calm down. Ting Long fulfilled his responsibility as a husband and managed to calm Yi Shiji down with great difficulty. From Yi Xian's attack just now, he sensed a terrifying aura. As expected of an expert who has overcome the Oblivion Wind tribulation. We can't even dodge a casual attack, Ting Long comforted Yi Shiji while looking at Yi Xian in admiration. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was filled with a rare blood-red aura. It was actually very difficult to sense such an aura from this gentle and beautiful woman. Let me tell you, if you continue to go overboard, I won't just give you a simple slap next time. I will directly cut off your head. Don't doubt it, if you attack my people again, I won't be polite with you, Yi Shiji. Yi Xian's words were filled with great deterrence. Those who were mocking Long Chen shut their mouths at this moment. Yi Xian's performance just now was truly too terrifying. Even Yi Shiji felt somewhat anxious when she thought of it. She was the person involved and could understand how powerful Yi Xian was. Just now, Yi Xian had only casually waved her hand, but she actually felt as if she could not dodge. If Yi Xian had waved her sword, she would have been killed just like that. Of course, she had underestimated Yi Xian before, which was why she had been hit directly. However, there was no doubt about Yi Xian's strength. Sensing that this little girl was no longer the person she knew back then, Yi Shiji felt a lingering fear in her heart, and only then did she calm down. Let's discuss the matter of the God of Slaughter's mausoleum. Yi Xian rolled her eyes. She knew that she had beaten the other party until they were afraid, so she directly went to the main topic. As for Yi Shiji's beautiful dream about the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, she could only dream about it. We are members of the Yi family and are now on the same side. We don't know what is in the ancestors' mausoleum, but it belongs to each of us, not just anyone. So before we obtain the item in the God of Slaughter's mausoleum, I don't want our Yi family to have internal strife because of some personal interests. That would be very laughable. Only short-sighted people would do that and give the Su family an opportunity to take advantage of. In the Su family, including the few from the underworld army, there are almost 20 people above the third layer of the divine martial realm. Among them, there is also the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who is at the peak of the fourth layer of the divine martial realm. Sumo is at the same level as him, and there is also the even more terrifying underworld emperor, Su Zhen. These are the three strongest experts of the Su family. The Su family's overall strength surpasses ours. They are like a huge tiger crawling beside us. If we still have the mood to fight among ourselves, the final result will be that not only will the God of Slaughter's inheritance not be ours, we will also become this hungry tiger's dinner. So, I hope that you all understand that this is a war between the Su family and the Yi family. Since I have the Red Lotus Jade Pendant in my hand, my strength is also the strongest, so I have the right to command you all. Of course, I have no interest in the position of patriarch. Yi Xian coldly looked at everyone and said a lot in one breath. From her words, everyone gradually realized that what she said was actually very pertinent. The Su family was indeed much more terrifying than they had imagined. I don't agree. When Yi Shiji saw that the elders were siding with Yi Xian again, she hurriedly said, "As everyone knows, your little brother is currently being held hostage by them. As long as they threaten you, you, Yi Xian, will very likely do something that will endanger our entire Yi family for the sake of one person's life and death. If the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is in your hands, it will only cause our Yi family to fall into a predicament." Her words were naturally correct. Yi Xian did not say anything and only glared at her coldly. "I don't care if you're convinced or not. It's impossible for you to have the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. I'll say it again, unless you can defeat me." Yi Xian understood that the internal conflicts of this family were not so easy to resolve. Even if she were to take out the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, Yi Shiji would still find her unpleasant to the eye. These matters could only be left to fate. Right at this moment, 3 people entered the range of Yi Xian's divine sense. "Let's go out, they're already here." Immediately afterwards, the others also gradually sensed the arrival of the strong and followed Yi Xian. Everyone stood in front of the Purple Lotus Palace. In front of the enemy, they absolutely could not show weakness and expose their weaknesses. Therefore, although Yi Shiji hated Yi Xian very much, she had no choice but to show a harmonious appearance at this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the purple lotus palace and slowly descended. The leader was the old devil Su Zhen, who was wearing a white robe, with white hair and a youthful face. He looked kind, but in fact, he was ruthless. The person on the left was Sumo, who was wearing a black brocade robe and black military boots. He had a somewhat cold expression on his face. As for the person on the right, it was the first time that Long Chen had seen him. He was wearing a purple and fiery red robe and a fiery red crown on his head. He was an old man who looked younger than Su Yang. His black hair was mixed with white hair. He was tall and burly, with a righteous face and sharp eyes. He was the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Yang. Su Zhen, Su Yang and Sumo were known as the 3 great experts of the Su family. Su Zhen and Sumo were soldiers of the Netherworld army, while Su Yang was in charge of the daily affairs of the Su family. Su Yang was a cultivator from the generation of Sumo's father, so Sumo called Su Yang third uncle. As for Su Zhen, his seniority was much higher. Even Su Yang probably had to call him grandfather. The arrival of these 3 people immediately brought great pressure to the experts of the Yi family. In terms of peak experts, the Su family was stronger because Tenglong was only in the initial stage of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. Yi Shiji was only in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. As for Su Yang and Sumo, they were both in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. At this moment, Yi Shiji and Tenglong had no choice but to stand beside Yi Xian in order to deal with the auras of the experts of the Su family, forming a triangle. Su Zhen was like an ordinary old man who had come over to chat. At this moment, he chuckled and said, "I heard that your side was very lively just now. You were talking about something like a hungry tiger dinner. Oh, so the head of the Yi family has come. It's been a long time." Su Zhen's eyes were always on Yi Shiji, deliberately ignoring Yi Xian, an expert of the same level as him. "Everyone of the Su family, if you're here to discuss the matter of the tomb of the god of slaughter, then let's get to the point," Yi Xian interrupted their conversation and said directly. "Oh, so the little genius of the Yi family is also here." Su Zhen continued with a seemingly amiable smile. "All right, I won't waste any more words. We're here to seek cooperation. As long as you open the tomb of the god of slaughter and enter with our Su family, I'll return Yi Xian to you. A gentleman's word is fast, so there's no need for this old man to deceive you. I know the value of Yi Xian. If I go too far, your Yi family won't do it, right? As long as I open the tomb of the god of slaughter, you'll return my brother to me," Yi Xian said. "Of course. Didn't I say that we're here to cooperate? If we want to cooperate, we need to show sincerity. As long as the tomb of the god of slaughter opens, I'll definitely return Yi Xian to you at the first moment," Su Zhen nodded and said solemnly. "If you're still planning to play tricks, I'll teach the Su family a heavy lesson," Yi Xian said coldly. She thought about it carefully. The other party's purpose was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. If they didn't release Yi Xian at that time and angered the Yi family, the Su family wouldn't have a good ending. They probably wouldn't play tricks in this regard. Su Zhen and the others also knew that if they offended such a woman, it would be very terrifying if she went crazy. Therefore, Yi Xian's role was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. 20 days, we have 20 days to prepare. After 20 days, they can set off. We'll wait for you in the Netherworld Sea of Blood. It seems that you have a little guy here who knows the way, so I don't need to guide you," Su Zhen said with a laugh. For such an important matter, their Su family also needed time to prepare. "Remember, everyone, this is a cooperation. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation and achieve a win-win situation. Su Yang, Sumo, let's go." After saying that, Su Zhen turned into a ray of light and instantly left. Behind him, the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who had been silent all this time, also left quickly. Sumo glanced at Yi Xian. "Get lost," Yi Xian said lightly. Sumo smiled. In his smile, there was a trace of ridicule and a trace of guilt. Of course, this was just a momentary emotion. He knew that the tomb of the god of slaughter was waiting for him. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the tomb of the god of slaughter, he would have a brighter future. Perhaps, this nether mansion wouldn't be his stage. After they left, the people of the Yi family fell into silence again. The appearance of the three great experts of the Su family made Yi Shiji and Teng Long think about who was the real opponent between the Su family and Yi Xian. "You guys think about it carefully. Long Chen, accompany me for a walk." This time, Yi Xian was facing a huge pressure, so her mood was also very depressed. The two didn't talk along the way. Unknowingly, Yi Xian arrived at the seven-colored exquisite pagoda. It was currently daytime, so the seven-colored exquisite pagoda was only a skeleton without any light. It was very ugly. Things in the world are just like this seven-colored exquisite pagoda. At some point in time, it once bloomed with brilliant light, but after the prosperity faded, only these ugly and desolate skeletons were left. Standing at a high place, a strong wind blew, blowing up Yi Xian's purple dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her white neck. Her graceful figure bloomed in the wind, releasing an astonishing charm. A bleak atmosphere surrounded her, like a beautiful purple flower that grew on a bloody battlefield. Chapter 972. As her disciple, Long Chen really wanted to help her, but unfortunately, he couldn't even compete with a cultivator at the peak of the first level of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen didn't answer Yi Xian's question. Indeed, Long Chen's current life was just a skeleton, but he was still working hard to see the light again. Damn it! Even if I have something as heaven-defying as the true martial emperor's spirit, even if my strength has improved tremendously, I still feel that it's too slow. I am too weak right now. Right now, the Spectre main city had already been occupied by the strong. In this world, only the strong would be able to enjoy the final glory. The majority of the people could only become ice-cold tombstones. The so-called rules and laws were used to restrict the weak, allowing them to be trampled by the strong. Only strength was the eternal way to change one's fate. There are still 20 days left. If I can reach the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, I can probably try to break through to the God Martial Realm. Long Chen lowered his head and clenched his fists so tight that his veins were popping out. Yi Xian turned around and looked at him with a gentle smile. "I can feel that you want to help me, you want to become stronger. You are indeed a genius, but you are too young. In a few hundred years, none of us will be able to compete with you. Right now, you are just losing to time." This gentle Yi Xian was completely different from before. This was her original self, quiet, calm, and aloof from worldly affairs. All she wanted to do was to protect her simple family and love. But unfortunately, these things were being put to the test. "I don't want to lose to time," said Long Chen, shaking his head. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen the same way she looked at Yi Xian. "At first, because you saved my little brother twice, I had a good impression of you. You were my little brother's savior. Later, you became my first disciple, and from then on, I realized that you had great potential, so I wanted you to grow with my little brother. But later, I realized that you were actually very wild. I don't think the main city of spirits is a place you want to stay." Long Chen nodded. Yi Xian was very meticulous. "We met by chance, but you became my disciple, and you wanted to help me. I have been with Sumo for so many years, but what I got in return was this unforgettable betrayal. I suddenly feel that this world is such a drama." Facing the cold wind, Yi Xian's smile did not have any regrets, but instead, she had a kind of realization. There is no need to keep those who should leave. In the most dangerous times, those who stand by my side are the ones who deserve to be cherished the most. Long Chen, this is what you taught me, he. Yi Xian giggled, tell me, I am your master now, but I am asking you to teach me principles. Don't you think it's a bit funny? There is something worth learning from everyone. That was all Long Chen could say. Yi Xian's emotions were a little strange today, but at least she was freed from Sumo's problem, and that was something worth celebrating. In 20 days, the most important test of my life will begin. Yi Xian suddenly said. 20 days. Long Chen thought about it, he still had to try. Yi Xian's words reminded Long Chen that since she was his master, Long Chen now had the right to let her teach him. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly made up his mind. He said seriously, in 20 days, Yi Xian is a very important friend of mine, I also want to help him. I am about to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, if you give me some pressure, I might be able to do it. Also, I have this. As he spoke, Long Chen took out the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet. Seeing the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She looked at Long Chen and asked carefully, can you reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days? Long Chen could not tell her about the soul of true martial monarch, so he could only say this, I am just a little bit away from it. Maybe it's the enlightenment I get from fighting. If you can let someone fight with me, give me some pressure, and let me fight to my heart's content, maybe it's possible for me to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly said with a little excitement, Long Chen, if you can reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, then I can use this Divine Martial Fortune Pellet to help you understand the way of heaven and finally reach the God Martial Realm. The reason why Yi Xian was shocked by Long Chen's power was that Long Chen was actually only at the 8th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, but he could already fight with God Martial Realm warriors, and even kill them. Judging from the speed of Long Chen's killing calamity, in fact, in terms of talent and potential, Long Chen was the scariest warrior Yi Xian had ever seen. Yi Xian's words gave Long Chen great hope. His eyes brightened and he said, what you said, is it true? Yi Xian was a little angry. She pouted and said, I am your teacher, why would I lie to you? You just said you want an opponent, is this okay? After that, Yi Xian stretched out her white arm. On her thin little finger, there was a drop of bright red blood. With a swoosh, the blood fell on the ground, and then it gradually became bigger and bigger, forming a human-shaped blood man. This blood man had a very horrifying slaughter chi. This is a special skill of my Yi family's 7-kill bloodline. I use the slaughter blood in my body to create a blood puppet. This blood puppet's power is around the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm. It can use the martial arts I learned before the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm. Of course, because it is a puppet, it is not very complete, but it should be useful for you. Also, I can teach you things about the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen looked at the blood puppet, and his eyes lit up. However, the fighting power of the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm was not just for show. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen returned to the governor's mansion, to the martial hall where Yi Xian cultivated. The martial hall was in the basement of the Zishuan Palace, and only Yi Xian could enter. Without Yi Xian's permission, no one else could come in. At that moment, Long Chen was standing there, and Yi Xian was observing. The martial practice hall was sufficiently spacious, and the walls were sufficiently sturdy, allowing Long Chen to freely display his skills in here. At that moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian's blood puppet were having an intense fight. The horrifying thing was that the blood puppet's life force was extremely strong. Even if Long Chen cut it in half, it could still merge back together. On the side, Yi Xian was controlling the blood puppet. This was her slaughter blood. Under her control, the blood puppet's understanding of martial arts was fully displayed. It didn't look like a puppet at all. Instead, it looked like a powerful warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. Floating blood sword. A blood light flashed across the blood puppet's neck, and the blood puppet's head flew into the air. However, even without a head, the blood puppet's powerful punch didn't stop, and it landed on Long Chen's body. Even though Long Chen had transformed into his dragon soul, he was still sent flying, and rolled on the ground. At that moment, Long Chen was covered with wounds. The blood puppet of the second layer of the god martial realm, if Yi Xian hadn't suppressed it, Long Chen would have been killed. Looking at the wounds on Long Chen's body, Yi Xian felt sorry for him. She said, "That's all for today. You're already injured, let me help you recover. It's still early." Long Chen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and used the floating blood sword to stand up. At first, he was a little wobbly, but he quickly steadied his body. His eyes were filled with determination, and his fighting spirit was burning. The raging flames of war. Yi Xian was shocked when she saw Long Chen like this. She suddenly felt that this young man had an endless power, and he could only show a little of it. He's terrifyingly tough. Yi Xian didn't know how many times Long Chen had been defeated. There were even a few times when he was in mortal danger, but he dodged them all. However, Yi Xian didn't suspect that it was the true martial imperial soul. In fact, many people who couldn't make a breakthrough for many years would suddenly gain enlightenment during battles. Yi Xian thought that Long Chen was looking for that enlightenment. In fact, Long Chen was improving his cultivation through battles. After 7 days of high-intensity training, under the suppression of the blood puppet, Long Chen's martial spirit finally transformed. The dragon-shaped martial spirit completely transformed into a blood-red color. With the integration of a huge amount of true yuan, Long Chen's true yuan once again skyrocketed, and he stepped into the 9th layer of the heaven martial realm. Yi Xian and Long Chen were overjoyed by the news. Although the true martial imperial soul could only be activated for 2 hours every day, Long Chen's battles definitely lasted more than 2 hours. Even without the true martial imperial soul, he was still cultivating with all his might. On this day, his efforts finally paid off, and he stepped into the top level of the heaven martial realm. This is the power that the 6 monsters had. This power is so much stronger than mine. Long Chen felt his own power. He was a bit emotional, but he was definitely not satisfied. Phew. He took a deep breath and saw Yi Xian smiling at him. In her eyes, there was motherly care and pride that Long Chen hadn't seen in a long time. Yi Xian. For a moment, Long Chen was so excited that he forgot to call her master. Yes. Yi Xian didn't realize it either. Help me reach the god martial realm. Long Chen said excitedly. His god martial realm, his Tao, how terrifying would it be? Long Chen was looking forward to it as well. Heavenly blessing, let's go to the top of the colorful tower. That's the place closest to the heavenly way. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 973. Almost in the next moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian returned to the highest point of the Rainbow Tower. It could be said to be the place where Yi Xian was the saddest. However, Yi Xian came here without hesitation, which meant that she had truly let go of the matter between her and Sumo. Together with Long Chen, she was also working hard for the battle that might happen in the slaughtering god's tomb. Currently, only 2 families knew about the slaughtering god's tomb. That was still fine. If other people were involved, the Su family and the Yi family probably wouldn't have a chance. One should know that in the Serene Hell Mansion, which was closest to the slaughtering god's tomb, there were already quite a few Emperor of Hell-level people. Needless to say, Ming Di in the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion. At the highest point of the Rainbow Tower, Long Chen sat cross-legged. In front of his eyes was the entire vast world. The Rainbow Tower was very high, so when he looked down from here, he could see almost half of the main city. Long Chen's vision was very good. He could see every detail of the main city from here. You are now in the complete sky martial arts realm. If you want to reach the God martial arts realm, other than the fusion of the soul and the martial spirit, you must also find your own Tao, your own path of cultivation. I can help you with that. At least, I can give you some pointers. However, the final comprehension still depends on you, said Yi Xian, who was standing behind Long Chen. My own Tao? Is that the most important step? What is my path of cultivation? Long Chen didn't turn around. He was thinking carefully. Actually, because your path of cultivation is very similar to the Yi families, I can give you some pointers. The so-called slaughtering god's tomb. Back then, the slaughtering god Yi Wuxiang cultivated the Tao of slaughter. It was a very unique trait of his. The entire Yi family seemed to have inherited this trait. Therefore, all of our paths of cultivation are related to slaughter. After all, we have the bloodline of 7 slaughter in our bodies. As for you, I can't see through your body, but I am sure that the blood flowing in your body is the blood of slaughter. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen's back with determination. The path of slaughter. Long Chen understood that after absorbing the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon, his body was transforming from a human into an ancient divine dragon. The primordial blood spirit dragon was the legendary ancestral dragon. Its special characteristics had a great impact on Long Chen. Although he had yet to absorb all the essence blood, Long Chen was already a primordial blood spirit dragon that was in the process of being born. Every ancestral dragon had its own rules. For example, the void cosmic dragon's rules were time and eternity, while the primordial blood spiritual dragon's rules were bloodshed and slaughter. In other words, Tao is actually the foundation of rules. In the God martial arts realm, one has to form his own Tao and then slowly mature. One day, he will be able to touch the level of rules. In Long Chen's heart, there was a trace of understanding. At the same time, he knew very well which aspect of his Tao lay in. That's right, it was blood and slaughter. Not far from 10. If it's the Tao of slaughter, I might be able to help you. Yi Xian said with a smile, her voice was full of gentleness. To be honest, I'm not born to be too strong. As for the Tao of slaughter, my body's attribute decided me to walk this path. But for my personality, it's not the most suitable path. Therefore, my biggest limitation is the limitation of my own Tao. But you're different, Long Chen. I can feel that you must have killed a lot of people to reach your current realm, and your way of killing is much firmer than mine. Of course, the Tao of slaughter doesn't mean killing innocent people. It's a supreme Tao that punishes the evil and upholds the good, upholds justice, and protects the weak. The Tao of slaughter is an iron-blooded method. Even if it's just killing, it can also make one a king. As she said this, Yi Xian's soft hand lightly rested on Long Chen's head. Long Chen trusted her, he knew that she would never harm him. One thing Long Chen understood was that Yi Xian's personality wasn't iron-blooded enough. Most women were kind-hearted, therefore, the Tao of slaughter didn't really suit her. But because of the 7 slaughter bloodline, she could only walk this path. However, Long Chen was different. Whether it was his will or his body's attribute, they were inextricably linked to the Tao of slaughter. From Yi Xian's palm, Long Chen felt a cold energy enter his body. With a bang, a blood-red world appeared in front of him. The main city of specters had disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a real battlefield. Surrounded by countless people, there was a figure waving the sword in his hand. Every time he waved it, a life would be taken. That figure looked exactly like Yi Xian. This scene suddenly gave Long Chen a lot of emotions. In his mind, Yi Xian didn't look like this. She should be a gentle princess, but in this scene, she seemed to be shouldering an important mission, killing without stopping. The people she killed weren't actually real people. Every time she killed one, a new figure would form and charge at her, clamoring and clamoring. Every figure had a ferocious look on their faces. Chaos filled the entire battlefield. Seeing this scene, Long Chen suddenly realized something. He suddenly felt that the Yi Xian in the scene was similar to himself. In fact, throughout his journey, he rarely took the initiative to attack people, and most of the time, he was passive in fighting back. Only enemies he truly hated would be killed by Long Chen. But because of this, trouble would never stop. To protect himself, to protect the people around him, to pursue the things he wanted, he had to use the sword in his hand to carve out a bright path. Now, Long Chen was very clear about the path he wanted to walk. Of course, there was a slight difference from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Tao of Slaughter was her own, determined by her 7-kill bloodline, while Long Chen's Tao of Slaughter came from the ancient blood spirit dragon. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt his body boiling. Within his blood, there seemed to be countless shadows of the ancient blood spirit dragon that had been recognized, and they were roaring crazily. During this process, Long Chen's body and martial spirit both went through some changes. The essence blood that once belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon had now merged with Long Chen's body. Right now, that 1% of essence blood was guiding every part of Long Chen's body, and the will that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon was pouring into every particle of Long Chen's body. This was the ancient blood spirit dragon's Tao of Slaughter. In fact, Kitten had once said that the ancient blood spirit dragon belonged to the evil dragon camp among the ancestral dragons. Its Tao was not necessarily righteous, and killing itself was a kind of destruction to life. But from another perspective, there would only be progress if there was competition. The weak were the strong, and only the fittest survived. The strong survived by killing. This way, the entire human race, or even all living groups, would develop in a positive direction. A harmonious society would not be able to resist when facing external enemies. Long Chen did not care if it was righteous or not. As long as it was used properly, any Tao or rule would be righteous. His Tao of Slaughter was actually very simple. It was to protect himself, to protect the people around him, and at the same time, to pursue his own goals. From the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the Tao of Slaughter was activated. Long Chen felt like he had understood many things, and his soul had a feeling of transcendence. Long Chen knew that in his body, he was thinking with his soul, and his martial spirit was the source of his body's power. When he comprehended the Tao, he suddenly realized that his soul was going through a shocking transformation. It was a transformation that could not be seen at all. However, both Yi Xian and Long Chen could feel the transformation. Yi Xian's face was filled with surprise. She was so surprised. In such a short time, I have found my own Tao, and my soul has been upgraded. What a miracle! This process was actually very troublesome. Many people in the 9th heaven martial realm were stuck in this place, and they could not find their own Tao. Yi Xian thought that she could help Long Chen because she thought that her Tao was similar to Long Chen's Tao. But she had never thought that Long Chen would be so fast. Looking at the determined back of the young man in front of her, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little dazed. She suddenly felt that this young man had a mysterious aura that she could not see through. No matter what, as long as she could feel the existence of her Tao, it was like she had found a key to open the door to the God martial realm. She only needed to use this key to open the door. Long Chen would definitely reach the God martial realm. Yi Xian felt extremely lucky. Hurry up and take out the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. The Divine Martial Fortune Pill can help speed up the fusion of your divine soul and martial spirit. This process would normally take a long time, maybe even a year or two, but you have the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. 1 or 2 days is enough. After saying that, Yi Xian took a few steps back and gave the space to Long Chen. She trusted Long Chen a lot, because Long Chen was the kind of person that she only needed to say a few words and he would know what to do. In the next moment, Long Chen flipped his hand and the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet appeared in Long Chen's hand. The effects of the divine martial fortune pill could only be said to be too mysterious. In fact, the divine martial fortune pill was a first-grade divine pill, and its value was not even as high as the outstanding beauty pill. It could not directly allow people to reach the divine martial realm, nor could it promote the fusion of the divine soul and the martial soul. It could only accelerate the process, but this was already enough. If you want to reach the God martial realm, there are still a few steps. I will tell you in detail step by step, listen carefully. First, you have to take the divine martial fortune pellet and achieve the God martial spirit. Only then will you be able to trigger the heavenly bestowment and completely change your body constitution to achieve the God martial body. The God martial body referred to the body constitution that had 9,999 acupuncture points and 100,000 meridians. Although it maintained the body of a human, a God martial realm cultivator only needed to look inside himself to find that his body had expanded by hundreds or even thousands of times. Long Chen felt that when he first saw Li Xuanji a long time ago, Li Xuanji was sealed in an ancient bronze coffin, and her body was extremely huge. This kind of huge size must have something to do with the God martial realm, or even higher. Chapter 974. In fact, the number of acupuncture points in one's body is also related to one's physique. Our Yi clan has the 7-kill bloodline. I have awakened 3 bloodlines, so the number of acupuncture points is 3 times more than before. The number of acupuncture points is related to the amount of divine origin. Therefore, I am stronger than others in terms of divine origin. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, the 7-kill bloodline can increase the number of acupuncture points by 7 times. In other words, the god of slaughter, Yi Wuxiang, has 700,000 acupuncture points. The 7-kill bloodline is considered superior in the Serene Hell Prefecture, but compared to the whole true martial imperial domain, it is nothing. In the core of the true martial imperial domain, in the true martial imperial palace, there are many people who have formed 100,000 acupuncture points after reaching the God martial realm. The highest level, those who have heaven-defying bloodlines, can form 1 million acupuncture points. They have just entered the God martial realm, but they already have 100 times the strength of the ordinary first level of the God martial realm. You can imagine how terrifying that kind of talent is. When Long Chen started to take the divine martial fortune pill, Yi Xian explained to him. Does it have anything to do with physique? I wonder how many acupuncture points I can form with the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon. I am really looking forward to it. The first level of the God martial realm was called the Starry Sky realm. The acupuncture points were scattered all over the body, and endless power was contained in them. The divine martial fortune pill was a very magical thing. After entering Long Chen's mouth, it completely disappeared. Then, Long Chen felt that his thoughts were forcibly removed from his body. Originally, they were in a free state, but now, they seemed to be separated from his body and condensed into an invisible ball. The divine martial fortune pill was the foundation of Long Chen's thoughts, where his memories were, and the martial spirit was the control that Long Chen had over his body. Before the 3 great martial realms, the martial spirit was only vague, and the strength and accuracy of the control were not enough. Before the God martial realm, Long Chen's divine soul was also vague. When the divine soul condensed into an invisible ball, Long Chen suddenly felt that his eyes and ears were clear, and the whole world was much clearer. Under the effect of the divine martial fortune pill, the divine soul condensed into a solid body at a very fast speed. Gradually, Long Chen could vaguely see that in his sea of consciousness, there was a blurry white misty figure, which was his divine soul. Long Chen's spirit was still that of a human. This meant that his essence was still that of a human. However, his martial spirit and the sword spirit in his dantian had already taken the shape of a dragon. In his sea of consciousness, the divine soul gradually condensed. Very good, I have already felt the existence of the divine soul in your body. For people who have not reached the God martial realm, the divine soul has a kind of insight power, which will make people feel pressured. In the future, if you reach the second level of the God martial realm, the derived divine soul will actually be generated from the divine soul. To be exact, it is your divine soul that has opened its eyes. When your divine soul is strong enough and completely separated from your body, the divine soul and the martial spirit will naturally merge together. At this moment, in Long Chen's world, Yi Xian's voice seemed to be coming from a very far place. Long Chen understood. With someone guiding him, this feeling was really different. After about half a day, the white misty figure finally condensed a lot more, turning into a small Long Chen, whose appearance was similar to Long Chen. At this moment, a magical power made this divine soul move towards the martial spirit above the mysterious dragon Jade. Long Chen's martial spirit had already turned into a blood-red ancient blood spirit dragon, which was shrouded in an illusory blood-red mist. A human and a dragon met in this sea of consciousness just like that. For a moment, the blood-red dragon-shaped martial spirit seemed to have opened its eyes, looking at the divine soul and letting out a roar. The sound shook the whole sea of consciousness. It was not because of fear, but because of the excitement that had been waiting for a long time. Without any suspense, the human-shaped white divine soul and the dragon-shaped blood-red martial spirit suddenly started merging. Without any suspense, the divine soul completely merged into Long Chen's body, forming Long Chen's God martial spirit. Before this, Long Chen did not make any noise, everything was quiet, but for Yi Xian, Long Chen's newly merged God martial spirit seemed to be a bit too oppressive. An aura that made her tremble came out from Long Chen's body. On Long Chen's body, those blood-red scales suddenly appeared, completely covering Long Chen's body with blood-red scales and bone spikes. Yi Xian suddenly felt that inside Long Chen's small body, there was a super overlord from the ancient times. Even though she was at the 5th level of the God martial realm, which was far more powerful than Long Chen, when she looked at Long Chen at that moment, Yi Xian still felt her heart palpitate, which made her take a few steps back. It might attract some people's attention, I'll seal off the surrounding area first. The blessing of Heaven's Way could cause some disturbance. Normally, the blessing of Heaven's Way needed someone to protect it. Otherwise, if someone attacked during the blessing of Heaven's Way, it would be a tragedy. Not only would the God martial realm be interrupted, at that moment, even a little kid at the 1st level of the Heaven martial realm could make Long Chen's power go haywire and kill him. Under Yi Xian's control, a faint blood-red light surrounded Long Chen and gradually expanded until it was a few hundred meters in diameter, completely surrounding Long Chen and Yi Xian. From an outsider's point of view, the 7-colored exquisite pagoda didn't seem to be moving at all. That was because Yi Xian had blocked it directly. Long Chen was concentrating on fusing with the God martial spirit. When the godly soul fused with the martial spirit, Long Chen felt that the originally dead martial spirit suddenly became lively, as if it had intelligence and started to become real. The white godly soul quickly fused with the martial spirit, and the originally blood-red martial spirit was going through a huge transformation. The blood-red mist directly covered the martial spirit, and vaguely, Long Chen saw that there were many solid scales on the martial spirit. When the blood-red mist dissipated, the new and agile God martial spirit appeared in front of Long Chen. This is me, the God martial spirit was the foundation of a person. Although Lingxi's body was destroyed, she still relied on the power of the God martial spirit to get along with Long Chen for a long time. Therefore, what Long Chen said about the God martial spirit was him, which was correct. In front of him was a small blood-colored dragon. This was undoubtedly the appearance of a primordial spiritual blood dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a detailed primordial spiritual blood dragon. A set of information appeared in Long Chen's mind. 199,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,9 199,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,9 scales on it. Although it was small, the bloody killing intent in this small body made even Long Chen shudder, not to mention Yi Xian who was outside. After the god martial spirit fused, Long Chen gradually opened his eyes, and a blood-red light burst out from his eyes. At that moment, one could see a blood-red divine dragon dancing in both his eyeballs. Yi Xian took a few steps back. When Long Chen fused with the god martial spirit, a blood-red divine dragon's shadow coiled around Long Chen's body. The ferocious blood-red dragon's head was looking at Yi Xian, who was next to him. Although Long Chen seemed to be suppressing his power, the ancient pressure still made Yi Xian sit on the ground. She was sweating profusely. When Long Chen opened his eyes, the fear that came from the depths of his soul finally disappeared. Dragon! Divine dragon! Yi Xian stood up. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were trembling. The divine dragon silhouette that had just appeared had scared her quite a bit. But when she realized who Long Chen was, she was even more shocked. You are, the legendary dragon martial artist. No wonder, no wonder. If it wasn't a heaven-defying martial artist, it would be impossible for Long Chen to challenge those at a higher level than him. He was only at the 8th level of the heaven martial realm, but he could already kill a god martial realm martial artist. Only a dragon martial artist could explain it like that. There were only a few legendary dragon martial artists in the entire 3 imperial regions. Long Chen had just fused with the god martial spirit, and it was a crucial moment for him to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Yi Xian already knew his identity, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Please keep this a secret for me. Don't tell anyone." Long Chen believed in Yi Xian's character. She was definitely someone he could trust. Yi Xian was still in shock. The pressure from the divine dragon and Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist had a huge impact on her. After a while, she recovered and said with a trembling voice, Don't worry." Boom. Right at that moment, there was a huge movement coming from Long Chen's body. Yi Xian knew that the heavenly bestowment was about to begin. "Help me hide the movement." At this critical moment, Long Chen said loudly. He had a premonition that when he reached the god martial realm, there would be a huge movement. After all, the fusion of the god martial spirit and the god martial spirit had formed a real version of the ancient blood dragon god martial spirit with close to 1 billion scales. He still didn't know what kind of heavenly bestowment this god martial spirit would bring. At that moment, Long Chen's body was going through a huge change. The newly formed god martial spirit burst out a mysterious power. It was like a set of commands, adjusting the changes in his body. It seemed to be an evolution. At the same time, another surge of energy shot up into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble and the clouds to surge. A huge surge of energy, the pressure of heaven and earth, descended. The so-called heavenly bestowment was not far from it. Chapter 975. Yi Xian, who was extremely shocked, reacted at this moment. She understood that if Long Chen's identity was leaked, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire true martial imperial domain. It would definitely bring him endless trouble or even death. Therefore, this matter must not be leaked. Even now, she still had to help Long Chen conceal his movements. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The changes of the God Martial Spirit were within his expectations. After the God Martial Spirit gave a series of commands to transform the God Martial body, the ancient blood spirit dragon that was suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade actually moved. The complete ancient blood spirit dragon's essence of blood was separated from the sea of consciousness. It instantly crossed the sea of consciousness and entered into Long Chen's body, participating in the huge changes that were taking place in Long Chen's body. When this tenth of the ancestral dragon's essence of blood appeared, an incomparably huge change began to take place. Rumble. Long Chen's body started to churn. In a short period of time, the 1/10 of essence blood was divided into tens of millions of portions and fused with every corner of his body. At this moment, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, as if it had been summoned by the dragon's blood, the vortex that had already formed in the sky, which was the Sky Dao, started to expand in size and thickness rapidly. In the sky above the entire spirit city, an incomparably huge vortex began to form. The size of this vortex was almost the same as the city that could absorb 10 million people. At this moment, everyone noticed this change and walked out of the buildings to witness this shocking scene. Countless layers of clouds rolled and rumbled. Within the huge amount of clouds, there was a milky white power that was as pure as milk. If this power was released, the entire Spectre Lord city would be reduced to ashes. The milky white power that was wrapped in the clouds was actually the so-called Heavenly Tao. It was the power that heaven and earth rewarded to the warriors who had reached the divine martial realm. This was the so-called Heavenly Tao empowerment. However, the rules of the heavenly bestowment were simply too great. They were more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. The diameter of the whirlpool above an ordinary person's head would only be about 100 meters. However, the diameter of this thick whirlpool was thousands of times that. Needless to say, in terms of thickness, the Heavenly Tao whirlpool was much thicker than that. Such a huge commotion was noticed by everyone in the Spectre Lord city. Even the people from the other cities could see such a huge and spectacular scene, not to mention the experts from the City Lord's mansion and the people from the Nether Lord's mansion. With such a huge Heavenly Tao whirlpool above the spirit main city, no one could tell who was receiving the Heavenly Tao bestowment. Someone in the main city of specters is about to reach the God martial arts realm. The experts of the Yi clan walked out from the City Lord's mansion and looked at the scene in front of them with incomparably shocked eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Heavenly Tao's power is more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. How could anyone reach such a level? Could it be that he has opened 90 million, close to 100 million apertures in his body? What a joke, how could such a person exist? Yi Shiji looked at the person who had spoken with disdain and scolded him. 10,000 times the Heavenly Tao's power is absolutely impossible. Even in the true martial emperor palace, there wouldn't be such a person. In fact, there hasn't been such a person since ancient times. Therefore, there must be some other reason for the Heavenly Tao's power to gather here. What exactly is it? Such a huge power can't be man-made. I think we shouldn't act blindly without thinking. If we anger the Heavenly Tao, the consequences will be very serious. In this world, the Heavenly Tao was like a god, it couldn't be offended. In particular, this inexplicable phenomenon proved the existence of the Heavenly Tao. In the Netherworld Army's training ground, Su Mo's group of 3 had already set off for the Netherworld Blood Sea. Here, the strongest was only a 10,000-man commander. Seeing such a grand scene, the entire sky was covered in grey clouds, as if there was an ocean in the sky. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Should we go up and take a look? A dozen captains gathered together and looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Such a vast power can't be man-made. This power surpasses the power that any one of us has cultivated for thousands of years. We shouldn't take the risk. That's right. When General Mo and the others left, they instructed us not to act rashly. We only need to obediently maintain the usual order. However, it's better to use the puppet bird to inform General Mo of what happened here. That's right. You guys stay here and watch. I'll do it now. Countless people were staring at the heavenly Tao vortex, which was so huge that it could scare people to piss their pants. At this moment, Long Chen was right under the swirl of heavenly Tao, and Yi Xian could only use her powerful cultivation to stabilize herself next to Long Chen. She could already feel that Long Chen seemed to have gained a new power, or perhaps it was a bloodline. It was this bloodline that suddenly appeared, and it caused the swirl of heavenly Tao that was already in its original state to expand by 100 times. Originally, Long Chen could withstand 100 times the power. With the addition of 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he could withstand 10,000 times the power. 10,000. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded by the number. She had just told Long Chen that even the most talented person in the true martial emperor palace should only be able to withstand 100 times the power. But Long Chen gave her 10,000. Had the dragon martial artist really reached such a heaven-defying level? Yi Xian felt as if she was dreaming, and it was a ridiculous dream. However, reality told her that it was not a dream. The young man had a terrifying existence. Yi Xian could feel that because of that power, his body was undergoing a heaven-defying evolution. Although the appearance of his body did not change, in Yi Xian's perception, Long Chen's body was expanding infinitely. What was different from Yi Xian's was that no matter how big Yi Xian became, her body was still in human form. However, Long Chen was advancing towards the primordial divine dragon. As expected of a dragon martial artist. Does the heaven-defying aspect of a dragon martial artist start to show at the divine martial realm? Because she was standing very close to Long Chen, Yi Xian could feel it. When Long Chen's heavenly Tao empowerment ended, no one would find out that he was a dragon martial artist. Yi Xian had an important mission, and that was to help Long Chen cover up the fact that he was a dragon martial artist. After all, there were so many people watching. If the news got out, it would be troublesome. Rumble. Just as Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly and he became extremely thirsty, a loud sound was heard. Above his head, at the center of the cloud vortex, a milky white power descended from the sky towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. The image of a divine dragon was flashing on his body. When the heavenly Tao empowerment arrived, Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and let out an ancient roar. At the same time, Yi Xian saw the image of a blood-red divine dragon behind Long Chen, roaring towards the sky. The power of the heavenly Tao empowerment seemed to have been sucked in. The speed of its descent suddenly increased, and it was directly swallowed by the divine dragon image transformed by Long Chen. Rumble. In the sky, the cloud vortex was tumbling. The milky white power was getting smaller and smaller under the devouring of the divine dragon. Yi Xian used her own power to cover up the image of the divine dragon. Luckily, no one dared to check in front of the heavenly Tao empowerment. Otherwise, Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist would be exposed. Look, the vortex seems to be shrinking. I told you, it's just a natural phenomenon, it will disappear soon. If they knew that the power was being absorbed by a single person, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. A single person had absorbed the power of tens of thousands of cultivators at the first level of the divine martial realm. The milky white power entered Long Chen's body at an extremely fast speed, turning into Long Chen's own power. It could be said that this was a gift from the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly. He felt that he could now wrap up the entire spirit city. Because of the addition of the dragon blood and the heavenly Tao, he felt that his body was filled with endless power. This power could allow him to destroy the entire spirit city in an instant. In his consciousness, he was no longer a human, but a blood-red divine dragon. Of course, on the surface, he was still a human. When the heavenly Tao's power surged in, blood-red dots started to appear on Long Chen's huge body. Between the dots, meridians started to form. In a short moment, an incomparably huge network was formed in Long Chen's body. 99,999,999 acupuncture points. Just one more acupuncture point would be 100 million. At the same time, the number of meridians would be 1 billion. Compared to the real immemorial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen was still a long way off. However, compared to ordinary people, the number of acupuncture points and meridians he had, and even his body constitution was tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary people. This was the truly heaven-defying aspect of ancestral dragon martialists. When the heavenly Tao's power was completely infused into Long Chen's body, it was transformed by Long Chen's god martial soul. Blood-red rivers flowed through the countless blood-red dots and blood-red meridians. In a short period of time, the power that Long Chen called dragon blood divine energy had already filled Long Chen's body. Such a huge power was like a vast sea of stars or a gushing river. Countless stars appeared in his body. Each star was like the eye of a dragon, and each meridian was covered in blood-red scales. These 1 billion meridians were like 1 billion blood-red divine dragons entrenched in Long Chen's body, and the acupuncture points were like their eyes. Wrapped in this network were Long Chen's huge internal organs. Under the nourishment of the ancestral dragon essence blood, each of his internal organs and muscles exuded a majestic vitality. Although his body looked small on the outside, the size of Long Chen's stomach was about the same as the entire Netherworld Legion's training camp. It was terrifying to the extreme. I didn't expect the transformation of my god martial realm to be so much more terrifying than I had imagined. Inspecting his own body, even he was shocked. He knew that this was all thanks to the 1/10 of dragon blood. In the future, for every 1/10 of dragon blood I obtain, the number of acupuncture points and the number of bloodlines in my body will increase by the same amount. Long Chen had a very strong premonition in his heart. On the road to the god martial realm, he would absorb 1/10 of the dragon blood every time he advanced a level. When he broke through the god martial realm and reached the retribution realm, he would transform into a real dragon and obtain the body of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Sorry, I wrote 3 chapters on the god martial realm mainly because I wanted to highlight the difference between Long Chen and the god martial realm. The process was a bit long, but I couldn't control it. Chapter 976. When Long Chen looked inside, he saw that his body was actually in the shape of a dragon. The huge body of the ancient blood spirit dragon could circle the entire ghost city. In his body, there were nearly 100 million acupuncture points, which was 10,000 times more than an ordinary person. Not only the acupuncture points, but also the meridians were 10,000 times more. The blood-red stars and the network of meridians were like countless blood-red divine dragons coiled around each other. The meridians were covered in dragon scales. They were Long Chen's body, and the acupoints were the dragon's eyes. The pressure that belonged to the ancient blood spiritual dragon on Long Chen's body came from these eyes. The power of the way of heaven poured into Long Chen's body, filling up Long Chen's acupuncture points and meridians. Under the urging of the newly formed god martial spirit, true essence went through a new level of transformation, becoming the dragon blood divine essence. Long Chen found that he didn't need the dragon soul transformation anymore, because his body was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. Fine blood-red dragon scales covered his huge body. However, on the outside, Long Chen was still in the shape of a human. The scales on his body gradually faded. Only when Long Chen exerted force or when others attacked him, the blood-red dragon scales would appear. He was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. In the past, I couldn't compare with others in the aspect of true essence. But now, in terms of true essence, I have already reached the first level of the God Martial Realm by 10,000 times. This true essence is equivalent to the third level of the God Martial Realm, which is the level of Su Tian. Compared to Su Tian, my true essence is even stronger. Long Chen had a clear understanding of his own strength. Now, he was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. Even though he looked like a human, it was actually his strongest state. In terms of Zhen Yuan alone, I and Su Tian, who had just entered the third level of the Divine Martial Realm, are about the same level. However, the Divine Martial Realm is not as simple as Zhen Yuan. The third level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Celestial Being Realm, can attract the power of the heaven and earth. With a complete domain, one can burst out a great fighting power other than Zhen Yuan, not to mention the fourth level of the Divine Martial Realm, Martial Will. Moreover, there are many factors in a battle. Right now, my strongest attack is a third-grade divine level attack. The other party might have battle techniques of an even higher level. These are all factors that affect the outcome of the battle. In the past, Long Chen had always been stronger than others in terms of combat skills and weapons, but now it was the other way around. However, there was another aspect of Long Chen that no one else could compare to. His physical body was even stronger than that of the demon race and nether beasts of the same level. This was a huge bonus to Long Chen's battle prowess. Long Chen clearly remembered that when he had absorbed 1% of the blood essence, there was a long period of time when he could directly use the enormous power of his physical body to trample on others. When comparing the monster race to the human race, even if the human race cultivated in body-refining battle skills or innate bodies, the monster race's physical body would still be much stronger than that of the human race at the same level. Just like the purple blood Jiao dragon that Long Chen had encountered in the archaic cemetery, the purple blood Jiao dragon's body was huge and extremely strong. Even if a divine martial realm warrior cultivated a body-refining battle skill below the third grade of the divine level, they still wouldn't be able to contend against it. If it was the divine level demon race, such as that golden horned silver shark, its physical body would be even more terrifying. Probably only warriors who practiced body-refining battle techniques of the fifth grade of the divine level would be able to compete with it, or even be inferior. Demon beasts did not have a powerful comprehension ability like the human race, they could only rely on the demon chi and their physical strength. The physical strength was one of their foundations, and it was precisely because of this physical strength that the demon beasts could compete with the human race. At this moment, after Long Chen had finished his training, he slowly stood up. A brutal aura of an ancient overlord exploded from his body. The terrifying aura from his physical body was like an ancient super beast that was awakening. The pressure from his physical body made even Yi Xian, who had practiced a fifth-grade body-refining battle technique, take a step back unconsciously. The brutal aura from Long Chen's body, the shaking of his muscles, the cracking of his bones, all of these all meant that although his body seemed normal, it actually contained an earth-shattering power. "Don't move," Yi Xian said. She moved forward and clenched her white hand into a fist. Suddenly, a powerful fist energy was formed, forming a five-colored whirlpool. With a swooshing sound, Yi Xian's fist punched towards Long Chen's chest. Instantly, the air exploded at least 100 times. Without a doubt, this pink fist contained the power to shatter a mountain. This was a mountain of the three emperor regions, not a mountain of the myriad kingdoms domain. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as Yi Xian's fist stopped on Long Chen's chest. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she shot a rebuking look at Long Chen and softly said, "It really hurts." Long Chen chuckled. He knew that Yi Xian was only using her physical strength, so he let her hit him. Before reaching the God Martial Realm, although Yi Xian looked like a weak girl, her physical strength was no different from the terrifying golden horn and silver shark in Long Chen's eyes. But now, although she didn't use her full strength, when she hit Long Chen was fine, but she was in pain. After saying that, Yi Xian slowly pulled her arm back and looked at Long Chen in shock. At the place where she had hit, a palm-sized dragon scale had quickly appeared, but now, it was slowly fading away. I'm practicing a 5th-grade Divine Realm body strengthening technique called the 9-colored exquisite body. When I release my strongest power, I can shoot out 9-colored lights. The 9-colored exquisite body is not a technique of the Yi clan, but something I obtained through my own hard work. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, it can be counted as one of the top 5 body strengthening techniques, so I can deduce that. Yi Xian took a deep breath and studied Long Chen from head to toe. She said, "A dragon warrior is actually this terrifying. Your current physical strength is much stronger than a demonic beast of the same level. Only a 4th-grade Divine Realm demonic beast would be able to compete with you in terms of physical strength. As for humans, there's no need to even mention them. Perhaps only those who practice a 6th-grade body tempering battle skill would be able to compete with you in terms of physical strength. The close-range combat strength of the physical body would become a great advantage for Long Chen in the future. Your divine energy is so vast, it's 10,000 times stronger than a person who has just entered the 1st layer of the divine martial realm. At the same time, you also have a body that is equivalent to a 6th-grade body strengthening technique. Your talent now surpasses all humans and Yao clan members. There can only be one word to describe it: perfect. A dragon warrior, it's my honor to be able to see a dragon warrior in my life." Yi Xian was in a great mood after witnessing Long Chen's great improvement. She even used a teasing tone when she spoke. Long Chen felt extremely excited. This power is just too great. Although his fists were small, every time he punched out, it was like the claw of a primordial blood spirit dragon that could encircle the entire Spectre Lord city. With such strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy an entire country if he returned to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Inside Long Chen's body, if the dragon blood divine energy turned into an ocean, it would be able to drown the entire Spectre city. Long Chen now knew what the experts of the God Martial Realm were. He also knew what those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years were cultivating. Every cultivator of the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm and above had so much divine energy. It wasn't something that could be accumulated in a day or a month, unless it was someone like Long Chen. Long Chen had jumped from the Sky Martial Realm to the God Martial Realm in just one day. It was the first person in history to have such an earth-shattering change in just one day. 100 million stars kept rotating. The dragon blood divine energy was like a river, flowing through his meridians that were covered by dragon scales. His huge internal organs were pulsating, bursting with a strong life force. Every internal organ, especially Long Chen's stomach, had illusions of beasts that Long Chen had devoured before. Along the way, Long Chen had devoured countless beasts, and they were all here. Every slight movement of Long Chen's made the billions of muscles in his body rumble. Long Chen's body was also a God Martial body, but it was also the ancestral dragon body. If it's possible, try to cover up your aura. It's too much for me to handle. I feel like I'm standing next to a super demonic beast. While Long Chen was checking his body's power, Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Of course." Concealment was also a very important skill for Long Chen. He adjusted his body slightly and completely suppressed the activities of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, turning everything inward. From the outside, Long Chen looked like an ordinary person who had just entered the God Martial Realm. I've finally reached the God Martial Realm. In the great virtual realm, Kitten, who was dozing off, opened one of his eyes and looked at Long Chen's current appearance. He then smacked his lips and said, "Ancestral Dragon, you're still as strong as ever. You're already so strong now. I wonder what you'll be like after you break through to the Calamity Realm and inherit all the blood essence. However, the growth of an ancestral dragon is extremely difficult as well. Every single ancestral dragon has to go through hundreds of millions of years before they can grow to their pinnacle state. We'll have to see how fast your human form spirit will allow you to grow. Of course, Longchen couldn't hear these words. Turning over, the furry kitten picked up many divine crystals beside him. After taking a few bites, he went back to sleep. A bubble formed by his snot kept getting bigger and smaller according to the frequency of his breathing. At this moment, Longchen had concealed all the movements on his body. Chapter 977. His dream was already very close to him, as if he could achieve it tomorrow. I'm very curious about your current battle strength. Can I see the power of a dragon warrior? Yi Xian was as excited as a little girl. For her, Longchen was a very novel food. Longchen didn't need to say anything to know that Yi Xian wouldn't leak the news of him being a dragon warrior. Then let's go and try. Longchen was full of energy. He had to find a place to release the boundless power in his body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Of course, he knew that Yi Xian was many times stronger than him in terms of Zhen Yuan, and she was an existence that he couldn't compete with. But she was an opponent that could make Longchen use his full power without any regard for his life, and that was enough. 800 miles east of the city, there's a deep mountain range. It's a paradise for fierce beasts. Usually, not many people go there. Let's see who's faster. Yi Xian seemed to want to compete with Longchen. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot out like an arrow, instantly disappearing in front of Longchen. After reaching the God Martial Realm, Longchen also regained the ability to fly. However, he didn't fly. With his current physical strength, he could reach a faster speed by running on foot. Xiao Jin was tortured by the huge changes in Longchen's body. At this moment, he split up and lived in the 10 acupuncture points on Longchen's left hand. When Longchen summoned him, golden lightning suddenly burst out and wrapped around Longchen. Although Xiao Jin has devoured a lot of divine crystals and attacked with all his strength, I'm afraid he can defeat a warrior at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. His battle strength is similar to mine, but he's already at his limit, and it won't have much effect on my speed. However, now that Longchen thought about it, there seemed to be a netherworld stone in each of the 100 main cities. Furthermore, the Netherworld Palace's prefecture city had the largest netherworld stone. I really don't know if every netherworld stone has this soul-chasing hell lightning. If there is, that would be wonderful. Now that he was competing with Yi Xian, Longchen decided to put this matter to the back of his mind. If he wanted to get the soul-chasing hell lightning, the first thing Longchen needed to do was to rescue Yi Xian. At the same time, Longchen was also interested in the killing god's inheritance. Of course, it was something that belonged to the Yi family. It would be ideal if Yi Xian and her brother got it, but he would never let anyone else get it, not even Yi Shiji. Phew! Transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, Longchen instantly disappeared from where he stood. His body leapt out of the rainbow exquisite pagoda and directly rushed out of the main city of spirits. Such speed was enough to make Dugu Jun blush with shame. This was the speed of his physical body, coupled with the enhancement of the dragon blood divine energy and the tempering of the soul-chasing hell lightning. If he had more soul-chasing hell lightning, the effect would be even more wonderful. A strong gust of wind whistled towards the designated location. In the deep mountains and wild forests, terrifying beast roars could be heard. However, to Longchen, as long as he slightly released his aura, all the ferocious beasts, as long as they weren't at the divine realm, would immediately run far away. Along the way, Longchen kept up with Yi Xian's footsteps. Finally, they arrived at the designated location. Without any suspense, Yi Xian was one step ahead of Longchen. At this moment, she was sitting on a large green rock, her hand supporting her chin. Suddenly, she showed her cute side, smiling at Long Chen, and said in a loud voice, "You're so slow, so slow." Long Chen chuckled. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the ground shook, and the tall trees behind Yi Xian were crushed to the ground. A first-grade divine realm ferocious beast crawled out, its scarlet snake head and sharp claws biting towards Yi Xian's head. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to be swallowed, Long Chen didn't say a word. With a flash, he was already on top of the ferocious beast's head. With a punch, the air shook, and a huge explosion sounded. The punch landed accurately on the ferocious beast's head. With a loud bang, the ferocious beast fell to the ground. Although it looked fine on the outside, its insides had already been shattered by Long Chen's punch. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen placed the ferocious beast's corpse into the great virtual realm. Yi Xian stood up and smiled at Long Chen. "Who asked you to make a move? It definitely can't touch me." What answered her was Long Chen drawing out the floating blood divine sword with a clang. When floating blood was held in Long Chen's hand, Yi Xian had an illusion that Long Chen, who was standing on a high spot, was emitting a thick stench of blood. That handsome face of his now had an additional blood-red hue to it. His killing intent was more like a dominator, terrifying people. Most importantly, Yi Xian was sure that the aura of a dragon martial artist had an innate suppressive effect on other living beings. Even if Yi Xian was much stronger than Long Chen, in terms of determination, she didn't have an advantage. Floating blood. With a whistling sound, the blood-red light shot towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Long Chen was finally able to unleash the full power of Calamity of Slaughter, fully displaying the profoundness of this third-rank godly skill. Dragon Slayer. A sword shot into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Sword of Chaos. With a single stab, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ferocious beasts ran in all directions, looking terrified. Billion. Calamity of Slaughter. As the last one was used, the blood-red sword light formed a spherical space, covering Yi Xian completely. Facing Long Chen's wave of attacks, although Yi Xian had the strength to resist, she was still extremely shocked. One should know that she was one of the few martial artists in the 5th level of the divine martial realm in the entire Serene Hades Prefecture. Even Ming Di and the Mansion Lord of the Serene Hades Prefecture were only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. With the power that Long Chen had displayed, Yi Xian dared to say that Su Tian, who was an underworld general, was definitely no match for him. This battle had caused the deep mountains and wild forests to change beyond recognition. Even the people in the Spirit City could feel the tremors here. After being sent flying for the 10th time by Yi Xian, Long Chen stood up as if nothing had happened. He smiled and asked, "With my current strength, I should be qualified to go to the Nether Blood Sea in 10 days to rescue Yi Xian and help you in the Godly Killer's tomb, right?" Yi Xian pondered for a while. "Only you know the location of the demon blood red lotus. I didn't want you to go, but I don't have a choice. But you have to promise me that you will listen to my orders and don't act recklessly." It was obvious that she cared a lot about Long Chen. "Understood." Long Chen nodded. "Actually, I still don't want you to take the risk. You are a dragon martial artist and the most talented person I have ever seen. If you listen to my advice and go to the true Martial Emperor Palace, as long as you announce your identity as a dragon martial artist, you will definitely be highly regarded and instantly become a famous person in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Of course, this is just a guess. Who knows, once your identity is announced, you might be killed and your inheritance taken away." Yi Xian frowned slightly and continued, "What I mean is, you have to cherish your talent. Although you are very strong now, it is not enough. So, don't take too many risks. Otherwise, it will not be worth it to lose your life." Long Chen understood what she meant. "Don't worry. If I wanted to die, I would have died a few years ago when I was still weak. I am now. Long Chen raised his head and said confidently and firmly, no one can kill me. As his strength increased, he had more and more skills. Indeed, he was qualified to say that. However, Long Chen still remembered what Yi Xian said about the true martial emperor palace. The true martial emperor palace is the holy land of martial arts in the true martial emperor palace. It is a place where true geniuses gather. It is on the same level as Little Shi's sword spirit emperor palace. Perhaps, I will face the greatest challenge there. At the same time, Long Chen remembered one more person. It was Jiang Qing. He was the person Feng Yangzi had asked Long Chen to kill in the Five Emperors' secret realm. He was in the true martial emperor palace. Let's ignore him for now. Let's go see Little Shi and me first. Back then, Wang Chong attacked me. Even though he hid it from Little Shi, it wouldn't be good if she found out. Separation in life and death was the greatest pain in the world. You have something on your mind. Yi Xian was a sensitive person. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and said, let's go back. Yi Xian didn't say much. The two of them chatted until they reached the Spectre City and returned to the city lord's mansion. Seeing Yi Xian return, Yi Shiji didn't have a good expression. However, Ting Long came up and said to Yi Xian, while you were away, something big happened in the Spectre City, I saw it. Yi Xian didn't want them to talk about it. Do you know why something like that happened? Could it be that someone reached the God Martial realm and caused? His mouth opened wide because he saw that Long Chen, who was only in the Sky Martial realm 10 days ago, was now in the God Martial realm. Long Chen smiled and took over Yi Xian's words. He said, that noise was caused when I reached the God Martial realm, do you believe it? Teng Long was stunned. He looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, you're so young, but you're still dreaming. We're talking, what right do you have to interrupt us? Slap yourself 100 times, make sure you bleed, otherwise you won't learn your lesson. While speaking, Ting Long unleashed the pressure of the fourth level of the divine martial arts realm, the extreme realm of martial arts, towards Long Chen. You can't hit my disciple just because you want to. The gentle Yi Xian became extremely cold. Yi Shiji couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how dare you? I'm still the leader of the Yi clan. You're a junior, although you're strong, you don't have the right to yell at your elders. Who's yelling? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 978. Yi Shiji was speechless. She could only glare at Yi Xian angrily. The Zishuan palace was huge. Yi Shiji and the others took up most of the space, while Long Chen and Yi Xian stayed in the martial hall. Yi Xian wasn't someone who liked to argue, and she only cared about her brother's safety, so she didn't argue with Yi Shiji and left with Long Chen. That little girl really pisses me off. Yi Shiji sat down with a face full of anger. Ting Long walked over helplessly and said, yeah, who asked her to be so talented? If this continues, you might not even be the family head anymore. The Yi family had more than 100,000 people. The position of the family head represented many benefits and status. Yi Shiji's expression changed and she said angrily, killing God's inheritance, I must get it from my ancestor. At that time, even Yi Xian won't be my opponent. Our Yi family doesn't need her anymore, let's see how she can act arrogant in front of me. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Teng Long waved his hand. As they waited, time passed quickly. After telling many things and letting her subordinates handle the matters in the Spectre City, Yi Xian, Long Chen, and the experts of the Yi family prepared to leave for the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. That kid wants to go too. Yi Shiji said coldly when they met up. Only he knows the location of the demon blood lotus. What do you think? Yi Xian ignored her and walked in front with Long Chen. Humph, He just reached the god martial realm and he dares to go? He's just cannon fodder. The middle-aged woman brought a group of experts of the Yi family and followed Yi Xian to the Netherworld Army's training camp. The experts of the Yi family were all above the third level of the god martial realm. They were all old fellows who had lived for thousands of years. Their strength had been accumulated for thousands of years, and they had all reached the ethereal understanding realm. Their true yuan was no weaker than Long Chen's. This group of people was also a powerful force. In the Netherworld Army's training camp, the people of the Netherworld Army had been waiting for a long time. Although they didn't know why, they naturally obeyed the commander's orders without hesitation. "City Lord, this way please." Therefore, Long Chen, Yi Xian, and the others entered the Palace of Life and Death. Through the Palace of Life and Death, they arrived at the Nether battlefield. The experts of the Yi clan had probably gone through the Nether battlefield when they were young, so they didn't need to cultivate the Nether Qi. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen, Yi Xian and the others headed towards the Nether Blood Sea. "I'll take you there." Yi Xian's soft fingers rested on Long Chen's shoulder. Her intention was clear, she didn't want Long Chen's strength to be exposed. It could be said that there were very few people who didn't covet Long Chen's huge secret and were so thoughtful about it. This scene made Yi Shiji and the others secretly curse him in their hearts. After fooling around with sumo for so many years, she was abandoned in the end. Now, she's flirting with this disciple. This little slut really doesn't know shame. This was what Yi Shiji thought. Back in the day, she was also a beauty. Unfortunately, she was old now. She was the daughter of the previous clan leader, and she had a noble background. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was from a branch family. She was a lowly girl, but she was so beautiful and talented. Yi Shiji, who was already old, was filled with hatred when she saw Yi Xian. Especially since the previous clan leader had given such an important red lotus jade to Yi Xian. With their speed, it would only take them 4 or 5 days to reach the Nether Blood Sea. If Long Chen were to rush now, his speed would probably be the same as when he returned with the blood escape. From this, it could be seen how much stronger he had become. In the God Martial realm, the difference between the beginner realm and the complete realm was huge, maybe even 10 times. Long Chen's true yuan was equivalent to the third level of the God Martial realm, which was actually 4 or 5 levels higher. "Do you think they will let my brother go?" Yi Xian suddenly asked while they were rushing. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "They said that this is cooperation. Their goal is to use Yi Xian to let you open the killing god's inheritance in front of them. As for other things, Yi Xian is not enough. After all, Yi Xian's life is not important to Yi Shiji." After thinking for a while, Long Chen continued, "However, no one knows what kind of person the killing god Yi Wuxiang is, and no one knows what will happen after you open the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. There are too many uncertainties, so at the beginning, they will still guard it very tightly, until you open the killing god's inheritance and can go in." Yi Xian nodded. "When the time comes, you will follow me, and don't wander around." Long Chen was a bold person, and sometimes he would do something surprising, so Yi Xian was worried that he would suddenly take risks. No matter if it was Long Chen or Yi Xian, they were both like little brothers that he wanted to protect. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at the Nether Blood Sea. Arriving here, the atmosphere started to become heavy. This endless Nether Blood Sea emitted a kind of spiritual pressure, restricting everyone's movement. Coming here, even Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable. When he used the blood escape to leave the Nether Blood Sea, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the Demon Blood Red Lotus. At the same time, with the help of Yi Xian's divine sense, they quickly found the location of the Demon Blood Red Lotus. The experts of the Su family were all waiting for them here. Here at the Nether Blood Sea, there was a super strong lineup. Under such a lineup, ordinary nether beasts could only choose to run away, even the overlords of nether beasts like the golden-horned silver shark had to run away. It could feel that among these two groups of people, there was some power that made its heart tremble. That kind of power could simply annihilate him casually. "We're here." Feeling the presence of the Su family's experts, the Yi family gathered together, while Long Chen and Yi Xian were separated. In the eyes of the Yi family, Yi Xian's only role was to restrain the emperor of the underworld Su Zhen. They would deal with the rest. They didn't think that the only one present who could restrain Su Zhen was Yi Xian. After sinking into the Nether Blood River, their vision started to weaken, but to the current Long Chen's body, this kind of light was already very enough, like daytime. In terms of bodily functions, no one present could compare to Long Chen. Even the Su family members with the Purple Fire Phoenix bloodline couldn't. In the Su family's group, the leaders were the three great experts of the Su family, the smiling old demon Su Zhen, the serious Su family's patriarch Su Yang, and the silent and lowered head Sumo. Behind them, there were close to 20 warriors at the third level of the divine martial realm. Su Tian was among them. At this moment, in Su Tian's hand, he was holding a long purple rope. The long rope was extremely tough, even a normal divine sword would find it hard to split it open. There were some purple runes on it. It was the demon sealing rope they used before. The demon sealing rope was a magic treasure used by the Nether army to capture large-scale fierce beasts. It was extremely precious, and normally it wasn't used. Yi Xian was entangled, and basically couldn't escape. The other end of the demon sealing rope was wrapped around Yi Xian, who was in front of Su Tian. Finally seeing Yi Xian, Long Chen checked him and heaved a sigh of relief. The other party didn't do anything to Yi Xian, they just trapped him. However, Dugu Jun was different. Long Chen remembered the 5 great netherworld generals that were here. They were the ones who killed Dugu Jun, and of course, the last one was the old demon Su Zhen. Long Chen wouldn't let any of these people go. Yi Xian was still dressed like before, but now he was a little dispirited. His spirit had obviously suffered a huge setback. Obviously, Dugu Jun's death made him very uncomfortable. Moreover, now all the people of his family had come. For him, they wanted to share the inheritance of the killing god with the Su family. In fact, Yi Xian was wrong. Since the Su family had discovered this place first, even without Yi Xian, they would still guard this place every day. The Yi family had no choice but to come here and cooperate with them. After all, the Yi family also wanted to obtain the inheritance, and they didn't want more people to know about it. Both sides stood still. Su Zhen went straight to the point and said with a smile, "Miss Yi family, open the door of the demon blood red lotus." "I, Su Zhen, swear on my dignity that as long as you open the door and let us in first, I will return Yi Xian to you." "No, you guys have to go in first. In your dreams. It's just a mere Yi Xian. Letting you guys have a share is already thinking highly of you." Yi Shiji interrupted and hurriedly said. Su Zhen smiled. He didn't look at her, but at Yi Xian's decision. His meaning was clear. Yi Xian was the one who had the final say. After all, the Red Lotus Jade was in Yi Xian's hands. Listen to him. The inheritance of your ancestors, the Red Lotus Jade is in your hands. This kind of inheritance can only be obtained by those who go in first. This kind of ancestor will definitely set up countless tests. The Su family wants to go in first because they want to make sure that all of them can go in first. Long Chen thought for a while and reminded. Yi Xian actually had the same idea. Thus, she nodded her head and said, "Senior Su is someone who has been famous for thousands of years, so naturally, you won't act shamelessly in such a small matter. However, you must guarantee that when my brother is handed to me, he will be in good condition and without any injuries. Otherwise, with my strength, if I don't act according to the rules, I believe that the Su family will suffer a great loss." Yi Xian and Su Zhen were both the strongest warriors in their respective groups. If they really went all out and didn't care about anything else, besides the two of them, the Yi family and the Su family would all be annihilated. At the very least, there would be a lot of casualties. Both sides were well aware of the pros and cons of this. Don't worry. I already said that we are cooperating today, Su Zhen said with a smile. Shortly after, the Su family made way for the Yi family members to walk to one side of the demon blood red lotus, while they stood on the other side of it. Sister. Yi Xian was pushed to the front by Su Tian. He looked at Yi Xian with a guilty expression and said, "I'm sorry, it's not your fault." Yi Xian said with a pained expression. She lightly floated and her purple dress danced with the water. She walked onto the blood demon red lotus. In the middle of the blood demon red lotus, there was indeed a groove. Without saying anything, Yi Xian took out the blood demon red lotus from her chest and put it on the groove. Chapter 979. The withered demon blood red lotus didn't look special at all. Only the groove in the middle of the lotus was shining brightly. Looking at the groove, Yi Xian was shocked. The shape was exactly the same as the red lotus jade pendant in her hand. Without a doubt, the groove was designed for the red lotus jade pendant. At that moment, Long Chen and the others were also a little nervous. Everyone was staring at Yi Xian's movements. They were all very curious about what would happen next. If something unexpected happened, it was very likely that there would be a chaotic battle. Therefore, everyone was actually prepared for this. At that moment, the red lotus jade pendant was firmly embedded in the groove of the demon blood red lotus. After a moment of silence, the red lotus jade pendant slowly merged with the lotus. At the last moment, the red lotus jade pendant started burning. It was surrounded by a blood-red flame, burning fiercely. The blood-red flame shot up into the sky. Yi Xian moved and appeared next to Long Chen. She looked at the demon blood red lotus calmly. During the process of the demon blood red lotus burning, a heart-palpitating killing intent spread out from this direction. This killing intent was even more terrifying than the killing intent of the entire Nether Blood Sea. Everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale, especially Yi Xian. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned deathly pale. Long Chen was also at the first level of the God Martial Realm. However, when the murderous aura descended, his performance was much better than most of the cultivators at the third level of the God Martial Realm. It could be said that even though this murderous aura could affect others, it didn't affect him much. He was the immemorial blood spirit dragon, the real ancestor of all killing. Seeing her brother injured, Yi Xian's face changed immediately. Luckily, the murderous aura was not man-made. It disappeared in a flash. Of course, everyone remembered the fear they had before. The demon blood red lotus was burned in a short time. Everyone guessed that the red lotus jade pendant would still be there. When they were about to take it, a red light flashed and the demon blood red lotus reappeared in Yi Xian's hand. The other people who were about to snatch it had a look of bad luck on their faces. In fact, it would be useless even if they snatched it away. The red lotus jade needed to be inherited, and without the inheritance, the red lotus jade could not be used. Otherwise, Sumo wouldn't need to spend so much effort. With his relationship with Yi Xian, she would definitely agree to lend him the red lotus jade. After the red lotus jade pendant returned, the experts of the Su clan had already turned their attention to the place where the demon blood red lotus was. According to the previous agreement, they should be the first to enter the tomb and then return it to Yi Xian. Just at this moment, the Nether Blood Sea's seawater suddenly trembled. A blood-red circular formation suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. This formation was very big, enough to envelop everyone present. The blood-red runes turned into scarlet snakes, entangling everyone. Everyone felt the soles of their feet light up. The miniature teleportation formation wants to bring all of us in directly. Just as this thought popped up in Long Chen's mind, an enormous suction force appeared out of nowhere. Long Chen felt his body distort for a moment, and then he appeared in another place. In his senses, all the people who were around him before, including Yi Xian, had all disappeared. At least, they were not within the 1-mile radius of Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye. Long Chen didn't know what happened to the others, but he had already been brought to another place. This place should be a small cosmos world. The Nether battlefield was originally a small cosmos world, and this world should be a world within a world. Oh no, Yi Xian, Long Chen quickly thought of a bad thing, and that was, the Su clan had originally decided to return Yi Xian first. Now, if everyone was brought here, then Yi Xian would also enter. Although everyone was separated, Yi Xian was still under the control of Su Tian's demon sealing rope. No matter what, it was very dangerous. In this massacre god's tomb, Yi Xian's strength was far lower than others. If he was separated from Su Tian, it would be very easy for accidents to happen. If he was not separated from Su Tian, then Su Tian had nothing to worry about, so how could he let Yi Xian have an easy time? Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed. Grandpa Dugu is already dead. If anything happens to Yi Xian, not to mention Yi Xian would be heartbroken, even Long Chen himself would not be able to forgive it. The more it was at this time, the more he had to calm down. Long Chen took a deep breath, and looked at the environment that suddenly appeared. Let's not think too much first, and try to save them first. That massacre god Yi Wuxiang, since he brought everyone here, his character cannot be judged by common sense. Since he is called the massacre god, he must worship killing very much, therefore, Long Chen was sure that the next step would be Yi Wuxiang's test. Only the person he approved the most would be able to obtain what Yi Wuxiang left behind. A generation of massacre god. Under the blood hand, millions of living beings trembled and lay dormant. This was Yi Wuxiang. After coming to this environment, the overwhelming killing intent made Long Chen even more uncomfortable. He looked around. This was a strange space. Long Chen was now standing on a blood-red ground. This blood-red ground was flowing. Long Chen took a closer look. It was actually completely formed by blood, but different from the Nether Blood Sea. If Long Chen did not use force, it would be very difficult to step inside. Standing on this blood-red ground, it felt like a conveyor belt. Even if Long Chen did not move, he would be moved. Not only the ground, but even hundreds of meters above the sky, there was also such a blood wall. The walls on the left and right were also such blood walls. Long Chen took out floating blood and tried to use it to stab these walls, but he found that the walls were actually extremely hard. With his current strength, if he used force, of course he could stab in, but even if he went in, he would encounter a very huge resistance. I don't know how thick this wall is, and even if I stab out of the cave, because of the nature of the liquid, it will immediately return to its original state. In other words, my body can't penetrate the walls and ground formed by this blood. Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings while thinking. The blood under his feet was flowing on the floor. Long Chen walked forward. Around him were these walls that were placed randomly, some long and some short. In a short period of time, Long Chen discovered that this place was actually a maze, and it was a very huge maze. Long Chen didn't know how big it was, but he used his soul-devouring demon eyes to observe that within a radius of 1 mile, there wasn't a single human figure. Kitten. When Long Chen was puzzled, he asked. Kitten woke up from his deep sleep, looked around weakly, and said, "So it's inside the mausoleum. Then let's continue forward, maybe there will be a surprise in the depths." What is this? Long Chen could not stand this guy acting cool the most. Don't disturb this god's sleep. This is a maze set by Master. You have all entered, and Master may soon announce the rules of the game. Just as Kitten finished speaking, Long Chen suddenly felt some movement in his palm. He was shocked and quickly raised his arm. At this moment, there were a few threads of light swimming around Long Chen's palm. On Long Chen's palm, they twisted and combined, finally forming a round disc. What is this? Long Chen's eyes were wide open, his face was full of shock. It was a circular pattern, shining in the dark night. It was divided into more than 30 fan shapes, and these fan shapes were divided into two groups. There was a red group and a purple group. There were less red groups. Most importantly, in each fan shape, there was a person's name. Long Chen, Yi Xian, Teng Long, Yi Shiji, Su Tian, Su Zhen, and everyone else's names were all in this circle. Among them, the red group represented the Yi family's power. There were a total of 16 people, and the blue group represented a total of 20 people. Before this, everyone who was in the red teleportation circle had already entered here. Is this the game Kitten was talking about? Recently, Kitten was getting more and more mysterious. Long Chen was too lazy to ask him, he had his own thoughts. Even Yi Xian's name is in here. What does this mean? As soon as he finished speaking, the circle of light emitted a few rays of light, condensing into a paragraph of words in front of Long Chen. These were all blood-red words. The first game, Killing Maze. Killing Maze. Within a radius of 100 miles, players are unable to use their divine sense. They can kill freely. Within 2 hours, 10 people who are alive can enter the next game. Within the specified time, if more than 10 people are still alive, they will all be killed. If you finish the game early, you will enter the next game early. In the Killing Maze, the person who kills the most people will be rewarded with one of Killing God Yi Wuxiang's treasures, Netherworld Emperor armor. Even Long Chen, who possessed his current strength, couldn't help but gasp when he heard all the information in the book. This Yi Wuxiang's mind is indeed not that of an ordinary person. Yi Xian and the others are his direct descendants, but looking at this game, he doesn't seem to be biased at all. He seems more like a crazy gamer. To Long Chen and the others, this was a test of life and death. But to the master of the tomb, it was just a game. He was happy to watch, but for Long Chen and the others, in order to survive, in order to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, they would definitely have to pay a huge price, even with their lives. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Long Chen was. I have to become one of the 10 people alive within 2 hours. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Chapter 980. As for the remaining 4 places, if he unfortunately encountered the experts of the Su family, Long Chen would be doomed. After all, in this complicated maze, he couldn't use the blood escape at all. Although he was much stronger, at least in terms of divine origin, he was hundreds or even thousands of times weaker than Sumo and Su Yang. The God martial realm could be divided into 2 levels. Sumo and Su Yang were both warriors who had completed the extreme realm of martial arts. This Killing Maze game, for Long Chen, was already a narrow escape, not to mention Yi Xian, who was already trapped by the opponent. Long Chen's face was cold, his heart was shaking, it could be described as a tsunami. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt this game was. Those who came here were the elites of the Su family and the Yi family, the full strength of the 2 top families. If only 10 of them could come out alive, it meant that both families would lose more than 10 warriors. If more than 10 warriors of the 3rd level of the God martial realm were gone, the Su family and the Yi family would definitely not have the status they had now. After suffering such heavy losses, they would even be completely lost for thousands of years. Whether it was the Su family or the Yi family, it would be a fatal blow. Yi Wuxiang was the ancestor of the Yi family. The only turning point was probably the inheritance of the Killing God. However, in the battle between the 2 sides, there would always be a loser. When the loser left, it would definitely be announced. At that time, no matter if the Yi family or the Su family obtained the inheritance of the Killing God, they would probably become stray dogs and be chased by the warriors of the Serene Hell Prefecture, or even other prefectures. There were only 10 people left alive, and time waited for no one. In a situation like this, everyone would definitely be very anxious, especially when they couldn't use their soul consciousness. If they could use their soul consciousness, then warriors from both sides, especially Yi Xian, would be able to sense every single warrior's movement. Then, this killing labyrinth game wouldn't have any more suspense or danger. However, Long Chen thought of a more important problem, which was Yi Xian's safety. This made him extremely worried. Yi Xian's strength is too weak, so the Su family didn't dare to make a move before. But now it's different. Under this kind of pressure, if they can kill as many as they can, the chances of survival are few. Everyone will become crazy and lose their human form. They might even kill their own clan's warriors, not to mention Yi Xian. Moreover, the one who kills the most will be rewarded. Although Long Chen didn't know what the Netherworld Emperor armor was, since it was regarded as a treasure by the owner of this game, or perhaps by Yi Wuxiang himself, then it must be something very precious. Others must have heard of the rumors of the Netherworld Emperor armor. For this precious treasure, which was also a part of the inheritance, everyone would definitely kill until their eyes turned red. Who would consider the life of a mere Yi Xian when they were in a frenzy of killing? Moreover, in this chaotic maze, who knew who killed who? Once he thought that Yi Xian was in an extremely dangerous environment, Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were a little red, millions of divine dragons roared in his body, and a murderous aura was emitted from his body. I have an advantage. In this game, I have the biggest game, and that is, the spirit-devouring demon pupil. The spirit-devouring demon eyes could see through the movements of souls within a mile. No matter who came over, they wouldn't be able to escape Long Chen's eyes. As for the others, they couldn't use their divine senses in this slaughter labyrinth. This also proved how powerful Yi Wuxiang was. Although he had been dead for many years, he still had such an ability to make Yi Xian and the others unable to even use their divine senses. I have to use the spirit-devouring demon pupil to find Yi Xian before he is killed. This was a very heavy task. There was no time to hesitate. Long Chen instantly unleashed his speed, running randomly in this place. The spirit-devouring demon pupil could not see through the entire maze, and Long Chen could only detect the existence of life. Therefore, he could only change his position like this, and see if he could be lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. Please don't let anything happen to him. Thinking of Yi Xian, Long Chen's eyes became bloodshot. This was his good brother. If something happened to him like Duge Jun, from within Long Chen's body, there was an ancient roar that shook the world. After searching for a period of time, he couldn't find a single person. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a movement on his palm. He raised his arm and saw a name, Yi Yu, within the circular array of light on his palm. It rapidly darkened until it completely disappeared, leaving behind a gray fan-shaped area. In other words, Yi Yu, a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, the celestial being realm, has already been killed? It has only been a short while and someone has already died. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this killing game is. Many people have gone crazy for the chance to survive. I guess many people have already regretted coming here. This was only the first game. If the future games were all so terrifying, how many people would be able to come out alive? To be honest, Long Chen did not care about the rise and fall of the Su clan and the Yi clan. Long Chen did not even care about the life and death of Yi Shiji and the others. The only thing he cared about was the safety of Yi Xian and her brother. Nothing must happen to them. Long Chen clenched his fists. Look after yourself. If you encounter that sumo, even though you have reached the divine martial realm, you will still die. Kitten rolled his eyes and said. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Long Chen snorted coldly and continued moving forward. My kindness is not rewarded, I am so wronged. Kitten's eyes were full of resentment. It wasn't easy to walk on the flowing ground. At the same time, the thick smell of blood in the air and the creepy aura lingering around them never disappeared. Long Chen stared at the circular light formation in his palm as he moved forward. Fortunately, Yi Xian's name was still lit up, which meant that Yi Xian was still alive. Long Chen guessed that Yi Xian should also be moving forward anxiously. Yi Xian was even more worried about the safety of her brother than he was. Those whose strength was not at their peak would fight for survival. Su Zhen and Sumo were definitely fighting for the Netherworld Emperor armor. While moving forward, Long Chen had already met two people within the range of the soul-devouring demon pupil. They should not be Yi Xian, so Long Chen did not think of a way to approach them. Although he also wanted to kill, and did not want the Netherworld Emperor armor to fall into the hands of the Su family, but for the sake of Yi Xian, he could not waste any time. At the same time, as time passed, more and more people died. So far, 3 people had died, 2 of which were the Yi family's 3rd level of the divine martial realm. These people's divine energy was similar to Long Chen's, or even better than Long Chen's. In terms of comprehension, they were even more powerful than Long Chen. But even such people would die if they encountered an opponent. Long Chen had a strong sense of crisis. Yi Xian, you must persevere. Going back and forth between the blood-red walls, Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon pupil to see if he knew these people. Within a quarter of an hour, because of the soul-devouring demon pupil, he probably met the most people, no less than 7. Among them, the expert Ting Long and the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, had both appeared within the range of the soul-devouring demon pupil. When he encountered them, Long Chen naturally escaped immediately. Seeing more and more people dying, Long Chen was anxious. Fortunately, the name Yi Xian was still lit up. Phew! At this time, Long Chen was startled, because 2 people had entered the range of his soul-devouring demon pupil at the same time. Long Chen was ecstatic, it's Yi Xian and Su Tian. Hard work pays off, he finally found Yi Xian, and he didn't die. Although it was only 1 li, it wasn't easy to go around this maze. Long Chen turned into a golden lightning and instantly disappeared, rushing forward. The gap between the 2 walls was about 10 to 20 meters wide, enough for people to fight. 1 li. Although the opponents were moving, Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon pupil, so it was more targeted. At a certain corner, Long Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. In front of him, the 2 people were so scared that they took 2 steps back. When they saw Long Chen's appearance, Yi Xian and Su Tian's reactions were different. After seeing Long Chen, Yi Xian's expression changed, turning pale, while Su Tian revealed an ecstatic smile. Long Chen, let's go. Yi Xian actually didn't understand why Long Chen wanted to come. With Long Chen's strength, although he had obviously entered the god martial realm, in this place, except for Yi Xian, the weakest was at the 3rd level of the god martial realm, who could definitely kill the 2 of them in a second. If Long Chen fell into his hands, he would only become a dead soul. The reason why Su Tian kept Yi Xian alive was that he wanted to use Yi Xian as a hostage to threaten the people of the Yi clan. In this way, if he encountered the people of the Yi clan, he would have a trump card in his hand, which would increase his chances of winning. Besides, Yi Xian was now trapped by him, it would only take him a moment to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Xian. However, Su Tian thought that in the Yi clan, except for Yi Xian and Long Chen, the others didn't care about Yi Xian's life. He was lucky to have met Long Chen. In Su Tian's eyes, he was not only lucky, but also extremely lucky. Since you have come to me, you still want to run? Don't even think about it. Su Tian smiled ferociously, he grabbed Yi Xian with one hand and dashed towards Long Chen. To his surprise, Long Chen didn't run, he just stood there with a cold expression, there was no change in his expression. Yi Xian panicked, he shouted again, Long Chen, run, you are no match for him. Chapter 981. Although Yi Xian was extremely anxious and struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the demon's sealing rope, it was all futile. Even if he used all his strength, he could only leave deep wounds on his body. At this time, Su Tian had already arrived in front of Long Chen. My daughter Su Shui was killed by you, right? When he arrived in front of Long Chen, Su Tian's expression was incomparably sinister. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. This news was naturally told to him by Su Zhen. The person who killed Su Shui was not someone else, but the ancestor of the Su clan, Su Zhen. But Su Tian, that idiot, was still in the dark. Yi Xian, Grandpa Dugu's death, he also had a part in it, right? Facing Su Tian's powerful pressure, not only did Long Chen not take a step back, but he also asked very calmly. Yi Xian was startled. From Long Chen's gaze, he saw a trace of bloodthirst. At this time, Long Chen's killing intent was completely revealed. It was like a huge beast crawling in front of them. That huge pressure even made Yi Xian forget the original pressure of the killing labyrinth. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to scram. You're not his match, there's no need to die for me. I beg you. Yi Xian did not answer Long Chen, but instead shouted hysterically. Now that Su Tian had stopped, Long Chen still had a chance to escape. Yi Xian knew that Long Chen's speed was very fast. In this labyrinth, although there was a distance of 10 meters, there was still a chance. If you don't say it, I'll take it as a yes. What surprised Su Tian and Yi Xian was that not only did Long Chen not escape, he walked step by step towards Su Tian. This was because Yi Xian was still in his hands. Long Chen had no choice but to be cautious. Although his speed was faster than Su Tian's, Long Chen did not understand the demon's sealing rope. If he was careless and caused Yi Xian to lose his life, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Courting death. Su Tian had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had never seen someone as reckless as Long Chen. As one of the Netherworld generals of the Netherworld army, he had killed countless geniuses. Long Chen could only be considered one of the unremarkable ones. With a cold snort, Su Tian held onto Yi Xian with one hand and formed a seal with the other. In an instant, a dark green hand seal appeared in Su Tian's hand. The hand seal instantly changed, forming a dark green light array that rotated crazily. Killer God Heart Sutra, Demon Slaughtering Formation. This was the battle technique of the Netherworld Legion, something that Su Tian was proficient in back then. At this moment, when he used it with a single hand, it was many times stronger than Su Shui's. The Demon Slaughtering Formation instantly released a terrifying power, and a dark green aura shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Long Chen. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen was completely engulfed by it. In this space that was only slightly more than 10 meters wide and 100 meters high, Long Chen's mountain wall wasn't very big. The Demon Slaughtering Formation directly covered it. Ordinary cultivators at the first or second level of the Divine Martial Realm would probably be smashed by this move of Su Tian's. Long Chen. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and tears flowed out of his eyes. This killing game was really terrifying. Su Tian laughed loudly. He stretched out his hand and looked at Long Chen's name. He smiled and said, I, Su Tian, have finally killed a person. So far, 5 people have died. If I work hard, I might have a chance to obtain the legendary supreme treasure, the Netherworld Imperial Armor. With the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I won't have to be afraid of the Palace Lord's attack. The Palace Lord he was talking about was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm who had gone through the 9th Heaven Lightning Tribulation. Compared to Yi Xian and Su Zhen, he was 10 times stronger. From his words, it could be inferred how precious the netherworld imperial armor was. Su Tian was waiting for Long Chen's name to disappear. But very quickly, he realized that something was wrong. It seemed like it was disappearing too slowly. His demon slaughtering formation had enveloped the surroundings. Su Tian was startled. At this moment, golden lightning burst out from the demon slaughtering formation. A silhouette instantly rushed in front of Su Tian, and a blood-red longsword slashed towards the demon's sealing rope. Clang! It was obviously a rope, but it emitted a violent metallic sound. Su Tian felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The demon's sealing rope almost fell out of his hand. He clenched his teeth and held on. Long Chen withdrew his hand in time. Originally, if he had used his full strength, he should have been able to break the demon's sealing rope. But Yi Xian was also the one who had to bear his strength. That sword strike had already made Yi Xian feel even more uncomfortable. Su Tian was also a difficult opponent. In a short period of time, he couldn't save Yi Xian. Long Chen could only retreat a few steps and dodge Su Tian's attack. After Long Chen dodged, Su Tian's face revealed a shocked expression. He looked at Long Chen in shock and said, "You actually didn't die. Moreover, you are only at the first level of the divine martial realm. How can you have such strength?" Under Long Chen's concealment, he couldn't see the majestic strength on Long Chen's body. His first chance to save Su Tian had failed, but Long Chen wasn't discouraged. Just now, he had exposed some of his strength. Fortunately, he didn't expose all of it. At that moment, he stared at Su Tian and said with a mocking smile, "A dignified warrior at the third level of the divine martial realm actually doesn't even have the courage to fight against me. You want to rely on a hostage to threaten me?" Long Chen pointed at him and said, "You are not worthy of being a warrior." Su Tian's expression changed. The strength that Long Chen had displayed just now was indeed a little shocking. However, it was still within the range that he could bear. Every warrior had their own pride, not to mention Su Tian, who thought that he had far surpassed Long Chen. As one of the netherworld generals, Su Tian had built up his own prestige for thousands of years. "Ignorant kid, I can only say that you are a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger." Su Tian sneered. His hand that was holding the demon locking rope that was wrapped around Yi Xian suddenly loosened. However, his palm, with lightning speed, directly hit Yi Xian's lower abdomen, causing Yi Xian to be shaken to the back. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. A casual attack from a warrior at the third level of the divine martial realm could almost take his life. Falling on the ground, Yi Xian's hands were tied. He could only slowly climb up with his legs. His mouth was full of blood, and his face was in a mess, revealing a desperate expression. "Hurry up and leave." He glared at Long Chen and roared at the top of his lungs. Long Chen smiled. Su Tian letting go of Yi Xian was a huge mistake. Although he had injured Yi Xian, as long as he was not dead, as long as Yi Xian was not under Su Tian's control, it would be easy to deal with him. Facing Yi Xian's heartbreaking roar of despair, Long Chen only made a hand gesture. His palm gently pressed down on Yi Xian, indicating for Yi Xian to calm down. At the same time, he said, "How badly do you want him to die?" This, he was naturally referring to Su Tian. Yi Xian did not speak. He did not understand what Long Chen meant. He could only look at Long Chen with a pleading gaze, wanting him to escape first. "You still don't know me. When my brother is in danger, even if I, Long Chen, die, even if there is no chance of survival, I will not take a step back." Looking at Yi Xian, who still cared about him in the face of death, Long Chen thought of Xiao Lang, the young man who accompanied him to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire without saying anything. Every time Long Chen was in danger, he also stood firmly by Long Chen's side and never complained. Today, Yi Xian was also qualified to make Long Chen treat him like this. Although compared to his relationship with Xiao Lang, Yi Xian's relationship was much worse. What a nice way to put it. Su Tian smiled, rubbed his palms and walked towards Long Chen. He said, "You still ask me how badly I want him to die. I think it is you who will die miserably. Little boy, you will never know how big the gap between each level in the God martial arts realm is, not to mention how big the gap between you and me is, 4 or 5 levels." Laughing loudly, Su Tian looked at Long Chen with pity in his eyes. His enemy was right in front of him, and he did not have the slightest bit of patience. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. North Underworld God Palm. A large amount of dragon blood divine energy suddenly rotated and condensed in his hand. The cold air turned into sharp thorns. The bone-chilling palm made a sharp whistling sound and pressed towards Long Chen's chest. In Su Tian's view, with such a speed, little Long Chen couldn't dodge it at all. When the North Underworld God Palm hit the body, there was no sound. The cold air would enter the body and destroy the body's tissues. If the body wasn't strong enough, it would die instantly. The reason why Yi Xian survived was because Su Yi's cultivation wasn't deep enough. Long Chen. Watching the North Underworld God Palm hit Long Chen's chest, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. "I see that you are still showing off." Su Tian smiled. Even if a warrior in the 3rd level of the God martial arts realm was hit by the North Underworld God Palm, it was impossible for him to survive. Long Chen was already dead. "Are you scratching an itch for me?" At this moment, Long Chen suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, Su Tian felt that an ancient overlord-level fierce beast was awakening in front of him. In those blood-red eyes, there were countless dragon shadows roaring. Pow! Long Chen waved his fist. His divine dragon body made a crackling sound. Billions of divine dragon blood vessels roared in his body. Dragon blood divine energy surged. Long Chen's fist was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. Before Su Tian could react, Long Chen's fist had already made his chest cave in. His bones were broken and blood was squeezed out from his pores. Su Tian let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying into the wall of blood before crashing to the ground. He quickly got up, but at this moment, his entire face was filled with shock. As he watched in shock, Long Chen walked towards him step by step. Next to him, Yi Xian also had the same expression. But different from Su Tian's despair, his eyes suddenly bloomed with hope. Impossible, impossible. Su Tian felt that he was dreaming. Purple Fire Phoenix. Alarmed, he hurriedly activated the Purple Fire Phoenix physique. Purple flames blazed on his body. Both his physical body and divine essence improved significantly. The image of the Purple Fire Phoenix flashed on his body, which was filled with an intimidating power. With this power, Su Tian felt a lot more at ease. He had already realized that Long Chen was a difficult opponent to deal with. However, his heart was still in turmoil. He had never thought that a warrior in the 1st level of the God martial arts realm could have such a strong physical body. Under the North Underworld God Palm, he was unscathed. "Don't worry, there are more surprises." Long Chen flashed to the side of Yi Xian and placed Yi Xian in the Great Void Realm. After making sure that he was absolutely safe, Long Chen looked at Su Tian. Chapter 982. In Su Tian's eyes, the current Long Chen was like a demon that had walked out of a nightmare. Su Tian remembered that when Long Chen was in his strongest state, his body would be covered with blood-red scales, but the current Long Chen didn't. Su Tian could only see the scales on his body when he made a big move. However, the current Long Chen, whether it was in terms of aura or true essence, gave Su Tian a huge pressure. It was as if there was a super beast in front of him that blotted out the sky. With every breath he took, his enormous internal organs wriggled, causing the seas to overturn, the earth to shake, and even the sun and moon to change positions and the galaxy to reverse. This isn't a human, only the monster clan can have such a body. Long Chen, are you a monster? After the purple phoenix condensed, the illusory feathers formed a pair of huge purple wings on Su Tian's back. The purple flame wings flickered, forming purple flames. Do you think I want to? Long Chen didn't deny it. Anyway, you're only at the first level of the divine martial realm, so you can't be a match for a celestial being. Now, I'm one with the world, I can use the power of heaven and earth. You're fighting with heaven and earth. While Su Tian was talking, countless Emperor spiritual qi gathered towards his body. At this moment, two purple flames condensed on Su Tian's palms, forming two illusory purple flame claws. As Su Tian waved his hands, the claws were like a whirlpool, sucking in all the Emperor spiritual qi in the air, forming a huge and blazing domain next to Su Tian. This is my domain, inside my domain, I can control everything, I'm the god of this area. At this moment, Su Tian seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every move he made, the power of heaven and earth was under his control. He could casually release terrifying fighting strength. Die! Su Tian roared, his body rushed towards Long Chen, the endless power of the domain spread out incisively, suppressing Long Chen's head. Purple Flame Domain. All of a sudden, the raging purple flame wrapped around Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. The blazing flame had a strong burning ability. Crackling sounds could be heard as countless images of flaming phoenixes rose from the flame and surrounded Long Chen. Under such a domain, if Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial arts realm, he would be directly burned to death. Even if he was very strong, his fighting capacity would be greatly affected. You will never understand the might of a sky-human stage cultivator. Su Tian laughed loudly. By now, Long Chen had been completely engulfed by the flames. According to Su Tian's estimation, no matter how strong Long Chen's body was, he would not be able to withstand the burning of this flame. Right now, Long Chen was probably almost completely burnt. Under the purple fire domain, as long as he exerted a little more force and attacked, Long Chen would definitely be smashed into pieces. You're too optimistic. In the purple flame domain, a sword qi burst out and instantly appeared in front of Su Tian. Long Chen smiled and walked out. It's over. A blood-red longsword with a dragon-shaped sword spirit roaring. Numerous images of blood-red divine dragons were wrapped around the longsword. How is this possible? Purple flame domain, withdraw. Su Tian was greatly shocked. Long Chen's flames caused him to feel extreme panic, so he could only choose to do this. He kept the purple flame domain to a range of 1 meter. This domain could be carried along with him. No matter where he went, it would follow him. This way, it could also increase his defensive power. Yes, it's over. Purple Nirvana Flame. Su Tian grinned. The purple flame wings on his back suddenly folded and wrapped around him. Then, a thick purple flame burst out. Within it, there were countless images of phoenixes. Endless Emperor spiritual qi was absorbed by Su Tian's attack. Once the purple Nirvana flame was activated, the attack power instantly increased by several times. This was the power of a sky-human stage cultivator. Not only could they use their domain to the peak level, they could also merge with heaven and earth. They could use the power of heaven and earth at any time to strengthen themselves. They only needed a little true yuan to launch a powerful attack. Long Chen closed his eyes. That howling attack that caused the earth to tremble was completely ignored by him. Zhan Long, a sword slashed down. Within the blood-red swordlight that fell like a waterfall, there was a blood-red shadow of a dragon hidden within. With a roar, the sharp sword aura instantly rushed toward Su Tian. The sudden burst of power was like a volcanic eruption in Su Tian's eyes, instantly destroying him. The blood-red sword chi split the purple nirvana flame in half, splitting the purple flame domain in half. In the end, it turned into a red light and entered Su Tian's body. Su Tian let out an earth-shattering scream. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "You're the first." Long Chen kept the floating blood. Behind Su Tian's head, a few drops of blood floated out and scattered on the ground, merging with the ground. With a crack, Su Tian's body was split in half from the middle. Zhanlong had directly cut him into two neat halves on the left and right. Even the god martial soul in his head was split in half by Long Chen in that instant, dissipating into the air. He couldn't be more dead. After Su Tian died, before Long Chen had time to get his storage ring or something like that, the wall of blood suddenly seemed to have opened its mouth and directly swallowed Su Tian. Long Chen was startled, then he raised his palm. In the circular light formation, Su Tian's name quickly disappeared. 7 people have already died. This game seemed to be a little creepy. Long Chen hurriedly took Yi Xian out from the Great Void Realm. With Long Chen's permission, Yi Xian could see everything that was happening outside. When he came out, he looked at Long Chen in disbelief and said in shock, when did you become so strong? You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, you're not my match now. My task now is to let you out alive. The rules of this game are really too cruel. A little bit of luck, a little bit of carelessness, and you'll pay with your life. After taking out the floating blood, Long Chen first cut the demon sealing rope on Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian had already suffered a few injuries and his face was pale. Luckily, Long Chen had also prepared some medicinal pills for Yi Xian to consume. Only then did his condition improve a little, but he was still not fit for battle. Fortunately, he didn't kill you before. Otherwise, with your strength, you would definitely be the first sacrifice in this killing maze. Yi Xian also revealed a bitter smile and said, "What can I do? This is the world of the strong. I originally thought that you and I were at the same level, who would have thought that you're so abnormal? I really don't understand. Is it because you've always been hiding your strength, or is it because you're so strong?" Su Tian, that's the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, an expert of the unity of man and nature. He cultivated for nearly 2 years to reach his current divine origin. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, you only need to know that I have the strength to ensure your survival. Long Chen indeed had this strength. As long as he opened his soul-devouring demon eyes, even if he encountered Sumo and Su Zhen, he would have the strength to dodge far away before they got close. Su Tian's death was definitely felt by many people. When they saw Su Tian's name dimming, they would probably think about who killed him. However, no one would ever guess that it was Long Chen. However, Long Chen and Yi Xian, who had just reached the 1st level of the divine martial realm, were unexpectedly still alive. Everyone couldn't help but admire their luck. This was definitely a result of luck. Of course, Yi Xian, who had been searching in the maze and had even given up the opportunity to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor just to find her brother, was probably like Long Chen, constantly looking at the circular light formation in her hand, praying that Yi Xian's name wouldn't dim. After a while, Yi Xian recovered a little, and reluctantly accepted Long Chen's strength. Of course, there were still countless doubts in his mind. The person who killed the most people could actually obtain Yi Wuxiang's Netherworld Emperor armor. Although this game is dangerous, to them, if they could obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, they would be willing to die no matter how many people. Yi Xian said with some emotion. "How powerful is the Netherworld Emperor armor?" Long Chen asked. Yi Xian knew that he was an outsider and didn't know the legend of the Netherworld army, so he patiently explained, "This is one of the top treasures of the Netherworld army. It belongs to Yi Wuxiang alone. He obtained this treasure when he was adventuring outside. I heard that he got it from the true Martial Emperor Palace. The Netherworld Emperor armor is the highest quality armor in the entire Netherworld Palace, and it is the ancestor of the Netherworld armor. This is its status. As for its effect, it is said that the Netherworld Emperor armor was made from 10,000 kinds of precious materials, and it took hundreds of years to make. Countless energy was instilled into it. When wearing the Netherworld Emperor armor, even if it's me, I can get 10 times, or even 100 times more energy. My attack can probably directly surpass 2 levels, and I can even fight against a warrior at the peak of the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Realm. If my sister gets it, it will be even more heaven-defying, and she can probably fight against the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace. It can be said that between my sister and Su Zhen, whoever gets the Netherworld Emperor armor will have the ability to kill the other and dominate the entire Netherworld Palace. Of course, the Netherworld Emperor armor also has its limitations. I heard that experts at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm who have a supreme golden body or higher will have a reduced effect when wearing it. For those below the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, this Netherworld Emperor armor is considered a supreme armor, something that countless Netherworld army soldiers dream of having. Most importantly, the Netherworld Emperor armor's strongest point is its defense. Even if I wear it, neither Su Zhen nor the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace can kill me. Chapter 983. At this point, Yi Xian was deeply worried. I've made up my mind. Long Chen suddenly clenched his fist. What have you decided? Yi Xian said, a little absent-minded. From now on, you'll stay in my Great Void Realm. Those who could stay in Long Chen's Great Void Realm were all people that Long Chen trusted and were on good terms with. What? Yi Xian seemed to understand what Long Chen was trying to say. He hadn't even agreed yet, but Long Chen had already pulled him in. I want the Netherworld Imperial armor. This belongs to you and your brother. If someone else takes it away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Long Chen said with a smile. He didn't have any selfish motives. It was purely for Yi Xian and the others. I have such a strong dragon body. The Netherworld Imperial armor's strength and defense will only affect my performance. It's not something that suits me. What I need now are powerful combat skills and a super divine weapon that surpasses floating blood. If I can get the Netherworld armor and give it to the siblings, it'll be a form of repayment. After all, he was able to reach the God Martial Realm because of Yi Xian. Moreover, this silly woman, since she was his master, he couldn't let her suffer any losses. What? Long Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Under the immense pressure, Yi Xian was a little incoherent. Whether I'm joking or not, you'll know when you see it. When Long Chen finished speaking, he had a smile on his face as he looked towards one side of the maze. There, a figure dashed out, and the first thing he saw was Long Chen. Previously, the battle between Long Chen and Su Tian had attracted his attention. Long Chen had already noticed him. He had a good memory and knew that this person was from the Yi clan, but he didn't know his name. Compared to the other elders of the Yi family, this martial artist's age was relatively young. He looked like a middle-aged man, slightly older than Su Mo. His hair was already a little white, and he was tall and well-built. He had straight eyebrows and a high nose. He looked like a very elegant man. In his hand, he held a white spear that emitted a white mist. It had a power that was even more shocking than Piao Shui's. It seemed like his weapon and his comprehension of sword Dao weren't low. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes were filled with delight and malevolence. However, he quickly concealed it and smiled like a spring breeze. His pure white face sparkled, and he gave off an amiable feeling. You are Yi Xian's direct disciple, your name is Long Chen, right? The man put away his weapon and walked towards Long Chen. As he walked, he said, "You are so lucky to have met me. In this horrifying killing game, with your strength, if you meet someone from the Su clan, you will be dead." By the time he finished speaking, he was already 5 meters away from Long Chen and stopped in his tracks. "It seems like you still don't know my name. I am Yi Gufeng, Yi Xian's uncle. Normally, we have a good relationship. How about this? It is too dangerous for you to go alone. I will bring you along and see if we can meet Yi Xian, then I will hand you over to her. How about that?" Yi Gufeng smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Yi." Long Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. "To me, this is as easy as lifting a finger." Yi Gufeng waved his hand casually, then pointed a path for Long Chen and said, "Let's go this way. There are traces of a fight here. I don't know who was fighting here. If we are discovered, it will be troublesome." After saying this, he walked closer to Long Chen. He was less than 1 meter away from Long Chen. It seemed like he was not prepared at all. If there were two enemies standing so close to each other, it would be very dangerous. However, it seemed like Long Chen was not aware of this danger at all. He walked together with Yi Gufeng and looked straight ahead. It seemed like he was not guarding against Yi Gufeng at all. Yi Gufeng smiled. This little brat still doesn't realize that the reward is the Netherworld Imperial armor. With such a thought in his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Gufeng's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his index finger, and with lightning speed, he used his finger as a spear and stabbed towards Long Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, even if Long Chen was at the second level of the divine martial realm, he would still be killed by Yi Gufeng if he was caught off guard. Not to mention that Yi Gufeng was only at the first level of the god martial realm. Puff! Yi Gufeng was dumbfounded. He felt his finger being stopped by an extremely strong force. When he looked closely, he saw that the little rookie was actually using his hand to grab his finger. And the little guy that he looked down on was actually holding his finger tightly and looking at him with a smile on his face. What the hell was going on? Yi Gufeng couldn't react for a moment. Given Long Chen's strength, how could he have seen through his scheme? In such a short period of time and such a short distance, Long Chen had managed to grab hold of his middle finger. Yi Gufeng used all his strength to pull. Unfortunately, Long Chen's hand was like a pair of giant pincers. When Yi Gufeng tried to pull it back, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Only at this moment did he realize that this smiling young man was actually this terrifying. Look at this. Long Chen raised his right hand. In his palm was a circular light formation. At this moment, the light formation was rotating. In the red area, Yi Gufeng suddenly saw his name. Puff! Long Chen released Yi Gufeng's fingers in an extremely short period of time, and floating blood appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, in an instant, in such close proximity, floating blood directly pierced into Yi Gufeng's heart. Yi Gufeng's heart violently twisted, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Long Chen's power had completely destroyed his bodily functions. His vision was getting darker and darker. Yi Gufeng's eyes were still looking at Long Chen's other hand. As his vision darkened, he saw the place where Yi Gufeng's name was written. The 3 words became darker and darker until they completely disappeared. God Martial Spirit, you want to escape? Long Chen swept his floating blood. On the tip of his sword, there was a little person covered in white mist. Even if he only had the God Martial Spirit left, there was still a chance that he could survive. Long Chen didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. Spare me, spare me. Yi Gufeng's God Martial Spirit cried and kowtowed to Long Chen. He really didn't understand why Long Chen was so terrifying. He originally wanted to trick Long Chen, but he was tricked by Long Chen. In your dreams. The tip of the sword turned, and the God Martial soul was directly destroyed. The enormous power dissipated, but it was absorbed by the wall of blood. Even Yi Gufeng's corpse was about to be swallowed by it. Long Chen's eyes and hands were sharp, and he directly chopped off one of Yi Gufeng's fingers. Only then did he obtain Yi Gufeng's storage ring. From the storage ring, Long Chen took out the silver spear. It's also a third-grade divine-grade spear, but it's useless against you. In the Great Void Realm, Yi Xian, who had seen all this, seemed to understand why Long Chen said that he was going to get the Netherworld battle armor. A warrior in the third tier of the divine martial realm, the celestial realm. Even though he had just entered the realm, and his fighting strength was not even 1/10 of Dugu Jun Su Yi. But he was still easily tricked by Long Chen. It was indeed possible that Long Chen could get the Netherworld Imperial armor. And this was only the first reward. It was very likely that the further he went, the more rewards he would get. It was a little regretful. Long Chen had always used very powerful weapons when he was in a very low realm. Now, when his majestic power was imbued into floating blood couldn't withstand it. If his strength had increased by another level, floating blood would probably have exploded. From this, it could be seen how much Long Chen's strength had improved. Compared to Yi Xian's, his spiritual energy was worlds apart. Long Chen's circular light formation and Yi Gufeng's name had already disappeared. 8 people have already died, and I killed 2 of them. This slaughtering maze is so big. Although Su Zhen, Sumo, and Su Yang are very strong, it's not easy to find someone to kill. At most, there are only 2 or 3 people who have killed. In this case, because of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, I have a very high chance of getting the Netherworld battle armor. Thinking of this, Long Chen smiled. Without saying anything, he quickly moved forward in this slaughtering maze. As long as someone entered within 1 mile of him, and at the same time, it was not a warrior above the 4th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen would give it a try, even if it was a warrior above the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. In the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the Yi clan had a total of 3 warriors in the realm of the divine martial realm, and the Su clan, including Su Heir, had about 6 warriors in the realm of the 3rd level. Apart from them, there were more than a dozen warriors who had just entered the realm, and their strength was at the same level as Long Chen and Yi Gufeng. In terms of spiritual energy, these warriors were not as strong as Long Chen, so they were definitely not a match for Long Chen. Only warriors above the realm of the celestial realm had the strength to fight against Long Chen. The sudden increase of Long Chen's fighting strength had already made Yi Xian numb. From what he knew since childhood, ordinary people would not be so abnormal. A purple figure quickly moved through this slaughtering maze. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and occasionally, her white, jade-like soft skin was exposed. Yi Xian was already sweating. Her eyes were fixed on the circular light formation on her palm, and she was moving forward crazily in this slaughtering maze. Yi Xian, and Long Chen, you must be safe, please don't. If they all died, it would be a huge blow to Yi Xian. Although Yi Wuxiang was the ancestor of the Yi clan, he did not provide any convenience for the Yi clan. It could be seen that this legendary god of slaughter did not care about lives, and he did not even care about the lives of his own people. Chapter 984. No. Yi Xian revealed a disappointed expression. This was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm from the Su family, not Yi Xian or Long Chen. Yi Xian. Seeing the beautiful city lord, the warrior was scared out of his wits. Without another word, he fled for his life. Someone like Yi Xian could take his life in one move. What surprised him was that Yi Xian did not chase after him. Instead, she quickly disappeared from his sight. What's going on? The warrior opened his eyes wide. He looked at the circular light formation in his hand and finally understood. She was worried about her brother's safety, so she didn't have the time to kill me. I didn't expect to survive because of this. What a close call. However, with Yi Xian and Long Chen's abilities, 10 people have already died. How did they survive? Not only him, but many people in the slaughter maze were puzzled by this question. In an unexpected place, the weak people in their eyes were constantly reaping lives. The fourth one. Su Zhen killed the warrior in his hand. This was a very loyal underworld general of the Su family, but unfortunately, he met Su Zhen in this killing game. When he was about to salute Su Zhen directly grabbed him and crushed his heart. 12 people have already died, and I've killed 4 of them. The others must not have killed as many as I did. After all, Yi Xian, Su Yang, Su Mo, and the others should have killed at least 2 each. If that's the case, it's impossible for someone to kill 5 and surpass me. Thinking of this, Su Zhen smiled. The Netherworld Emperor Armor. It's the legendary super armor. As long as I get the Netherworld armor, the entire Netherworld mansion, even the mansion lord who has passed 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, will not be my match. And the Yi family, Yi Xian. When I get the Netherworld Emperor armor, it will be the time of your death. Immediately, he checked the circular light formation. This Yi Xian and Long Chen, how are they still alive? They are so lucky that they haven't met anyone. This is impossible. Su Zhen was also full of doubts. However, he soon smiled. If that's the case, then my greatest opponent, that little girl called Yi Xian, will definitely be distracted. Furthermore, with that little girl's personality, she will definitely not be able to do anything to her own people. The Nether Emperor's armor will definitely be mine. Obtaining the Netherworld Emperor armor was like catching a turtle in a jar. I need to kill more than 20 people in total. I need to kill about 10 of them before I can get the Netherworld Emperor armor. Continue. With this thought in mind, Su Zhen disappeared in an instant. In another place, Yi Xian once again felt the presence of a warrior. This time, she did not need to get too close to know who it was. This familiar presence was something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Charging forward in an instant, what appeared in front of him was Sumo's cold and tall figure. In front of Sumo stood a Yi family martial artist covered in cuts and bruises. Yi Xian, save me. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, a ray of hope appeared in the martial artist's despair. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, successfully attracting Sumo's attention. Sumo originally wanted to kill him. However, when he heard these words and felt the terrifying feeling behind him, he stopped his hands and turned around to look at Yi Xian. He understood Yi Xian's temper. If he did not stop now, he would definitely be greeted by Yi Xian's wrath. The Yi family martial artist seized this opportunity and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Although he had always looked down on Yi Xian's background, Yi Xian was after all very strong. It was not bad that she had saved his life. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, this old man would have lost his life. Yi Xian, he was from Yi Shi's family. No matter what, he had to stand by Yi Xian's side. Although she had saved him, he was not very grateful. At the original place, Sumo and Yi Xian were left standing facing each other. Xian, can you listen to my explanation? Sumo raised his head and said with a burning gaze. He felt that everything could be salvaged. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed that he was still unwilling to give up on Yi Xian. There is no need to explain. Isn't this the day you have been waiting for? The Azura God inheritance, glory, splendor, wealth, everything is yours. It is rare for us to meet in this maze of slaughter. Today is the time for us to meet. What made Sumo worried was that the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. From her eyes, Sumo could only see killing intent. 3 bloody scars appeared on Yi Xian's face. Not only did it not destroy her beauty, it instead made her look very enchanting. A terrifying aura was brewing on Yi Xian's body. Sumo took a few steps back. He had to admit that in terms of battle strength, even 10 of him would not be a match for Yi Xian. You are really so cold-blooded. You don't care about our past relationship and want to kill me here. Sumo's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Who's cold-blooded? What's wrong with you today? Why are your words so funny? Yi Xian walked towards him step by step. Let me tell you, from that night onwards, we no longer have a past and a future. Just like my clan and yours, we are enemies. Today, there is a rare opportunity to eliminate a great enemy like you. As a member of the Yi clan, I am duty-bound to do it. Bullshit. Sumo still insisted and said, although you say so, I believe that you are not thinking so in your heart. Our hundreds of years of relationship is not something that can be forgotten so easily. Yi Xian, you are not such a person. Just as he finished speaking, what he received was a light palm strike from Yi Xian, directly sending him flying backwards while coughing up blood. If you don't want to be killed by me without any resistance, stand up and show me your strength. Within Yi Xian's eyes, there was only killing intent. Long Chen's words had made her understand that this changed person, this changed relationship, it was not so easy to change back. Everything no longer existed. If she kept it in her imagination, it would only cause her own death. You are so heartless. Yi Xian, I misjudged you. Sumo's face was gloomy as he climbed up from the ground. I should be the one who said that to you. Yi Xian said with a cold smile. You can't kill me. Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes, Sumo was really worried. He was not willing to die here, so he said hysterically. Why? When you went to the Whitefan to train, I risked my life to save you. Otherwise, there would be no Yi Xian today. I am your savior. Sumo said righteously. Yi Xian was stunned. The tall and sturdy man who had carried her home from a faraway place was now standing in front of her. At that time, Yi Xian had thought that she would one day marry this man, but in reality, this man was actually using this matter to beg her to spare his life. The killing intent on her body gradually disappeared, the 7-murder bloodline also faded away. Sumo. Yes. Sumo finally let out a sigh of relief. His life was saved. Yi Xian raised her head and said word by word, the man who saved me back then is already dead. You saved my life, today I will spare your life. We don't owe each other anything. The next time we meet, it will be the time for me to take your life. I hope your luck will be better. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and left. She did not look back and quickly disappeared in this slaughter maze. Sumo clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were about to spit out flames. Today's encounter made him feel a fatal humiliation. He actually had to beg for mercy in the hands of a woman. If it wasn't for the fact that I let you have the Cloud Dragon pill, your cultivation base would have always been faster than mine. Today, you wouldn't have such a cultivation base. Yi Xian, everything you have is because I let you have it, but today, purple flames burst out from his eyes. One day, I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. Just you wait, I will let you live a life worse than death. Suddenly, he raised his arm and saw 2 names. Yi Xian, Long Chen, you are not dead. Then consider this my first feast for you. After saying that, Sumo turned around and left. In another place, the warrior who was running away was slandering Yi Xian and Sumo. However, he was sensed by Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil. He was from the Yi family. If he was from the Yi family, Long Chen would not do anything to him. After all, Yi Xian was also from the Yi family. Long Chen could not casually make a move. This was a matter of principle. However, that guy was running towards Long Chen. This was just a coincidence. Soon, he saw Long Chen. Long Chen also saw him. This old man was full of wounds. It seemed that he had gone through a tough battle. Isn't this Yi Xian's disciple? The old man smiled and rushed towards Long Chen. Without saying anything, he directly attacked. Although Yi Xian had saved him, it was not as tempting as the Netherworld Emperor armor. As long as he could get the Netherworld Emperor armor, he would be able to reach the sky in one step. You didn't say anything. Are you trying to kill me again? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. Since the old man had bad intentions towards him, he would not be polite. Not only was the old man injured, but he had just entered the third layer of the God Martial Realm, similar to Su Tian. After a while, he died under Long Chen's sword. Before he died, of course, he did not believe his eyes. I just... Yi Xian. His eyes were wide open. After he finished speaking, this cultivator had already lost his life. Long Chen grabbed his God martial spirit and asked excitedly, "You mean, you saw Yi Xian?" "Yes." The Yi family warrior wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "She was in the direction I came from. Look at how injured you are. She must have saved you." Long Chen was very smart. "Yes." The warrior said in fear. "Biting the hand that feeds you, damn it." Long Chen did not spare him. Finally knowing the whereabouts of Yi Xian, Long Chen was ready to meet up with him. Chapter 985. Long Chen estimated that it would be unrealistic for someone to kill 6 of them. After all, there were so many of them, and they couldn't have only killed 2. Under the temptation of the Netherworld Imperial armor, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. After getting Yi Xian's directions, he headed in that direction without hesitation. "My sister must be worried sick," Yi Xian said nervously in the Taishu realm. "As long as you're not dead, your name will not disappear from the circle of light. She will know that you're still alive, so don't worry too much. With her strength, no one here can kill her. Even Su Zhen, who is at the same level as her, won't be stupid enough to make a move on her." Long Chen analyzed. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Half an hour has passed, and a total of 37 people have entered. In other words, 27 people will die. If the news of what happened between the Yi family and the Su family were to spread out, it will definitely cause a great shock to the entire Nether Mansion. If the 2 families can't obtain the inheritance of the God of Slaughter, they will definitely collapse. Even if they have powerful experts, they will still be reduced to second-rate families. Although the Yi family was Yi Xian's family, from what Yi Xian said, it seemed like he wasn't particularly interested in the rise and fall of the Yi family. Long Chen understood. After all, Yi Xian's family wasn't valued enough by the Yi family. If I can escape this calamity, I'll go to the prefecture city and bring my parents to my sister's spirit lord city. I'll have to look at their faces in the prefecture city. In any case, I don't want to stay any longer. As they advanced, Yi Xian grumbled. Whether they could get out of here alive was indeed a problem. Long Chen didn't say much. He didn't care about the Yi family's matters, but if the Yi siblings needed help, he wouldn't hesitate. The reason why Long Chen was working so hard to kill was because he wanted to get the Netherworld Imperial armor and give it to them. Even if the Netherworld Emperor armor was of great use to Long Chen would still give it to him. Compared to him, perhaps Yi Xian needed the Netherworld Emperor armor more. The way Long Chen moved forward, he quickly approached Sumo and Yi Xian's original position. Yi Xian had already left, while Sumo was rushing towards Long Chen's direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he didn't teach Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson, he would never be satisfied. Killing intent was burning fiercely in his heart. That's weird. How could those two little fellows still be alive? More and more people are dying. If news of what happened here were to spread out, the experts of the two great clans would be wiped out. Most of them died in the hands of their own people. That would be interesting. As he advanced, Sumo grinned evilly. It's obvious that Yi Xian didn't kill many of them. With Granduncle's speed, he should have killed at least 5 of them by now. Besides Yi Xian, no one can compete with him for the Netherworld Emperor armor. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Sumo suddenly stopped moving. His sharp instinct told him that someone was rushing towards him. This is the feeling of the first level of the divine martial realm. Sumo licked his dark green lips and smiled. Sumo. Long Chen immediately stopped moving. Using his soul-devouring demonic eyes, he quickly discovered that Sumo had appeared within 1 mile of him. And judging from Sumo's behavior, it was very likely that he had already sensed the slight ripples of energy after Long Chen rushed towards him. Indeed worthy of being a peak extreme realm warrior. Long Chen sneered and turned around. Golden lightning danced under his feet. He unleashed his fastest speed and ran in this endless and complicated maze. Sumo could only use his vague senses to chase after Long Chen. His senses were not accurate, but Long Chen could accurately grasp Sumo's position. Even if you are faster than me, countless times faster, so what? This is a maze, you can't use your divine sense. Long Chen, like a golden lightning, flew diagonally. He knew that Sumo was chasing after him, and the distance between them was gradually decreasing. This way. Long Chen turned again and rushed out from another direction. Sumo, who couldn't grasp Long Chen's position, chased after him for about 15 minutes, then stopped in anger, because Long Chen had completely disappeared from his senses. How is this possible? He has just reached the first level of the God Martial Realm. This brat's speed is way too fast. How is this the speed of the first level of the God Martial Realm? Even Su-Er can't compete with him. Sumo was slightly panting, his face was full of frustration. He couldn't deal with Yi Xian and was humiliated by her. He didn't expect that he couldn't even catch up with a puny Long Chen. This kind of feeling almost made him puke blood. Why does he seem to know where I am? He found me faster than I found him, and he even escaped from such a tricky angle. Sumo couldn't understand. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This brat's premonition is so sharp. If he is powerful enough to kill a warrior at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, then it will be troublesome. Luckily, he is only at the 1st level of the God Martial Realm. Thinking of this, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't kill Long Chen, he could only vent his anger on the other members of the Yi clan. I have only killed 1 so far. It is far from enough. I need to kill another 14. But, it seems like there are fewer and fewer people. It will be difficult to find them. Sumo was right. Long Chen also felt that it would be very difficult to find only 10 people in 2 hours. The further he went, the fewer people there were. It would be difficult to find them. Just now, he had encountered Long Chen, who had almost caught up to him. Long Chen had fled a long distance, and after confirming that Sumo would definitely not be able to catch up, he continued to hunt. In any case, they were all enemies. For the sake of the Netherworld Imperial armor, he had gone crazy, and would not hold back. With the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could more accurately grasp the enemy's position. This was his greatest advantage. About half an hour later, the time was almost up. Everyone's heart was filled with a great deal of nervousness. This is the tomb of a warrior at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, the heaven and earth way of heaven and earth. He said that he could kill each and every one of us. It is absolutely possible. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart palpitated. It was a very tense moment. Everyone didn't want to die, but hoped that others would die earlier. There are still 13 people left. That means we only need 3 more to die. Long Chen took a deep breath. We are at the first level of the God Martial Realm, but our names are still on the circular light formation. I guess many people are scared out of their wits. But this way, my sister doesn't have to worry too much. After all, we have survived until the end. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with admiration. This miracle was created by Long Chen. Brother, without you, I would be dead. You saved my life for the 3rd time. I, Yi Xian, will never be able to repay you in this life. This makes me very sad. If you think we are brothers, don't bother about such a small thing. If it were you, you would have done the same. Long Chen smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. He continued to move forward, looking for more opponents. They had to end all the battles within 2 hours. Only then would the 10 of them survive. Otherwise, not to mention the Netherworld Emperor armor, everyone would die here. So far, 24 people have died. I killed 8 alone. The further we go, the harder it will be to find opponents. The more people died, the smaller the density. The reason Long Chen had been able to find 8 people was purely because of his soul-devouring demon eyes. Of course, in the process, Long Chen had met Sumo, Ting Long, Yi Shiji, and Su Yang. But after meeting them, Long Chen had immediately escaped. Getting entangled with them would be stupid. If someone killed 9 people, that would be 17. It shouldn't be possible. But just to be safe, I have to kill 1 more. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickened his pace. Su Er. After a while, Long Chen smiled. His smile quickly turned into hatred. You found Su Er. He was the one who killed Grandpa Dugu. Hatred also appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. In order to let them leave alive, Dugu Jun had sacrificed his life and died at Su Er's hands. Long Chen didn't say anything. His eyes turned cold, and his killing intent surged. He rushed toward Su Er. Long Chen, stop. He's a sky-tier cultivator. He's almost at the ultimate martial realm. You're no match for him. Who said I'm not? Ever since I gained my current strength, I haven't fought to my heart's content. Su Tian, Yi Gufeng, and the others are too weak. Long Chen's words stunned Yi Xian for a long time. Old monsters that had cultivated for thousands of years, even thousands of years, had accumulated a vast amount of divine essence. Yet, in Long Chen's words, they were actually too weak. Just how terrifying was Long Chen? When he first met Long Chen looked like he was only at the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm. Others might need 1,000 years to cultivate from the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm to the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, but Long Chen had directly soared within a year. If he wasn't a monster, then what was he? Yi Xian found himself speechless. He couldn't persuade Long Chen at all. Su Er. Long Chen roared. He directly turned and walked out of the darkness. Blood and qi were rolling all over his body, forming a thick fog on his body. Occasionally, the image of a divine dragon would appear. Su Er was startled. At this last moment, everyone who survived was an expert. Among the 10 people, 6 at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm were definitely alive. The rest, except for Long Chen and Yi Xian, were basically at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. Su Er didn't plan to fight anymore. Instead, he hid and waited, letting the real experts kill the last 3 people at the last moment. But suddenly, someone called out to him. How could he not be scared? He hurriedly turned around. There was indeed a terrifying aura behind him. Su Er was about to escape when he suddenly saw the familiar Long Chen. At that moment, he laughed crazily. PS1, May 4th, this chapter is dedicated to Dragon Clan, Bloodthirsty Sorrowful Child Shoes, because you changed the prefix of the Dragon Clan and put your birthday in the comments section. Happy birthday, because of you. Chapter 986. Su-Er was wearing the underworld general battle armor of the underworld army. Although he was old, he still looked majestic. His snow-white beard drooped down, and his eyes were deep and full of expression. His dark green underworld general battle armor, which was covered in runes, was stained with a lot of blood. A murderous aura emanated from his body. Complete celestial being realm, 10 times stronger than Su Tian. This was Su-Er. He was about the same age as Su Zhen and the others, but his talent was limited and he couldn't break through in the end. "It's you." Just like the others, Su-Er was shocked that Long Chen and Yi Xian were still alive. He had considered many possibilities, but the only one he could think of was that they were saved by Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian could protect them. But now, Yi Xian wasn't here. This young man was all alone. Su-Er couldn't help but laugh. "There's still about 15 minutes left. I'll sacrifice the last soul for everyone." Su-Er could see that Long Chen was in the first layer of the divine martial realm. He could definitely kill him with a wave of his hand. Long Chen drew out the floating blood. "Yi Xian, I'm here to avenge Dugu. Don't be careless. If you can't win, run. Revenge is never too late." Yi Xian could only remind him. 10 years, Long Chen couldn't wait for 10 years. To him, 10 years was a nightmare. 5 years have passed. "My Xiaoxi, the day of our reunion is right in front of me. I didn't go back on my promise. Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, I'm really here." At the thought of this, Long Chen let out an excited roar. He discovered that the blood in his body was boiling. Countless dragon blood divine yuan was burning in his huge body. Close to 100 million acupuncture points were like the eyes of a divine dragon, emitting a powerful pressure. The 1 billion divine dragon meridians were agitated, transmitting a large amount of power. Buzz. On the floating blood god sword, the image of a blood dragon coiled around it, causing floating blood god sword to tremble and let out a buzzing sound. A blood-red color filled Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a madman who only knew how to kill. The aura on his body could be said to have increased by tens of thousands of times in an instant. From a small stream, it instantly turned into an earth-shattering ocean, rushing towards Su-Er. This. A primordial beast had awakened in front of him. Blood-red mist surrounded Long Chen. All Long Chen could see was a pair of blood-red, cold, and terrifying eyes. How could he be so strong? Su-Er was stunned. The soft persimmon had suddenly turned into an iron plate. "No, this is an illusion." Su-Er steadied his mind. He had underestimated Long Chen in the beginning, but now there seemed to be an unexpected change. He had no choice but to pay full attention. Purple flame. Of course, Su-Er had also activated the purple phoenix body. Purple flames covered him, and the feathers of the phoenix formed a huge pair of flaming wings on his back. As they flapped, a super heat wave was set off in the air. Dense feather patterns appeared on his body, as if he had turned into a bird. Even his nails had become sharp. From this, it could be seen that even in terms of attainment in the purple phoenix body, Su-Er was much stronger than Su Tian. The difference was at least 10 times. "I don't know why, but you, Long Chen, are indeed a worthy opponent." Su-Er concealed the nervousness in his heart and displayed his strongest state. Each and every high and mighty underworld general was forced to this extent by Long Chen. It could only be considered a pity. Purple flame feathers. He used the same attack Su Shui had used in the past, but this time, it was countless times more powerful. Purple flame wings spread out, and countless purple burning feathers shot towards Long Chen like razor-sharp blades. Boom! Long Chen's body was instantly covered by the purple blades. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Long Chen moved his feet and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than Su Er's. This golden bolt of lightning held a blood-red light in its hand, and wherever it went, the purple flame feathers would be sent flying by him. In every instant, Long Chen could be said to have swung floating blood thousands of times. None of the purple flame feathers could get close to him or hurt him at all. Floating blood sword. In the end, he even ignored the attacks of the purple flame feathers. His whole body turned into a line of blood, piercing toward Su Er's neck. This was an assassination move, and its speed shocked even Su Er. Die. Su Er threw out a punch. An elite at the consummate level of the heaven tier carried with him the power of heaven and earth. Any random attack from him would be a powerful one. When the force of the punch landed on Long Chen's descending blood sword, the tip of the sword deviated slightly and brushed past Su Er's ear, cutting it in half. Blood danced in the air. Su Er screamed, and his feet moved quickly, hurriedly escaping from Long Chen's attack range. At this moment, his face was pale, and he held his left hand, which was full of blood. Long Chen had actually hurt him. Why was it so terrifying? No matter how hard Su Er thought about it, he couldn't figure out why this would happen. Half of his ear was cut off by such a small fry. To him, this was a humiliation. Soon, his fear was overwhelmed by his own anger. His anger burned and erupted. I said, I will avenge Dugu, and I will take your life. Long Chen's body turned in the air, and he attacked again. In terms of Zhen Yuan, he was not inferior to Su Er, but in terms of physical strength, speed, and the power of the sword spirit, he absolutely suppressed Su Er. The only word to describe it was terrifying. In that case, you can die. Purple Flame Realm. The purple flame rushed out from Su Er's body, and within a radius of 10 meters, everything was covered by Su Er's purple flame realm. That blazing fire instantly drowned Long Chen. This kind of fire, if one didn't practice a third rank or above body refining battle skill, would directly burn to death. This was the super talent of the Su family. Normally, a warrior at the third level of the God Martial Realm might not necessarily practice a third rank or above body refining battle skill. It could be said that if one encountered the Su family's purple flame realm, as long as he didn't practice a powerful body refining battle skill, he would definitely die. Even if he practiced it, his fighting strength would be greatly affected. A mere first level of the God Martial Realm, the Purple Flame Realm, can take your life. Su Er's long beard fluttered in the wind, and his face was full of dignity. Really? Do you think that only you have it? Long Chen's laughter came from the flames. What? Su Er was stunned. In this Purple Flame Realm, he could actually talk and laugh freely. Devour. Blood. World, with a light shout, a blood-red space covered the surroundings. What is this? Su Er was shocked. Long Chen was obviously only at the first level of the God Martial Realm. How could he have a realm? Could it be that Long Chen was really hiding his strength? This young man was actually an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and he had been hiding his strength all this time, only revealing it at the last moment. In Su Er's heart, a huge wave was set off. At the same time, he was also very curious about what Long Chen's realm was, and how could it have the function of a god or a devil. A series of questions troubled Su Er, and soon, the answer came. Long Chen's Devour Blood realm relied on pure qi, and now he was using divine qi. The greater the amount of divine qi, the greater the power of Long Chen's Devour Blood realm. When he was still at the Sky Martial realm, he didn't use the Devour Blood realm because, although his fighting strength was very strong, he didn't have much pure qi, so even if he used the Devour Blood realm, it would be useless. But now, with a huge amount of divine qi, the whole space was filled with a bloody mist, and a huge blood-red cocoon surrounded him and Su Er. In this blood-red space, the mist rolled and formed a blood-red whirlpool, and in the depths of the whirlpool, the image of a divine dragon flashed. How is this possible? Su-Er cried out in surprise. The whole space, from all directions, burst out an incomparably shocking suction force. This suction force was not acting on Su-Er's body, but on his blood. At this moment, he felt that his body was not under his control, as if it was going to explode. Suppress. With great difficulty, Su-Er finally mobilized all the divine qi in his body. A huge amount of divine qi surged and swarmed out from 9,999 acupuncture points, suppressing the boiling blood qi. However, although he was able to suppress the blood qi, it consumed a lot of divine qi. What was more terrifying was that there was a terrifying existence in this space, and Su-Er felt like he was in the mouth of a giant beast. Break. It could be said that under Long Chen's Devour Blood realm, his purple fire realm seemed very weak. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, the Emperor's spiritual qi crazily surged into his body, and then was released by him. Su-Er intended to shatter Long Chen's realm, otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Nirvana Purple Fire. The same attack, in Su-Er's hands, was much stronger than Su Tian's. Purple phoenix wings covered Su-Er's body, and then suddenly spread out. Those feathers formed a vast flame, and suddenly swept towards Long Chen. Compared to the flames in the purple fire realm, this flame was much more powerful. Long Chen was very familiar with this attack. Just as the Devour Blood realm opened and suppressed the purple fire realm, Long Chen jumped high and slashed down with his sword. Dragon Slaying. A sword-shaped dragon shadow whizzed forward, and directly split the Nirvana Purple Fire in half. Su-Er was already frightened, and his long beard trembled. His old face was extremely nervous, and his eyes had long lost the calmness and contentment from before. After dodging Long Chen's dragon-slaying sword light, Su-Er became ruthless, and said fiercely, "You won't give up until you see the coffin. Today, even if I have to burn half of my spiritual yuan, I will still take your life." Long Chen's strength had gradually made his sense of superiority disappear. Rumble. At this moment, the purple fire realm retracted back into his body, forming a thin layer of purple flames on his body. Su-Er laughed crazily, and the purple flames on his body burned fiercely. A pair of purple wings flapped, and brought him into the air. Every time the purple wings flapped, it brought a scorching heat wave. PS1, May 4th, this chapter is dedicated to Dragon Tribe, Jiang Xiaojiao, because you changed the prefix of Dragon Tribe, and posted your birthday in the comments section. Happy birthday. PS2, tomorrow's Dragon Boat Festival, 10 chapters will be released. PS3, targeted at the main website, everyone's birthday will be released. On the main website, Dragon Blood has more than 1,000 readers reading the VIP chapters every day. I don't understand why only a dozen or so people changed the prefix of Dragon Tribe. If everyone changed it, then the craziness would explode every day, and there might even be 5 or 6 chapters a day. I hope everyone will not be lazy readers. While I am giving you a feast, please be more active in the comments section. I have a small wish, and that is to see many readers with the prefix of Dragon Tribe in the comments section every day. If you don't know how to change it, please add me on QQ 3739666926. PS4, tomorrow, there will be a release event on the mobile network. Please change the name to Dragon Tribe as soon as possible. Chapter 987. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this kind of heat. Burn. Su-Er's face suddenly became solemn. His body started to burn from the inside, and a destructive power gradually grew, reaching 2 or 3 times the power of Su-Er's peak. This kind of power was infinitely close to the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. I didn't expect that I would use this move on you that would hurt both myself and others. Su Er's face was full of emotion. At this time, the flames on his body had already soared up to 100 meters high, directly touching the blood wall above his head. The incomparably scorching flames made Long Chen's body feel extremely uncomfortable. On Su Er's body, the purple flame feather had materialized. A birdman. Long Chen sneered. As Su Er's aura rose infinitely, Long Chen calmly pointed the tip of his sword in Su Er's direction. On the blood-red blade, there was a bright red light that went from the hilt to the tip of the sword. Under Su Er's powerful attack, Long Chen seemed to be unaffected. Long Chen, he is using the strongest move of the purple flame phoenix body. I heard that it can kill anyone in the third level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was a little nervous. Don't worry. Long Chen had a smile on his face. At this time, in a short moment, Su Er's energy had risen to the extreme. At this time, Su Er had completely disappeared, replaced by a blazing purple phoenix. It stood in the sky, flapping its wings, full of deterrence. A supreme majesty came from the purple phoenix. In front of the ancestral dragon, all the majesty is a joke. Long Chen shook his head. At this time, the burning giant bird let out a bird cry, turned into a purple light, and rushed towards Long Chen. Descent of the Phoenix. This move was indeed terrifying. Not many celestial realm experts could resist it when it was used by Su Er. Long Chen was not in the celestial realm, but he was surprised. Revenge. Floating blood raised it high in his hand and pointed at the purple fire phoenix that was charging over with great momentum. Billions of killing tribulations. When the bright red light reached the tip of the sword, there was suddenly a huge explosion. Countless blood-red sword chi exploded from Long Chen's body, forming a huge ball of sword chi with a diameter of more than 100 meters. There were more than 100,000 sword chi, and in this short period of time, it instantly wrapped around Su Er's descent of the phoenix. Strangle. Floating blood spun, and 100,000 blood-colored sword chi twisted and turned at the same time, until it pierced through the defense of the purple fire phoenix and stabbed into his body. Countless blood-colored sword chi pierced through his body, killing Su Er in a short moment. Killing tribulations was a third-tier divine technique. Floating blood and dragon slayer were equally powerful, while chaotic demon sword was much more powerful. However, the strongest move was still the last move, billions of killing tribulations. This was the true essence of the killing tribulations. At this time, when Long Chen used it together with the devouring world of blood, he killed Su Er in an instant. The sky was filled with fresh blood as it fell. In the great virtual realm, Yi Xian looked at this scene that looked like rain, and he was in a daze. Long Chen put away floating blood, looked at the circular light formation in his hand, and said softly, "When I killed Su Er, another person was killed. Now there are 11 people. After killing one more, the game will end, but it seems like there is only half an hour left. The last person would definitely hide far away. If they didn't hurry up and kill one more person, everyone would probably die." However, there was no one around, so Long Chen could only speed up and see if there was a chance to kill another person. He did not want to take the risk. The battle between the billions of killing tribulations and the descent of the phoenix caused a huge commotion. Not far away, there were two people who felt the commotion. This is the billions of killing tribulations. An old man with an eagle nose was shocked. There was only one person left, and he immediately rushed over. Billions of killing tribulations. It's Long Chen's aura. A girl in a purple dress was overjoyed and rushed over. When Long Chen put away floating blood and was about to leave, he felt that someone had barged into the 1-kilometer radius around him. This person was extremely fast, and Long Chen did not have time to dodge. However, Long Chen did not need to worry too much. The person who had come was Yi Shiji's husband, Ting Long. He was at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, an expert who had just entered the extreme realm of martial arts. Although Long Chen could not defeat him, at least he would not be in any danger if he fought him. He knew that he had probably used the billions of killing tribulations to attract this guy. As expected, in a very short time, the hook-nosed Ting Long arrived in front of Long Chen. He probably thought that it was Yi Shiji or Yi Xian, but when he saw Long Chen standing there, he could not think straight. Before, he had been very depressed. Long Chen and Yi Xian, these two little fellows, had actually managed to survive until there were only 11 people left. In the end, after thinking about it, he could only confirm that it was Yi Xian who had saved them. But where was Yi Xian? There was only Long Chen. Just now, who used the Yi clan's billions of killing tribulations? Ting Long looked around cautiously, and then walked towards Long Chen. How would I know? I just arrived here. Long Chen waved his hand indifferently. It wasn't you. Ting Long looked at him and then laughed at himself. Long Chen was obviously only at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. How could he have used that kind of power? The one who was killed here was the old guy from the Su clan, Su heir, right? Ting Long was already 10 meters in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen and smiled. There are less than 10 minutes left. I don't want everyone to die here. What do you want? To Ting Long's surprise, after hearing his words, Long Chen did not seem to be afraid at all. You are not afraid of me? Ting Long was a little surprised. Aren't you from the Yi clan? You won't attack me, right? Long Chen was a little surprised. Ting Long laughed involuntarily. This little guy was really too naive. At this time, Ting Long still thought that because he was a member of the Yi clan, Ting Long wouldn't kill him. Just a moment ago, Ting Long had already killed a member of the Yi clan. Little kid, there are only 10 minutes left. If I don't kill you now, when the time is almost up and there is still one person left, I can only sacrifice you to let the other experts live. After all, the cultivation we have today is not easy, right? Ting Long was coaxing Long Chen as if he was coaxing a little kid. Long Chen smiled. You are right. Since you are so great, why don't you die yourself? I am still young and have unlimited potential, but you are already old and useless. My value should be higher than yours. What did you say? Ting Long was so angry that his beard was curled up. It was obvious that he was playing around with Long Chen. How could he suddenly be the one being played by Long Chen? Being played by this little kid, Ting Long was depressed. But this was also good. He felt less pressure in his heart and directly attacked. Let's see who is stronger between the two of us. After saying that, he was about to attack. At this moment, a fatal aura locked onto him from behind. Ting Long, what do you want? This clear and cold voice was enough to make Ting Long wake up from his dreams. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman in a long dress standing behind him, looking at him coldly. Although she looked quiet and serene, the smell of blood on her body couldn't be concealed. It was Yi Xian who had just arrived. Nothing. I was just joking with Long Chen. You two have reunited, you two can chat. I will leave first. When Yi Shiji was beside him, he still dared to talk back to Yi Xian. But in this place, if he dared to say anything, Yi Xian might just kill him. I dare you to leave. Yi Xian's next sentence stopped Ting Long in his tracks. He stood awkwardly on the spot, not daring to move, just like a clown. Yi Xian ignored him and looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with surprise and warmth. She knew Long Chen's strength, and she also knew that it was Long Chen who killed Su heir. How could she not be happy to have a disciple like this? The difference between how Yi Xian treated Long Chen and how she treated Ting Long was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I have completed both missions. One was to avenge Grandpa Du Gu, and the other, speaking of this, Long Chen smiled mysteriously and pulled Yi Xian out of the Taishu realm. Sister. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had finally seen his family again. Tears welled up in his eyes as he hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dazed for a second, then she was also overjoyed. She comforted Yi Xian and looked at Long Chen gratefully. I have always wondered why he was not killed. So it was all because of you. Thank you. Between us, thank you is too formal. I told you, it was a mission that I had to do. Long Chen smiled. Yi Xian nodded heavily with tears in her eyes. Anyway, everything is fine now. There is only a little time left before the 2 hours are up. Hurry up. Long Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, Ting Long's expression changed. What Long Chen meant was for Yi Xian to kill him. Ting Long did not realize that this seemingly harmless young man was actually a cruel person. It was hard to imagine that he would tease Yi Xian for so long because he knew that Yi Xian was about to arrive. Yi Xian did not think about it at first. But thinking about how Ting Long wanted to kill Long Chen at such a critical moment, her eyes turned cold. She had made up her mind. At this moment, Ting Long did not say anything and started to run. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, Long Chen noticed another name within the circular spell formation dimming. Before Ting Long died, another person had already been killed. Yi Xian was about to attack Ting Long suddenly. A ding came from somewhere. Killing maze, game over. Chapter 988. The voice that suddenly appeared seemed to echo in everyone's mind. The remaining 10 people all let out a sigh of relief when they heard the voice. They had finally made it through the first game, and then they were puzzled. This voice sounded very young, as if it came from a child. This was the inheritance of the killing god. If the killing god Yi Wuxiang's god martial spirit still existed, it should be Yi Wuxiang's voice. How could it be the voice of a young child? Although no one said it out loud, everyone had this doubt in their mind. At this moment, everyone quieted down, waiting to see what the voice would say next. Was the next game about to start? No, the next exciting moment should be the announcement of the Netherworld Imperial Armor's owner. Everyone stood up in anticipation, especially Su Zhen. He had killed the last person, so he knew how many people he had killed. At this moment, he looked at the sky expectantly, waiting for the announcement. Finally, the moment has come. As long as I get the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I will be invincible. With the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I will definitely be number 1 in the other games. The inheritance of the killing god Yi Wuxiang is not as simple as the Netherworld Imperial Armor. Finally, the moment had come. Su Zhen was extremely excited, and his rosy cheeks were shining. There were only 10 people left. Although Ting Long had wanted to kill Long Chen, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him at this moment. No matter what, he was still a member of the Yi clan. At this moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian were leaning against each other. 37 people came in, and the first game gave everyone a wake-up call. A total of 27 people died. Whether it was the Yi family or the Su family, they had lost more than half of their strength. This was a huge loss, and fortunately, they had completed the game mission at the end. Otherwise, everyone would have died here, completely annihilated. How many did you kill? Long Chen asked. Yi Xian said helplessly, I didn't get a share this time. Because I was worried about your safety, I only killed one person from the beginning to the end. It was impossible to get the Netherworld Imperial Armor. This time, I didn't participate in the competition. Given Su Zhen and the rest's temperament, they will definitely kill their own people. Although I have the 7 slaughter bloodline, I can't compare to them in this aspect. Looks like this Netherworld Emperor armor is going to be awarded to the most ruthless person. At this point, Yi Xian's brows slightly knitted together. If Su Zhen really obtains the Netherworld Imperial armor, then it'll be troublesome, extremely troublesome. It's very likely that we'll all die here. After listening to Yi Xian, Long Chen and Yi Xian looked at each other and smiled. Long Chen didn't know if he could become the champion. After all, Su Zhen was much more ruthless and stronger than him. He was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, the childlike voice rang out again. This time, it sounded somewhat mechanical. The killing game is officially over. I will now announce everyone's results. The one with the highest results will obtain the Netherworld Imperial armor. Hearing this voice, everyone quietly stood in place and waited, not saying a word, but their hearts were filled with anxiety. Even an old man like Su Zhen was extremely nervous. Yi Xian killed 0 people. Yi Xiong killed 0 people. From this, it seemed like he had been announcing it since he was young. The Yi and Su families, besides the 6 strong warriors and Long Chen and Yi Xian, each had a warrior at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Maybe they were lucky, but they didn't meet any strong warriors along the way. This killing game tested a person's strength, luck, and of course, ruthlessness. Ruthlessness to the point of attacking one's own people. If one had all 3, they would definitely be the champion. In these 3 aspects, Su Zhen was one of the best. Luck represented the probability of finding the opponent. Considering Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes, his luck was better than Su Zhen's, but his other aspects were worse. Su Dong killed 1 person. Then, the childlike voice announced another name. Everyone listened quietly. Yi Xian killed 1 person. When they heard this, the Su family members all laughed. Killing 1 person, Yi Xian had no chance at all. Besides her brother Yi Xian and Yi Xiong, she was the one who had the least. However, Yi Xian had killed 0 people, so why hadn't he announced Long Chen's results? Could it be that Long Chen's halberd had killed more than 1 person? Long Chen was a small character, so the others didn't pay attention to him at all. Only Ting Long looked at Long Chen. He was confused. Long Chen was only at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. How could he kill someone at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm? Impossible. Ting Long shook his head. Then, he continued to announce. Ting Long killed 2 people. Ting Long knew that he didn't stand a chance. This killing maze was too big. From the beginning to the end, he had only found 2 people to kill. Therefore, he could only place his hope on Yi Shiji. However, so far, 5 people had already been announced. What was going on? 5 people had only killed 4 people? Didn't that mean that there was a terrifying existence among them? Everyone started to have a bad feeling, especially Su Zhen. Could it be that Yi Shiji's result is higher than mine? Impossible. Maybe Su Yang and Sumo killed more people. When everyone was confused, the voice announced again. Su Yang, 2 people. Sumo, 2 people. Yi Shiji, 2 people. The results of 3 people were announced one after another. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yang, Sumo and Yi Shiji's results were unexpectedly low. Everyone counted and realized that the results of 8 people had already been announced. At this moment, everyone subconsciously took out the circular light formation in their hands and looked at it. Looking at it, they were all dumbfounded. The remaining 2 people were actually Su Zhen and Long Chen. An inconspicuous nobody. His name was actually at the end of the list. Only 2 people were left. This was the most crucial moment. At this moment, everyone was silently muttering the name Long Chen. They were extremely confused. Could it be that Long Chen had surpassed 2 people? He was merely at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. How could he have such a result? It was already very good that he was able to survive. If he was like Yi Xian, it would be normal for him to have a result of 0. Yi Xian stared blankly at Long Chen. She asked with a slight surprise, "Long Chen, how many people did you kill?" Long Chen already had an answer in his heart. He said, "You'll know when you listen." At this moment, Su Zhen, who was far away, did some calculations. His eyes suddenly widened. Of the 8 people before, 10 were killed. Only 17 are left. That is to say, impossible. Some of the people who died must have killed before. For example, Su Er and the others. Could it be that they didn't even kill a single person? Thinking of this, Su Zhen smiled. It seemed that victory was still in his grasp. The moment that everyone had been waiting for the most had finally arrived. Finally, the voice announced the answer directly. Su Zhen, 8 people. Long Chen, 9 people. When they heard that Su Zhen had killed 8 people, the crowd felt that there was no suspense at all. It was normal to become the champion after killing 8 people. However, the final number made everyone's faces turn sluggish. Especially Su Zhen. At the start, he was still laughing happily, but in the next moment, his smile completely froze. Long Chen. Everyone had their own doubts in their hearts. Long Chen was merely at the first level of the divine martial realm. How could he kill 9 people? This news was really a huge blow to them. Su Yang and Sumo had a look of disbelief on their faces. As for Su Zhen, he was so angry that he was about to explode. He crazily roared and a huge amount of energy burst out of his body. Impossible, impossible. It must be a mistake. How could he kill 9 people? It's not fair. No matter how much he roared, nobody could hear him. On Long Chen's side, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen in a daze. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Ting Long, who was next to her, also had a dull look on his face. You know how strong I am. The stone in his heart finally disappeared. Long Chen smiled faintly. It was too thrilling. Fortunately, he had killed Su Er at the last moment. Otherwise, if he had killed the same number of people as Su Zhen, who knew what methods he would have to use to determine the victor. Yi Xian indeed knew, but to kill 9 people here was really not easy. Sis, I saw him kill 9 people in a row. That's absolutely true. That Su Zhen, I'm dying of laughter. He killed 8 people, only a little bit weaker than Long Chen. I'm afraid he's already pissed to death. Yi Xian said while laughing. Thinking of Su Zhen's expression, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh along with them. Su Zhen must be very funny at this moment. In other words, you got the Netherworld Imperial armor. After laughing for a while, Yi Xian was a little dazed. That was the Netherworld Imperial armor, something that could allow people to reach the heavens in a single step. No, you got the Netherworld Imperial armor. Long Chen said. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't know what Long Chen was talking about. At this moment, the childlike voice announced, therefore, the owner of the Netherworld Emperor armor will be Long Chen, who has obtained the highest battle results. The prize will be given out after all the games have ended. If you die in the next round, then unfortunately, the prize will be given to the person next in rank. Long Chen exchanged glances with Yi Xian and the rest, and they could see the expressions of laughter and tears in each other's eyes. Things were getting out of hand this time. The prize wasn't going to be given out now, but after all the games were over. Furthermore, if Long Chen died, the Netherworld Emperor armor would fall into Su Zhen's hands. If that was the case, wouldn't Su Zhen have to risk his life to kill Long Chen? The flames of war between the two sides would definitely burn even more fiercely. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Chapter 989. Now, you can come to the Godly Slaughter Palace. Just as Yi Xian's voice faded, the child's voice was heard again. Godly Slaughter Palace, how do we get there? Just as the question popped up in everyone's mind, the circular light formation on the palm suddenly expanded, forming a small formation under everyone's feet. Within this formation, there was a kind of irresistible suction force. Everyone was shocked, and they were sucked into the blood formation, disappearing into the ground. The corpses from before were also sucked in the same way. Whoosh! Everyone found themselves falling from the sky. This was an extremely dangerous moment. Yi Xian hurriedly used her divine qi to wrap Long Chen and Yi Xian in her arms, and then looked around vigilantly. This was a stretch of empty space. Above their heads was an incomparably huge sphere of blood that spanned across the entire horizon. Earlier, they had fallen down from there. Clearly, the space within this sphere of blood was the slaughter labyrinth. Only by passing through the light formation did they manage to escape from the slaughter labyrinth and fall down from above. At this moment, everyone was falling rapidly. The distance wasn't very far, and everyone was a god martial realm warrior, so they could fly under the pressure of the king's spirit chi. Looking down, they saw a huge dark square. Yi Xian was protecting Long Chen and Yi Xian, and they quickly landed on the square, distancing themselves from the others. At this moment, the 10 people were divided into 3 teams, and they landed on the dark square in a triangular formation. Among them, there were 4 people from the Su family, 3 warriors from the Su family, and a huge fat man who looked like a ball, Su Dong. In the Yi family, Yi Xiong, the only survivor of the 3rd level of the god martial realm, was standing together with Yi Shiji and Ting Long, not far from Yi Xian and the others. As soon as they landed, Yi Shiji and Ting Long looked at each other, and without saying a word, they rushed to Yi Xian's side. They didn't want to steal the Netherworld Imperial armor, but the Su family members' eyes were burning, and they obviously wanted to kill Long Chen. As long as they killed Long Chen, the Netherworld Emperor armor would be theirs. In this plaza, there was no place to run, it was a huge chaotic battlefield. The Su family had 3 powerful warriors, Su Zhen could handle Yi Xian, Su Yang could handle Yi Shiji, and Su Mo could easily defeat Ting Long. As for Yi Xiong, Su Dong could handle Su Xiong. As long as Su Mo could kill Ting Long, Long Chen would have nowhere to run. This was the Su family's advantage. No matter what, the Yi clan had a martial artist who had reached the paramount boundary of martial arts, sumo. As soon as they landed, the Su family members looked at each other. Among them, Su Zhen, who had lost to Long Chen by a small margin, was emitting an astonishing fighting spirit from his aged body. His anger soared to the heavens. His previous defeat had made him feel extremely sullen. Yi Xian had already predicted this situation. She looked at Yi Shiji. These 2 people who didn't get along had no choice but to join forces at this moment. From Yi Shiji's point of view, as long as they could protect Long Chen, the Netherworld Emperor armor would belong to the Yi clan. She, Yi Shiji, might have a chance to obtain it. After all, she was the clan leader. However, if the Su family took it away, it would be a huge loss. The only one who felt more pressure was Ting Long. At this moment, because of Long Chen, the battle was about to start. The game hasn't started yet. What are you guys doing? At this moment, the voice of the child rang in everyone's ears. Su Zhen and the others trembled. Because they were the ones who had initiated the attack, they felt a pain in their heads. This was the Slaughtering God's Tomb, a game without a master. They had rashly attacked and were immediately punished. Su Zhen understood that if they continued to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they could only stop and look at the Yi clan members with malicious eyes. Then, they looked for the source of the voice. Da. In front of the crowd, there was a total of more than 30 white steps. They could see that on the steps, there was an extremely magnificent building. A blood-red mist surrounded the building, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Suddenly, a phrase appeared in everyone's mind. It was the slaughtering god's palace. This is the legendary palace of Yi Wuxiang, the slaughtering god's palace. Everyone was shocked. They didn't dare to move. The first game was over, and the second game was about to start. Although Su Zhen wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible, killing him in the second game was also fine. Following the sound of footsteps, a short figure that was not even 1 meter tall appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned because what appeared was a black puppet. Its arms, legs, and head were all simple pieces of wood. There were a few jumping runes on its body. It had a pair of red eyes and an extremely stiff mouth. From the body of this puppet, everyone felt an extremely dangerous aura. This is the slaughtering god, Yi Wuxiang. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. I am Ye's servant. I am in charge of this tomb. You can call me Ah Fu. The puppet's mechanical mouth moved. Its eyes were scattered, and it spoke in a childlike voice. Everyone understood that this strange puppet called Ah Fu was the person controlling the first slaughtering maze. Since it was the servant of the slaughtering god, it was definitely not simple. After this strange puppet appeared, the Su family didn't dare to move. They could only look at them with hatred. The slaughtering maze game has ended. There is still one more game. The puppet suddenly said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was only one left. If this continued, they really didn't know when it would end. Everyone didn't say anything and listened to the puppet's announcement. The slaughtering maze only has one reward, but the slaughtering will game has 3 rewards. The puppet spoke word by word without any emotion. However, because it was a child's voice, it was very pleasant to listen to. 3 rewards. Hearing this, everyone's heart was stirred. The name of the second game is called Slaughtering Will. In Long Chen's heart, he was thinking about this question. Slaughtering will, what does it have to do with willpower? He wondered. I will give you 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, you will enter the slaughtering god palace. Yi will be waiting for you inside. Whoever can reach the deepest part, find Yi, and stay in front of Yi for the longest, will get the final reward. This sentence gave everyone a headache. So vague, so this is the content of the second game. Long Chen thought to himself. He exchanged glances with Yi Xian, and he saw the confusion in her eyes as well. Yi Wuxiang is already dead. However, there must be other scary things waiting for us inside. The first sentence he said was, who can reach the deepest part? In other words, if we want to go inside, there will be something stopping us. Then, after we find the so-called Yi, we will have to stay in front of this Yi for a long time. This game is called Slaughtering Will. It should be, yes, Slaughtering Will is very scary. While no one spoke, Long Chen's mind quickly went through these thoughts. His face was filled with suspicion as he looked at the puppet. He didn't know why, but he felt that the killing god shrine behind the puppet had something that attracted him. It was just that the killing god shrine's unique structure seemed to have concealed a lot of its aura. While everyone was thinking about the meaning of the puppet's words, the puppet continued to speak. As for the reward, the top 3 who can reach Ye's position and stay in front of him for the longest will be rewarded. The reward for the 3rd place will be 2,000 divine crystals. 2,000 divine crystals. Everyone was speechless. As expected of the slaughtering god's inheritance. Yi Xian only had a total of 1,000 divine crystals. 2,000 divine crystals and above, probably only some of the super experts of the Serene Hell Mansion could have them. The divine crystals contained a huge amount of energy, not something ordinary emperor crystals could compare to. Then, the puppet continued to announce, other than 2,000 divine crystals, the 3rd place will also get Yi Wuxiang's battle skill, the God Slaughtering Sword Formation. God Slaughtering Sword Formation. Everyone cried out in surprise. Even Yi Xian's expression changed. The God-slaughtering sword formation is Yi Wuxiang's early battle skill, a 6th grade divine skill. Although it is not his strongest battle skill, in fact, many people have died under the God-slaughtering sword formation. The attack power of a sword formation is usually stronger than a sword technique, especially the God-slaughtering sword formation. Compared to the killing calamity, it is countless times stronger. It is known as the God-slaughtering, just think about it. Yi Xian's face was full of surprise. That's right, a 6th grade divine skill, in the entire serene nether manor, probably only the palace lord himself has a 6th grade divine skill. As long as a battle skill reaches the 5th grade, it will be incomparably precious. Every single one of them has the power to split mountains and rivers, and shake the heavens and earth. Once the God-slaughtering sword formation appears, the heavens and earth will lose their color, the sun and moon will lose their light, and most importantly, this is only the arrival of the 3rd place. Looks like in this last game, we will have to take out all of Yi Wuxiang's treasures. Yi Xian praised from the side. That's not right, the God-slaughtering sword formation should be considered Yi Wuxiang's 2nd strongest battle skill. The only thing stronger than the God-slaughtering sword formation is the legendary one. However, can a battle skill be divided between the 2nd and 1st place? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Keep listening and you'll know. Long Chen did not understand these things, so he could only say this. Not only Yi Xian herself, the others were also excited, as if they had forgotten about the Nether Emperor armor. Indeed, if a person like Su Zhen obtained the God-slaughtering sword formation and successfully cultivated it, then he would definitely be able to split open the Nether Emperor armor. Then, the puppet expressionlessly continued to announce. The reward for the 2nd place is 10,000 divine crystals. Hearing this, the crowd was no longer surprised. The 2nd place's divine crystals were 5 times that of the 3rd place's. Did that mean that the following items were also 5 times that of the God-slaughtering sword formation? Chapter 990. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect it to be the 9-death prison. Yi Xian shook her head and said, it really is the 9-death prison. It's the highest level battle skill in the Serene Hell Mansion, a 7th grade divine skill. Even in the true martial Imperial Palace, it's a super battle skill. If the God-slaying sword formation is the battle skill that made Yi Wuxiang famous, then the 9-death prison, which is 10 times more powerful and frightening, is the ultimate divine skill that made Yi Wuxiang famous. That's right, the 9-stage death hell. No one can survive in the 9-stage death hell. Thinking of Yi Wuxiang, I reckon that what everyone remembers the most is the 9-stage death hell. I feel that he will definitely pass it down. Then, Yi Xian and his sister looked at each other and asked, if that's the case, what's the reward for the 1st place? The best thing that Yi Wuxiang had was given to the 2nd place, so what was the reward for the 1st place? The 1st place couldn't be worse than the 2nd place, right? After the temptation of the 9-death prison, everyone started to wonder what the final reward would be. Puppet gave everyone the answer. He said, as for the reward for the 1st place, it's definitely the most precious. The champion will get 30,000 divine gems, which is all of Yi Wuxiang's wealth. Only warriors who had comprehended the 8th level of the divine martial realm, the great law of heaven and earth, could have 30,000 divine gems. In addition to the 30,000 divine gems, you can also get a nameless battle skill. The nameless battle skill. Everyone was stunned. He couldn't fool people like that. He just said it like that and didn't explain it clearly. Who knew what the nameless battle skill was? It was even stronger than Yi Wuxiang's super battle skill, 9-death hell. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, the puppet was still expressionless, but he said, this nameless battle skill is at least of the 7th grade of the divine level. At the same time, because of this nameless battle skill, Yi Wuxiang was already dead. Otherwise, why would the old man of Emperor Dong's palace kill him? Yi Wuxiang's sins are not as heavy as you think. These words stabilized the hearts of the crowd. Indeed, it was able to make the old ghost of Emperor Dong's palace take action. At the same time, it was a 7th grade divine skill, so it was obviously much more precious than the 9-fold death hell. The prize for the first place was definitely better than the prize for the second place. You guys can rest for 15 minutes. After that, the slaughtering god shrine will open. Life and death will be up to fate. After saying that, the puppet suddenly stopped moving. The red dots in its eyes disappeared, and the runes dimmed as if it had died. Long Chen and the others exchanged glances as they digested the information in their heads. Divine crystals are secondary. That super divine skill is something that even divine crystals cannot buy. God-murdering sword formation, a grade 6 divine skill, even if one obtains this, it is already very impressive, not to mention the grade 7 divine skill, 9 levels of killing hell, which is even more famous throughout the ages. What is surprising is that there is an even more mysterious nameless battle skill. It is very likely that even Yi Wuxiang himself did not successfully cultivate this nameless battle skill. Obviously, this nameless battle skill is the most important thing. Yi Shiji and the others did not discuss with Yi Xian, so Long Chen and the others discussed together. Everyone knew that the rewards of the second game were far greater than the first game. At this time, Su Zhen and the others seemed to have put the matter of the Netherworld Emperor armor to the back of their minds. Long Chen said, "Analyze what he said before. This second game is called the Slaughtering Will. I think it is not a test of killing each other, but of everyone's endurance. At the same time, there might be something that stops us from advancing. Moreover, he did not say that killing is forbidden. I am fine, but Yi Xian definitely cannot participate in this game." Me. Yi Xian pointed at himself. His name was pronounced the same as Yi Xian's, but everyone knew that he was the one who could not participate. Neither of you should participate. Long Chen, because of the Netherworld Emperor armor, they will definitely send someone to kill you. Yi Xian said with concern. Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, I have to try. Moreover, I think he will let everyone participate. I have a way to hide Yi Xian, but I cannot disappear myself." Just as Long Chen finished speaking, the puppet seemed to have heard their voices and said, "No, everyone has to enter the slaughtering god palace. Otherwise, what use do I have for the 10 of you?" Everyone kept quiet out of fear. If that's the case, then everyone has to go in. Let's give it a try. Long Chen nodded. Is that so? Yi Xian was obviously worried about the two of them. Long Chen suddenly became serious. Although he was Yi Xian's disciple, his willpower was not lower than hers. At this time, he raised his head and looked at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes and said, "Haven't you thought about the lesson of the first game?" What? Being scolded by Long Chen, Yi Xian was startled. She always felt that Long Chen was very fierce. Don't let the Su family get your ancestors' inheritance. You should give it your all, and not always worry about us. I will take care of Yi Xian. For the next game, you don't have to worry about us. Try your best to get into the top 3, or even the first place. Other than Su Zhen, no one can beat you. If all 3 rewards fall into the hands of the Su family, we will all be dead." Long Chen said seriously. Yi Xian understood what Long Chen meant. She was about to say more, but Long Chen suddenly said, "You don't believe me." From Long Chen's eyes, Yi Xian saw an unparalleled determination. "I believe you," Yi Xian said. "Then promise me that you will give it your all. Leave Yi Xian to me," Long Chen said decisively. Yi Xian hesitated for a second, but she remembered that Long Chen had guaranteed her, and that he could even get the Netherworld Emperor armor. She finally nodded with determination in her eyes, "Then I will leave it to you. As a reward, I will definitely get the first place." The first place meant the nameless battle skill. All right. Yi Xian suddenly felt that he was useless. Don't think too much. I only have the strength I have now because of luck. You are my brother. Everything is what you should do. Long Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile. The Su family members gathered together, and no one knew what they were planning. 15 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. The generous rewards were right in front of everyone. The will of slaughter, begin. The crowd split into two groups and walked up the stairs step by step. The two groups looked at each other with hatred. In the group of the Su family, Sumo raised his head and looked at the lady in the purple dress who was walking in front of him. Beside her, there were two young men on her left and right. I have a surprise for you. It will be delivered soon. Sumo smiled coldly and lowered his head. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of the majestic palace of the slaughter god. The 20-meter-tall bronze gate of the palace of the slaughter god was tightly shut. The only gap between the gate and the gate was a faint bloody light, which was a little scary. This is a place that can make people go crazy, and turn them into a killing demon. Be careful. Standing beside the gate, Mu Zhu suddenly said. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, and a strange coldness surrounded their feet. Open. Mu Zhu said softly. Dong, dong, the bronze door rumbled, and the blood-red light instantly blurred everyone's vision. The first thing they saw was that in this blood-red world, there was only a dark path leading to the depths of the blood-red fog. The path was about 30 meters wide, enough for everyone to walk forward. On both sides of the path, there was an endless abyss. Welcome to the palace of the slaughter god. Mu Zhu said. Let's move, the rewards are right in front of us. Hearing this, the crowd was excited. That's right, the heaven-defying rewards were right in front of them. Even if they obtained 2,000 divine crystals, they would be able to live a better life. Hence, in an instant, the crowd rushed into the palace of the slaughter god, until the bronze gate of the palace of the slaughter god slowly closed. Move forward, there is no way back for you. This sentence disappeared outside the bronze gate. Everyone split into two groups, one on the left and one on the right. Su Zhen and the others' eyes turned cold. This was the perfect opportunity to make a move. But just as they were about to move, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended from the depths of the dark path. Everyone was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, drifting along with the waves, swaying left and right. In the blink of an eye, they were pounced on. Pressure, this was a huge mental pressure that directly affected everyone's god-martial spirit. It was a kind of pressure from the heaven and earth, a kind of killing intent. Compared to this kind of pressure, the pressure outside of the blood sea or in the labyrinth of slaughter was nothing. Even for a powerful warrior like Yi Xian, when the killing intent descended, her body trembled, and her face turned pale. This was already the best they could do. The others were even worse. Under this kind of killing intent, not to mention killing, even standing was a problem. Once they used their divine qi, if they did not control it well, they might explode and die. Only then did the crowd understand that this was Yi Wuxiang's inheritance. Yi Wuxiang was such a precious treasure, how could he give it away so easily? In this second game, people would probably die too. This was a killing intent that made people's hearts tremble. Although Long Chen's mind was firm, when facing this kind of killing intent, even his dragon-shaped god-martial spirit felt a little shocked. However, under this kind of killing intent, although he was only at the first level of the god-martial spirit, his resistance was much stronger than the others. Yi Xian, who was at the same level as him, almost fell down. His face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Luckily, Long Chen supported him, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he fell into the abyss, the consequences would be unimaginable. What a terrifying slaughter will! Everyone's expression changed. Under such circumstances, the people of the Su family had no choice but to put the matter of the Netherworld Emperor armor to the back of their minds. Instead, they listened to the puppet and went to look for Yi. Chapter 991. Remember what I said, full speed ahead. Leave Yi Xian to me. At this moment, the Su family's people, as well as Yi Shiji and the others, had already realized that it was unrealistic to fight here. They would only hurt themselves and others. Therefore, they endured the killing god's murderous intent and moved forward, one step at a time. While Yi Xian was still worried, Long Chen said to her, "Elder sister, just go. The young woman is too kind." "I'm fine," Yi Xian said as he endured the pressure. Looking at them with determination, Yi Xian finally nodded and moved forward. Long Chen was right. She had the strength to get the first place. There was no need to waste time here with them. Therefore, Yi Xian turned around and left. Resisting this killing god's murderous intent required a strong willpower, as well as a strong endurance. Yi Xian bit her teeth and gradually followed the others. Yi Xiong, Su Dong, and the others were also persevering, keeping up with the others on this dark road. Everyone was already at the god martial realm, so their vision wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, in this murderous god temple, which was filled with blood mist, they realized that their vision wasn't very far. More than 10 meters away, it was hard to see clearly. Let's move forward. Yi Xian's situation was not looking good. Even if he did not move, his face was already covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. The killing god's murderous intent was destroying his willpower. Not to mention moving forward, even if he just stood here, he would not be able to endure it. Okay. Long Chen nodded and let Yi Xian go first. He stood beside and observed Yi Xian's movements. At this moment, the others had already left their sight. For that shocking treasure, they were fighting to be the first. After walking for about 10 meters, the pressure from the killing god's murderous intent was very strong. At this moment, Long Chen felt that it was difficult to even breathe. Yi Xian was even worse. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down. At this moment, he could not even speak. However, from his stubborn eyes, it could be seen that he was not willing to be a burden, nor was he willing to yield. Persevering step by step, every time he took a step forward, he would feel the pressure in front of him increase. The destructive power formed by the will of slaughter didn't affect the body, but the god martial spirit. This was the core of every person, so it was very uncomfortable. He might even hallucinate. Long Chen's situation was much better than Yi Xian's. His dragon-shaped god martial spirit was certainly much more tenacious than Yi Xian's, but it still couldn't protect Yi Xian. About a total of 30 meters, Long Chen's slaughter will had increased to the point that it was difficult for Long Chen to even take a step. As for Yi Xian, his head was covered in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale, like wax paper. At the same time, his body was trembling violently. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, which had already drenched his back. The most obvious change was that his eyes had already turned blood red. Kill! All of a sudden, he, who was on the verge of collapse, let out a roar and drew his drifting blood saber. Ignoring everything else, he slashed at Long Chen. His body reeked of blood. It was obvious that he had lost his will. Yi Xian. Long Chen grabbed Yi Xian's floating blood saber with one hand and rushed in front of him. He roared at Yi Xian's face. He still had the strength to speak. After hearing Long Chen's roar, the blood in Yi Xian's eyes seemed to fade a little. He was restrained by Long Chen and stopped struggling for a moment. Listen, don't resist. Long Chen tried to use the Great Void Realm to suck him in. If it was in his previous state, Yi Xian would definitely not go to the Great Void Realm. But now that he was shouted at by Long Chen, he was a little more clear-headed. A moment later, Yi Xian appeared in Long Chen's Great Void Realm and disappeared from the Killer God Temple. In the Great Void Realm, of course, Yi Xian could not feel the Killer God's will. He looked around blankly. There was qi of Taishu everywhere, but this was a place he was familiar with. Why am I here? Yi Xian looked around blankly. You were probably possessed just now. I brought you in. You can't bear the Killer God's will. Just stay inside. Under the huge pressure, Long Chen could still speak. Possessed. Yi Xian was stunned and said, I saw my sister being attacked by Sumo just now, so I slashed at Sumo, that was me. Long Chen explained. I see. The Killer God's will can affect one's mind and cause hallucinations. Yi Xian was still shocked. He asked carefully, the puppet from before told all of us to participate in this game. Is it okay to leave me here? From the current situation, it seems that as long as we enter the Killer God Temple, it won't care about anything else. This was what Long Chen deduced. After all, Yi Xian had been in the Great Void Realm for a while. Don't worry and stay here. Your sister will definitely be at ease now. Long Chen smiled and continued forward. What are you doing? Yi Xian asked. There are 3 people in the Su clan. I'm afraid that the situation you mentioned will happen. If they insist on sacrificing one of them to deal with Yi Xian, it might happen. I'll go and take a look. I want to see how much willpower I can bear. Long Chen said casually. I don't think so. I feel that this willpower is used on the God Martial Spirit. No matter how strong you are, the God Martial Spirit is still the first star. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, Long Chen continued forward. Because he was delayed by Yi Xian for a period of time, the people in front of him had already left. This game doesn't depend on speed. It depends on who can bear it for a longer time. Also, it depends on the depth. Depth first, time second. As for speed, it doesn't affect me at all. After thinking about this, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He understood that if he was in a hurry, he might enter the uncontrollable state that Yi Xian had just now. Step by step, he slowly moved forward, adjusting his resistance. After walking another 10 meters, Long Chen clenched his teeth. The scarlet mist in the air had seeped into his body. It was as if he had been anesthetized. He started to walk unsteadily. In his sea of consciousness, the divine dragon martial spirit was stirring, it seemed to be somewhat restless. The lethality of this willpower is really strong. The 5th level of the God martial arts realm is the tribulation of wind, fire, and thunder. The 6th level is the supreme golden body. The 7th level is the Dharma of heaven and earth. The Dharma of heaven and earth contains the willpower of heaven and earth. In the willpower of heaven and earth, there is one's own willpower. This willpower is undoubtedly Yi Wuxiang's willpower. A warrior at the 8th level of the God martial arts realm is really strong. He can kill all of us with his willpower. He doesn't even need to fight. Sometimes, even divine origin couldn't make up for the gap in comprehension. Long Chen strode forward with great difficulty. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Due to the immense pressure, the blood-red dragon scales on his body gradually appeared. Because he had absorbed 1/10 of the essence blood, the scales on his body had become even redder. Long Chen clenched his teeth and persisted for half an hour. If he didn't have a strong willpower, he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He had walked 50 meters. At this time, the killing willpower was so strong that Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. No, I am still the last one. Moreover, Yi Xian is kind. I may not be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Long Chen clenched his teeth and kept moving forward. He was still far from his limit, unlike Yi Xian, who completely lost consciousness after 30 meters. Long Chen, if you can't hold on, then forget it. Yi Xian said nervously. Right, you keep talking to me. That will make me more clear-headed. Yi Xian suddenly said, which made Long Chen feel more clear-headed. Okay. It was rare to find that he was useful. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't ask Long Chen to stop. Instead, he kept talking. Kitten found it fun, so he also joined in the conversation, which surprised Yi Xian. They started chatting with each other. It was not convenient for Long Chen to talk, so he kept moving forward. Ah! There was a scream. In front of him, there must be someone bedeviled. It should be Yi Xiong or Su Dong, who were at the third level of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen didn't care about them and kept moving forward. After a few more meters, he could see that Yi Xiong and Su Dong were covered in sweat and blood. Their eyes had turned blood red and looked extremely ferocious. They were roaring at each other like wild beasts. You dare to hit my dad? I will bite you to death. Yi Xiong was pinned down by Su Dong's fat body. However, he was not willing to give up. His red eyes looked ferocious. He bit Su Dong's stomach and tore off a piece of flesh. Ah! Su Dong punched his head again and again, until his brain came out. The two of them fought with their fists and feet as they rolled and chased each other. Long Chen could no longer attack. Soon, the ground beneath their feet became empty and they fell into the bottomless abyss. Long Chen took a deep breath. It was so easy. 2 more died. Only 8 people were left. He held his breath, resisting the huge pressure. Because of Yi Xiong and Su Dong, Long Chen's will was slightly shaken. The huge pressure made him stagger and almost fall on the ground. He gritted his teeth, millions of dragons roaring in his body. His blood surged, and he forced himself to stand up. Hold on. Long Chen bit his lips and wiped the cold sweat off his face. However, the sweat was like insects, sticking to his face. It was really uncomfortable. Step by step, he continued to move forward. His ruddy face became paler and paler. About 30 meters in front of Long Chen was another group of warriors at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm. At this time, Su Zhen was walking in the front, trying his best to hold on. Yi Xian was carrying a heavy responsibility, following closely behind. Behind them were Su Yang, Sumo, and Yi Shiji. The 3 of them were not far from each other. Chapter 992. Tinglong was slightly weaker, and his god martial spirit was gradually unable to resist. In front of him, the Yi mentioned by the wooden puppet should be Yi Wuxiang's corpse, but he still couldn't see it. Tinglong could no longer hold on. He had already felt Yi Xiong and Su Dong's situation. He knew that if he continued forward, he would most likely end up like them, dead. After understanding his limits, Tinglong tactfully stopped where he was. You guys go. When all of you reach your limits, go crazy, fall into the endless abyss, maybe I'll be first. At this time, Tinglong could only think like this. Everyone had their own limits, and he could only retreat in the face of difficulties. Standing where he was and not moving forward, he felt much better. But besides standing, he couldn't do anything else. Otherwise, it would only put pressure on himself. As for retreating, that was even more impossible. He was someone who would rely on luck to get first. How could he retreat? Su Yang, Sumo, and Yi Shiji's figures gradually disappeared in front of him. Tinglong was proud of his decision to give up. He felt that it was the wisest decision. Sumo and the others continued forward for a while. At this time, all 3 of them were sweating profusely. There should only be 100 meters left. There's still about 20 meters, but these 20 meters are so difficult. The three of them were almost at their limits as well. Their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. If they hadn't gritted their teeth and held on, they would have collapsed long ago. What appeared in front of them were fantasies that stirred up their emotions. Once they were captured by these fantasies, they would most likely die. The danger of this game was no less than the previous one. Yi Wuxiang was really a perverted person. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wanted that super battle technique, you had to pay a price. Suddenly, Sumo stopped in his tracks. Su Yang and Yi Shiji heaved a sigh of relief. With one less opponent, third place would most likely be between Yi Shiji and Su Yang. Even if it was third place, they would receive the god-slaying sword formation, which was incomparably precious. Yi Shiji and Su Yang, the two family heads, had been fighting all this time. They wouldn't give up now. In the end, Sumo is still too young. He can't compare to us. He actually withdrew early, Yi Shiji thought to herself. Su Yang was also curious as to why Sumo had stopped. However, now was not the time to feel strange. After Su Yang and Yi Shiji had taken a few steps, Sumo suddenly opened his eyes. Although his face was deathly pale, he still revealed a faint smile. Yi Xian, it's time for me to surprise you. With that thought in mind, Su Mo made a shocking move. He turned around and walked back the way he came. Although the speed of his advance was slow, when he walked back, he actually felt very relaxed. It was probably because he had adapted to the super strong pressure. When the pressure of the god martial spirit was reduced, he would feel relaxed. This made Sumo, who felt like he was reaching his limit, sober up a lot. After walking a few steps, although the pressure was still great, Sumo had already sobered up quite a bit. His smile gradually replaced the difficulty he was feeling. Those two brats are probably still at the entrance. When I reach that position, I can easily knock them down into the abyss. Yi Xian is that brat's sister. When that brat dies, I will shout loudly and spread the news. Yi Xian will definitely lose control of her mind. If she loses control of her mind at that place, the result will be death. Yi Xian, you didn't care about our relationship and humiliated me. You can't blame me for giving you such an ending. If we are fated to be together in the next life, I will marry you again. Laughing crazily in his heart, Sumo resisted the killing god's will that was getting weaker and weaker. He started walking back. Although the killing god's will was decreasing, it was still very strong. He had to use 100% of his energy to deal with it. However, he estimated that when he reached the entrance, he should be able to kill without any accidents. Hearing the light footsteps, Tinglong, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly saw Sumo walking back. He was startled and hurried to guard his mind. He looked at Sumo with a strange look. Luckily, Sumo didn't walk in his direction. He just looked at him with disdain and continued walking back. Why is Sumo going back? Tinglong thought for a while and quickly understood. So he wants to make those two brats take action. This can't do. Forget it, I can't deal with Sumo. I shouldn't take this risk. Those two brats don't have any value anyway. Thinking of this, Tinglong gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Suddenly, he heard some movements behind him. Tinglong felt that there were two people behind him. One was obviously Sumo, who hadn't gone far yet. The other one was coming from behind, persisting step by step. Who could it be? Yi Xiong and Su Dong were already dead. Could it be? Tinglong turned his head and saw Long Chen. He's just at the first level of the god martial realm. How could he come to this place? He's already more than 60 meters. Tinglong couldn't come back to his senses. However, he had already turned his head and saw that Long Chen and Sumo had coincidentally met in this place. Long Chen's appearance had also shocked Sumo. He could actually come here. In this place, it wouldn't be easy for Sumo to take action. He might not even be able to bear it. His original plan was to take action at the entrance. That way, he would be more confident. This brat was too hard to deal with. If he took action here, under the enormous pressure of the killing god's will, he might not succeed. I can only risk it. Sumo clenched his teeth. Long Chen had the soul-devouring demonic eyes. When Sumo was walking back, Long Chen already knew his intention. Long Chen was relieved that Sumo didn't deal with Yi Xian but him. Divine sense was released by the god martial spirit, which was equivalent to the eyes of the god martial spirit. At this time, under the huge pressure, the god martial spirit was swaying, and Sumo and the others' divine sense was useless at this time, so they were also in the process of cleaning up. However, Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic eyes didn't have this limitation. The only shortcoming was that the soul-devouring demonic eyes could only see the soul, which was the god martial spirit. It couldn't see anything else. Sumo. Walking to this place, Long Chen was also covered in cold sweat. His whole body was covered in scales. It was hard to see his face, but it was definitely not any better than Sumo. If it was somewhere else, Long Chen would admit that he was no match for Sumo. But here, under the killing god's will, no one was any better than the other. Especially Long Chen's dragon-shaped god martial spirit, it wasn't any weaker than Sumo's god martial spirit, which was already at the peak of the extreme realm of martial arts. However, if they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for both of them. Long Chen also wanted to fight for the 3 great rewards, but if Sumo stopped him, even if he could escape from Sumo's hands, the killing god's will would definitely attack him. Die. Sumo grinned. Just as Long Chen had expected, he walked towards Long Chen step by step. Who will die? Who knows? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. It was the ancient blood spirit dragon's eyes, it wasn't because it was affected. Sumo was the one who made Yi Xian disappointed and sad. In the Su family, if one had to choose one person that Long Chen hated the most and wanted to kill the most, it would be Sumo without a doubt. Inside his body, his blood was burning. Sumo's disdainful eyes made the blood and hatred in his heart burst out. There was an unyielding attitude on Long Chen, just like the ancient blood spirit dragon. This will could even make Long Chen break through the killing god's will. I will give you a surprise. As the two approached, Long Chen sneered in his heart. Sumo was indeed surprised. After he appeared, Long Chen seemed to have turned into a different person, from a sheep to a bloodthirsty wolf. The sharp claws in his hands clawed toward Sumo. He didn't run away, but fought with Sumo directly. Under the pressure of the killing god's will, the battle between the two of them was actually quite comical, but it was also full of danger. Very quickly, the two of them clashed. Sumo gritted his teeth, and with a whoosh, he suddenly sped up and punched at Long Chen. The netherworld battle armor clanked, and the punch was extremely fast. Too slow. Long Chen tilted his head and dodged it. This was a very big movement, and instantly, a feeling of dizziness assaulted him, causing him to almost lose his balance. It wasn't Sumo's attack, but when he dodged, the killing gods will seem to have found an opening and rushed into his sea of consciousness, almost causing Long Chen to lose his will. Similarly, Sumo also staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body, but he was lying on Long Chen's body. Just as he regained consciousness, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. PFFF. The spike on Long Chen's elbow directly pierced into his abdomen, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Before, he was too close to Long Chen, so he didn't have time to dodge. Long Chen lost his will, but he still clenched his teeth and successfully injured Sumo before Sumo could. Sumo took 2 steps back, his eyes were filled with terror. He didn't have the strength to stop the bleeding, he could only let it flow freely. He didn't expect that not only did he fail to injure Long Chen, but he was also injured by Long Chen. Impossible, he's only at the first level of the divine martial realm. Under the killing god's will, he can't even stand straight, how can he still fight back? In Su Mo's heart, raging waves were set off. There's something strange about this kid. Since he can obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, he must have something extraordinary. I can't take him lightly. Clenching his teeth, Su Mo ignored the pain in his abdomen and took out a silver long sword from his storage ring. He wasn't good at using a sword, but at this time, a person who used a weapon had a great advantage, because under the pressure of the killing god's will, their god martial spirits couldn't move, they couldn't do anything else. Long Chen was still dizzy. Although he had injured Su Mo, the pressure of the killing god's will had broken his mind. He bit his lips so hard that blood flowed out, only then did he wake up. Huff. Chapter 993. The moment Long Chen woke up, a silver sword light slashed towards his neck. Long Chen's body weighed billions of pounds. Under that sword light, it was hard for him to dodge. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen's only action was to use his head to clamp the sword. The silver sword light swept over. Long Chen tilted his head. At this critical moment, Long Chen used his head and shoulder to clamp the silver longsword. At the same time, the longsword also cut through a few of Long Chen's dragon scales. Die. Su Mo hadn't expected Long Chen's physical body to be this strong. Under the attack of his grade 3 godly skill longsword, Long Chen's body was still able to clamp down. Only a few scales were cut off, but Long Chen wasn't injured at all. He used the last of his strength to pull the sword out. At the same time, with the sharpness of the sword, he should be able to sever Long Chen's neck. At that time, he would succeed. Before he attacked, he absolutely didn't expect that this small fry who wasn't his match would be so difficult to deal with today. His life was even harder than a cockroach's. You want to kill me? Dream on. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He used all his strength to clamp the sword. He lifted his left leg and used the last of his strength to stomp on Su Mo's wound. He directly kicked Su Mo to the ground. The silver longsword flew out and fell into the endless abyss. This action also caused Long Chen to fall backwards. Although he wasn't hit by Su Mo's attack, the omnipresent killing god's will made Long Chen's mind roar. He felt like the entire world was exploding. The divine essence in his body tumbled endlessly, even hurting his internal organs. Lying on the ground, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Su Mo's situation was the same. After being kicked by Long Chen, he fell to the ground. His entire face was deathly pale and his mind was starting to blur. 5 meters behind Su Mo, Tinglong's eyes were wide open. What he saw wasn't that Su Mo had killed Long Chen, but that the two of them were in a deadlock and Long Chen had even won. He didn't move. This had nothing to do with him. If he moved, he found that he was definitely inferior to Long Chen. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the ground in a daze. Su Mo. Long Chen's willpower surpassed ordinary people. Su Mo is still lying there. When he gets up, I'll be the one dead. When he realized this, even though his mind was still in the midst of a deafening roar, and even illusions began to appear in front of his eyes, one by one, people from his past floated before his eyes. Long Chen, wake up. In the great void realm, Yi Xian used his loudest voice to shout. This voice slightly stimulated Long Chen, and only then did the illusion around him disappear. Long Chen's eyes moved. He bit his lips and turned around, crawling toward Su Mo. With every bit of distance he crawled, Long Chen would feel a huge pressure. Blood flowed from his mouth unceasingly. However, Long Chen persisted. After a while, he crawled to Su Mo's side. And at this moment, Sumo stared at him and struggled to stand up. You still dare to attack me? Sumo's eyes were filled with mockery. If you can move a bit more, I'll submit to you. By the time he reached Sumo's side, Long Chen was already powerless. You said it. At this moment, without any warning, Long Chen crawled up faster than Sumo. His entire body swayed as he pounced toward Sumo. At the same time, a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. Die! With a roar, floating blood turned into a trace of blood, moving faster than the silver sword light. At this moment, Sumo was stunned. Floating blood's target was his head. He struggled to resist and move his body, trying to escape. At this moment, his heart could no longer be described as a tempestuous wave. Long Chen crawled for such a long time, yet he still had such strength and attack. What was his god martial soul made of? No. Sumo was about to cry in his heart. At the last moment, he only dodged a little and floating blood slashed on his arm. That fatal sharpness actually cut off Sumo's entire right arm. Fresh blood gushed out. Sumo let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm and body struggled, but his arm flew out and fell into the abyss. As for Sumo, he fell to the ground, twitching in pain. The pain in his arm and the mental pressure caused him to be on the verge of collapse. This is a good opportunity. I have to take this chance to kill him. Finally, an arm was cut off. Sumo had completely lost all his resistance. This was a great opportunity. Of course, Long Chen didn't want to let it go. However, at this moment, his body's condition was much more serious than he had imagined. After using an overload move, he staggered and couldn't control the 1 meter he rushed forward. He could only use floating blood to support his body. His brain was endlessly dizzy and all kinds of illusions began to appear. When Long Chen was woken up by Yi Xian's shout, he tried his best to turn his head. Sumo, whose arm was cut off, had already crawled back 5 or 6 meters, and he was still trying. If he wanted to kill him, he had to turn back. Even if he turned back, Long Chen might not necessarily be able to catch up with him. Sumo was not weaker than Long Chen. He was a person who was about to step into the 5th level of the god martial realm. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He didn't have a strong willpower like Long Chen, so Long Chen succeeded first. It's a pity that I didn't kill him this time. When I get out, he'll be the one to kill me. Long Chen shook his head in his heart. He slowly stood up and finally escaped. However, the current situation was not optimistic. He had to rest a little before he could continue. Su Zhen and Yi Xian both stopped. They might have reached the finish line. Su Yang is still 10 meters away from them, and so is Yi Shiji. I'm still more than 30 meters away from the finish line. The winner hasn't been decided yet. Until now, except for him, most of the people had stopped. If they weren't resting, then they couldn't go any further. I haven't fallen yet. No one can say that I can't get first place. Long Chen was an ambitious person. He would give the Nether Imperial armor to the Yi family, but it didn't mean that he would give everything else to the Yi family. Yi Wuxiang didn't care about the Yi family at all. If Long Chen could get something with his own efforts, Yi Xian and the others would be very happy. It was better than giving it to the Su family. First place, 30,000 divine crystals, a divine skill that surpasses the 7th rank. Thinking of this, Long Chen continued to move forward. Next to him, Ting Long was dumbfounded. Is he still at the 1st level of the god martial arts realm? He cut off Sumo's arm and he can still move forward. He has already surpassed me. Does he want to go to the finish line? What he is doing seems to be something only the 5th level of the god martial arts realm can do. This youngster, why is he so nature-defying? It's so strange. At the beginning, Ting Long didn't put Long Chen, who was in the heaven martial arts realm, in his eyes. In the god martial arts realm, Long Chen could only be counted as a small genius. However, in the inheritance of the slaughtering god, Long Chen's performance was nature-defying, which made Ting Long's heart tremble. He was sure that if Long Chen wanted to kill him, at this moment, he would be able to do so easily because Ting Long couldn't move at all in this place. Remember, if you want to cause trouble for Yi Xian, I will take your life. When passing by Ting Long, Long Chen said to him. Ting Long didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid that Long Chen's blood would drip from his neck. After warning him, Long Chen clenched his teeth. He had already recovered a lot and was no longer vomiting blood. It's time to decide who will win. With determination in his heart, Long Chen persevered and walked forward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters. With every step he took, Long Chen had to take a break. He really wanted to stop and rest, but his willpower didn't allow him to stop. In front of him, 2 people appeared. They were Su Yang and Yi Shiji. They were 1 meter away from each other. Su Yang was in front and Yi Shiji was behind him. Both of their faces were as white as wax and their clothes were soaked in sweat. If Yi Shiji had moved 1 meter forward, she would have been third, but why didn't she move forward? Because she had already reached her limit. At that moment, she had already fallen into an illusion. If she moved forward 1 more step, she would probably be affected by the will of the slaughtering god. They both sensed that someone was coming 10 meters behind them. Both of them were a little more clear-headed. Is Sumo catching up? It should be Sumo. Yi Shiji could not get third anymore, so it didn't matter if it was Sumo or not. At this place, whoever attacked first would be the one to die. 20 meters, Long Chen was resisting the will of the slaughtering god with all his might. More and more illusions appeared around him. Big brother, let's go to the ancient demon region selection. Huang Fu Qi appeared next to him and hugged his leg. A strong force came from her small body and pulled Long Chen back. Piss off. Long Chen took a step forward and kicked her away. He kept moving forward. Huang Fu Qi fell into the abyss and screamed helplessly. Her face was full of fear. This 20 meters is really difficult, Long Chen sighed, but he still kept moving forward. Brother. This familiar voice, Long Chen would never forget. At this moment, Long Chen received a serious blow. He raised his head in a daze and saw Yang Lingqing standing in front of him with a smile. She then looked at him angrily and said, Demon hunting competition, Bai Shiji of the Bai family has already cultivated the netherworld heavenly finger. They will attack you, I think it's better if you don't participate. Just as she finished speaking, a ferocious young man appeared behind Yang Lingqing and grabbed Yang Lingqing's neck. The dagger pierced through her back and came out from her chest. Blood touched Long Chen's face, sticky. Brother. Yang Lingqing's face revealed a look of despair. Bastard, you dare to go against me, Bai Shiji? I will kill your entire family. The young man behind him laughed. A murderous aura erupted from Long Chen's body. It was a terrifying aura of slaughter. Ling Qing is dead, she is dead, Long Chen fell into a daze. Die, I killed her. Bai Shiji laughed loudly. But Ling Qing, didn't she go far away with Li Xuanji? Another thought reminded Long Chen. It's an illusion, I'm in the killing god's inheritance. Long Chen gradually woke up, and the killing intent on his body gradually faded. The next one to die is you. Bai Shiji laughed loudly, and the dagger stabbed towards Long Chen's chest. Long Chen clenched his teeth, telling himself that he could not react. When Bai Shiji's dagger stabbed Long Chen's heart, everything disappeared, and the pressure on Long Chen was greatly reduced. Indeed, he wants to use illusions to stimulate people's murderous nature. Then, he will be completely bedeviled like Yi Xiong and the others. Long Chen finally understood. Chapter 994. After escaping death, Long Chen was much more clear-headed. He didn't become a killing demon. At this moment, he found himself standing behind Su Yang and Yi Shiji. Su Yang and Yi Shiji had already reached their limits. They were standing in the same place without moving. Long Chen took a few more steps forward and surpassed them. He found that both of their faces were covered with sweat. Both of their bodies were trembling and their bodies were pale. If Long Chen touched them at this moment, it was very likely that they would have a mental breakdown. However, Long Chen didn't touch them. He wasn't sure if something would happen to him if he did, so he couldn't move forward. He was only 10 meters away from the final destination, where Yi Xian and the others were. Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial realm, but he was able to reach this place. It was equivalent to the 4th level of the divine martial realm, and he was even advancing towards the 5th level of the divine martial realm. This could only mean two things. First, his dragon-shaped god martial spirit was much stronger than other people's martial spirits of the same level. Second, his own willpower was strong. Luck was only a part of success. Only when one grasped his luck with determination and courage could he achieve true success. There's still 10 meters, Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to move forward. He actually surpassed Sumo and Yi Shiji. When Long Chen passed them, the two of them suddenly saw that the back of the figure was actually Long Chen. This fact seemed to be an illusion to them. Is this also an illusion created under the pressure of the slaughter will? Yi Xian's little disciple can also reach this place. This illusion of mine is really funny. Although the two of them were in different camps, their thoughts were surprisingly identical. They didn't pay too much attention to it and focused on dealing with the massacre will. If they weren't focused, they would definitely die at this stage. As for the matter regarding Long Chen, no matter how real it was, they did not believe it. When Long Chen was still in the sky martial arts realm, they had already met Long Chen. So, they could be sure that Long Chen was currently in the first level of the divine martial arts realm. No matter what method Long Chen used to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, the fact was that in this second game, he could only stand at the entrance of the divine slaughter palace for a while. It was absolutely impossible for him to come here. When Long Chen disappeared from their sight, they thought that the illusion was finally over. But it was actually Long Chen, after going through so many difficulties, had finally reached the end. 10 meters in front of him was the source of the slaughter will, which was also the Yi that the puppet had mentioned. At this moment, 3 or 4 meters in front of Long Chen were the old demon Su Zhen and the beautiful city lord Yi Xian, who had also reached their limits. Long Chen simply could not use words to describe the pressure he was feeling. It was as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on his god martial spirit. He could still raise his head, but his spirit was already extremely weak. It was like a flickering candle that could be blown out by the wind at any time. If it wasn't for that stubborn belief that still existed, Long Chen would definitely not be able to reach this place. Mysterious Dragon Jade. When he reached this place, Long Chen finally confirmed his thoughts. His mind became a little clearer. In a hazy state, he felt the mysterious Dragon Jade in his mind tremble. From the beginning, Long Chen felt that there must be something in this slaughter god temple that attracted the mysterious Dragon Jade. It was just that the slaughter will was constantly suppressing it. When he finally reached the final place, that feeling finally became clear. Forward, forward. Raising his head, the thing that the puppet had mentioned appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was a 5 meters tall gray stone statue of a general wearing the Netherworld battle armor. This Netherworld battle armor was much more complicated than the armors that Long Chen had seen before. It was divided into more than 200 small parts, and each part had a dark green rune pattern on it. Long Chen had a premonition that this gray stone statue should be the killing god Yi Wuxiang, and the armor he was wearing should be the Netherworld Imperial armor. This statue's back was facing Long Chen's group. The slaughter will was erupting from this statue. Long Chen didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if they were facing the front of the statue. In addition, Long Chen also noticed that this stone statue was holding a battle halberd that looked similar to the blue dragon halberd that Long Chen had used a long time ago. However, it was more domineering and majestic. Although it was only a stone statue, Long Chen had a premonition that this weapon was definitely a very powerful existence. He suddenly felt that it was this weapon that was attracting the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness that even Long Chen couldn't understand. Long Chen couldn't care about the battle halberd anymore, because after coming to the finish line, the slaughter will had already reached its peak. It was really too terrifying. Arriving here, Long Chen's entire body was also trembling. He had already bitten his lips so hard that they were bleeding. That was why he had the last bit of willpower to come here. How could Su Zhen and Yi Xian not sense that someone was coming? They weren't Su Yang and Yi Shiji. Whether the person who had caught up was real or fake, they could clearly feel it. When Long Chen approached, they knew that Long Chen had come. For Yi Xian, this was a huge surprise. Although it was hard to believe, didn't Long Chen always do these kinds of unbelievable things? As for Su Zhen, he was incredible. A person at the first level of the divine martial realm was able to reach here. His impression of this young man had completely changed, he became extremely cautious. Ordinary people really couldn't reach this level. He was very jealous of Yi Xian. She seemed to have taken in an unremarkable disciple, but who would have thought that this disciple was actually someone with monstrous talent? At least for now, Su Zhen thought that Long Chen's performance was the most outstanding. He was obviously at the same level as Yi Xian, and no matter what Yi Xian did, he would undoubtedly be last. But this Long Chen, he was unquestionably first. His performance so far had even surpassed Su Zhen. This kind of person gave Su Zhen a huge pressure. Very quickly, Su Zhen realized that if his mood fluctuated too much, it would cause his persistence to end prematurely. Now that they had reached the finish line, they were comparing how long they could last. If it ended prematurely, he would be the one who lost. Although the God-slaughtering sword formation was also the most powerful divine skill, and it was the most suitable for Su Zhen at this stage, who wouldn't want a better combat skill? 9-layer death hell, this was simply a synonym for the god of slaughter, Yi Wuxiang. It was a combat skill that made countless people tremble in fear. Not to mention the nameless combat skill that was more valuable than the 9-layer death hell. Therefore, Su Zhen hurriedly stopped thinking about Long Chen. He steadied his mind and concentrated on fighting against the last and strongest god of slaughter's will. The will of this place could completely destroy a warrior at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Very quickly, Long Chen walked in between Yi Xian and Su Zhen, standing at the same level as them. When he stepped into the designated area, he realized that the god of slaughters will had almost doubled. This should be the sign of reaching the finish line. No wonder Su Zhen and Yi Xian didn't move forward. 3 meters in front of him was the statue of the god of slaughter. This doubled god of slaughters will was an abnormal pressure for Long Chen. He was almost flipped over. His entire sea of consciousness was like a raging sea, waves after waves almost drowned his god martial spirit. Chen, this familiar voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. He felt a pair of soft palms lightly covering his ears and cheeks, helping him resist the incoming god of slaughter's will. Xiao Shi. Long Chen still knew that this was just an illusion. However, he felt that this illusion could allow him to feel Ling Xi's soul and her body temperature in such a real manner. Her aura was always so intoxicating, and her body was always so soft, like a pool of clear spring water, without the slightest flaw. Yes, it's me. You're here. I'll be here soon, to kill you. At the start, Ling Xi's voice was trembling and gentle. But towards the end, it suddenly became malicious. It was as though there was a demon residing in her body, and at this moment, it had taken control of her body and had suddenly awakened. After saying this, Lingxi disappeared. So, it's just an illusion. Long Chen continued to clench his teeth. Right now, he, Su Zhen and Yi Xian were under the same level of pressure. Similarly, the three of them were also under the same illusion. If they were lured into it, they might not be able to hold on and fall into the slaughter, turning into demons that had lost their minds. This was the last moment of the second game, it was the moment that would decide the winner. The three of them were at the finish line, they could just divide the three names. This was the last struggle, it was a competition to see who could hold on until the end. Long Chen's God Spirit's resistance was very flexible, it was the key to his victory. Whether it was Su Zhen or Yi Xian, if their levels did not increase, their spirits would not change. However, Long Chen was different. At the beginning, his resistance was about the same as Sumo's, but at this point, his resistance was already about the same as Yi Xian's. If there wasn't a huge vibration, Long Chen's resistance would undoubtedly become stronger and stronger, while Su Zhen and Yi Xian's resistance would only weaken. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. In the entire Killing God temple, other than the finish line, the blood mist around the statue of the Killing God was still present. When the will of the Killing God disappeared, everyone, including Su Zhen, Sumo, Yi Shiji, and the rest, all puked out blood and fell to the ground. After a long while, they finally woke up and fell to the ground, panting. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.